Fang Han, hand over the treasure and spare your life. Hand over the treasures wisely, otherwise it will be difficult for you to want to die. Two powerful monks from the 10th floor of the supernatural realm teamed up to attack Fang Han fiercely. Even though Fang Han had many means, he was completely suppressed by the huge gap in cultivation. You are looking for death. Don't force me. If you force me to get angry, I will go all out and die with you. Do you really think that I dare not blow up the golden elixir? The golden elixir cultivated by 90 kinds of supernatural powers also contains 5 emperors, great powers. Demonic powers, how terrifying it is, you should know. Fang Han's face was ferocious, and he roared with an expression of wanting to go all out. Sure enough, this roar. The two monks on the 10th floor of supernatural powers paused for a moment. If Fang Han's golden core blew up, no matter how powerful they were, they would be doomed. How powerful is the great golden elixir with 90 kinds of supernatural powers that blew itself up? I'm afraid that the ancient giant who is comparable to the secret realm of longevity will blew himself up. Before Fang Han died, he could drag them into the water. But at this time, one of the monks took out a pagoda, sneered and said, I have the Dao tool Junyu pagoda, you can try to blow it up. As long as Fang Han blew himself up, they would hide in the Taoist weapon. No matter how powerful the blew up, they would not be able to hurt them. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A terrifying and oppressive force that shook the world came from the distant sky. This force was too strong, the entire sky shattered like a mirror, and countless cracks appeared on the ground below. You dare to intercept and kill the person who came to give me a birthday present, you are looking for death. A cold voice came from afar. The two monks on the 10th floor of the supernatural powers trembled, their hearts were horrified, and they felt a great terror coming. They look up. I saw a beautiful boy walking out of the void in the distance, torn apart by an invisible force. This beautiful young man was wearing brocade clothes, obviously disguised as a man, but he naturally had a charm. Handsome and romantic, the jade tree is facing the wind, chic and comfortable, traveling between the heavens and the world, with a flick of a finger. As soon as the beautiful boy disguised as a man came out, he looked at Fang Han and smiled at him. Who are you? The eyes of the two monks on the 10th floor of the divine ability realm were solemn, but as soon as their words fell, they were crushed by a terrible oppressive force, turned into dust, and their bodies and spirits were destroyed. Exquisite immortal venerable. On an ancient ship in the distance, Yan Shuishan beside Hong Meng exclaimed when he saw the beautiful boy disguised as a man appearing suddenly. Is this Linglong immortal? Bibi Dong, Yun Yun and the others looked at immortal Linglong curiously. Just now, Yan Shuishan was talking about immortal Linglong's 4000th birthday and was going to play there. Unexpectedly, I saw Linglong immortal venerable here. It's just that Linglong immortal venerable is too different from what they imagined. In their imagination, this headmaster immortal should be sitting high on the 9 clouds, looking down on all beings, noble and majestic, and magnificent. Unexpectedly, it was a beautiful boy disguised as a man. Certainly, even though she disguised herself as a man, she still couldn't conceal the magnificent appearance of the Linglong immortal venerable, and the beauty of the moon and flowers. At this time, Fang Han was shocked to the extreme when he saw that Linglong immortal venerable had killed 2 strong men from the 10th floor of the mystical ability secret realm. He collected himself, hurriedly stepped forward to worship, flattering, Linglong immortal venerable, enjoy immortal blessings forever, live as long as the sky, forever and everlasting. There is no need to be polite, this is not my real body. My real body is in the depths of the extraterrestrial starry sky 500 billion trillion miles away. As a guest of the Zuma cult, I sensed that you who gave me the gift were in danger, so I pulled out of the hair, endowed me with 1,000 years of cultivation, and traveled through time and space. The body you see now is transformed by one of my hairs. The 1,000 years of cultivation have been used up, and it will become the original form. Linglong Shanzun waved his hands, his body became blurred, his vitality was thin, and there was a long black hair in the middle. What? A single hair has such a great ability? It's too outrageous. Fang Han's heart shrank in fright. He thought that the beautiful young Linglong immortal venerable in brocade clothes was a powerful incarnation, but he didn't expect that the other party was transformed by a single hair. Think about it, this Linglong immortal venerable is a guest of some Zuma cult, hundreds of billions of miles away, and senses a small incident in the Xuanwang Great World. Pulling out a hair, with 1,000 years of cultivation on it, directly travels through time and space and throws it over. Kill the 2 masters on the 10th floor of the mystical ability secret realm. What is this means? Indescribable. Even a lawless person like Fang Han couldn't imagine it. He has also seen many big people, but a person as powerful as Linglong immortal venerable, I am afraid that the sealed ancient demon venerable and the mysterious person are slightly worse. At that moment, Fang Han sees the opportunity to ask immortal Linglong for advice on cultivation. Linglong Immortal Venerable did not hesitate to teach. With a voice as thin as running water, he explained to Fang Han in detail, and also told Fang Han some secrets of the magic talisman of the five elements land. And during these words, Linglong Immortal Venerable's body became thinner, and it seemed that she was about to disappear. This black thread, although it has been used up for thousands of years, still has an incredible ability. It is wrapped around your fingertips and can save your life when necessary. Well, the Zuma cult is very far away from the Xuanwang world. With my magical powers, it is impossible for a long time exist. You go all the way to Linglong Blessed Land, so you can do it for yourself. After speaking, the figure of Linglong Immortal Venerable disappeared, leaving only the black silk. Follow closely. That black thread also tangled around Fang Han's fingers. However, just when the black thread was about to wrap around Fang Han's fingertips, a slender and perfect finger as white as jade appeared in front of Fang Han's fingers. Immediately, the black thread was wrapped around the newly emerged fingers. Fang Han was taken aback, his eyes widened. I was cut off. Fang Han was furious. This was given to him by Linglong Immortal Venerable. Although his 1,000 years of cultivation had been exhausted, he could still save his life. This is life for him. How dare you steal his things? He has always been the only one who robs others and devours them and refines them into his own cultivation. You wanna die. At this moment, Fang Han also saw clearly the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. This is a young man who is so beautiful that he is not like a man in the world. A flawless face with three-dimensional features and sharp edges and corners, like a perfect sculpture. His face was handsome and perfect, with indescribable majesty and dignity. Even Fang Han felt jealous as a man. How could he be so handsome? Suddenly, the other party looked at him. A pair of pitch-black eyes are as bright as the starry sky, deep and innocent, and there is a touch of indifference in the depths of the seemingly gentle eyes. It's like the sky that watches all living things, treats all things in the world equally, is fair and just, but is cold and ruthless, and is never moved by any living beings. From time to time, a divine light flashed across the deep eyes, exuding an astonishing aura, like a god or a demon. Fang Han's heart trembled, and the anger in his heart was instantly poured with cold water. This is a strong man. It is likely to be the ancient giant of the longevity secret realm. Thinking of this, Fang Han, who originally wanted to snatch Linglong Shanzun's blue silk back, immediately suppressed the impulse in his heart. He questioned, "Who are you?" "This is the blue silk gifted to me by Linglong Immortal Venerable. How dare you snatch it?" He deliberately added the words Linglong Immortal Venerable, which meant a threat, which was self-evident. Linglong Immortal Venerable has just been able to descend, so naturally he can descend again. And Linglong Immortal Venerable is the #1 master in the Xuanwang world, so what if the other party is an ancient giant in the secret realm of longevity? Hong Meng didn't speak, and calmly looked at the black hair wrapped around his index finger. This black silk shimmers faintly, like lingering water thread, wrapped around the fingertips, which makes people feel comfortable in the misty rain and dream world in the south of the Yangtze River. Certainly, in his state, this black hair is useless to him. Even Linglong Shanzun himself is far from him, let alone a black hair. But Hong Meng would not give Fang Han the blue hair of a beautiful woman like Linglong Shanzun. What's more, this is not an ordinary blue hair. It's love. 10,000 tribulations. Immediately, Hong Meng raised his head, looked at Fang Han, with a gentle smile on his face, which made people feel like a spring breeze, and calmly said, "Little brother, don't be impatient, do you know what this black hair is? This is the love thread of Linglong Immortal Venerable. If your fingertips are entwined with the thread of love, you will definitely be trapped by all kinds of love threads. It can be said that you will never recover. Once you are entangled with the thread of love for thousands of calamities, you will be in trouble." Hong Meng spoke slowly, looked at Fang Han with sincere eyes. "I did this to save you. As the saying goes, I am not as good as hell, whoever goes to hell. The water of Linglong Immortal Venerable is too deep, you can't grasp it." Quote. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second. www.piaocean5.com. Mobile version reading URL, piaocean5.com. The water of Linglong Immortal Venerable is too deep, you can't grasp it. Hong Meng said with a sincere face, "You." Fang Han's eyes were about to burst, and he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Stealing his love thread, dare to say it for his own good. And said so sincerely. He really wanted to rush up and swell Hong Meng's shamelessly handsome face with a punch, but he dared not. He could vaguely sense that Hong Meng was in danger. More dangerous than any enemy he has ever seen. Ling Yan, the underworld map weapon in his body, was swimming with a dragon body, desperately persuading him. Fang Han, don't be impulsive. I feel that this person is very scary. Go fast. The farther you go, the better. And what the other party said is right. Immortal Linglong's myriad tribulations love thread is not so easy to get. It is beneficial, but it is also accompanied by great danger. There is no need to lose your life for it. What's more, the thread of love belongs to Linglong Immortal Venerable. Linglong Immortal Venerable will definitely feel it. This person should be resolved by Linglong Immortal Venerable. Yeah, Fang Han, endure the calm for a while, take a step back, and at most have a touch of green on your head, it's nothing. Baby Xingyan followed up and said that he was afraid that Fang Han could not bear it, and that he would be slapped to death by this terrifying figure who suddenly appeared. I will endure. I will bear it no longer. Fang Han took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the anger in his chest, and then quickly flew towards Linglong Fudi where Linglong Immortal Venerable was located without looking back. My lord is mighty. Liang Bing came to Hong Meng and said with a smile, I like to see other people gnashing their teeth and looking helpless. This Fang Han is indeed a pig's foot in the world of immortality. My lord has taken Sister Shuishan away. Fang Han can still be chased by other people, and then he is rescued by Linglong Immortal Venerable and sent him love for thousands of kalpas. Bibi Dong's noble and graceful plump body appeared beside Hong Meng, and sighed as she looked at Fang Han's receding back. In the original book, Fang Han was chased and killed by Yan Shuishan and Fan Qingying, and was finally rescued by Linglong Immortal, and then he gained love for 1,000 calamities. Now because of Hong Meng's arrival, the Supreme Unity sect was destroyed, Yan Shuishan followed Hong Meng, and no one chased and killed Fang Han. In the end, Fang Han met other treasure hunters and killed him. It can only be said that the halo of the pig's feet is awesome. Suddenly, Hong Meng sensed that in the depths of the extraterritorial starry sky hundreds of trillions of miles away, there was a vast and tyrannical force coming towards him quickly along the endless time and space. It seems that Linglong Immortal Venerable has sensed that I have taken away her love thread of myriad calamities. As soon as Hong Meng thought about it, he knew that it was Linglong Immortal Venerable coming down again to deal with him. Hong Meng took a step forward and left the Xuanwang Great World. The Xuanwang Great World, like an oblate goose egg, is suspended in the universe, and its huge volume exceeds any star. The entire Xuanwang Great World is layered upon layer upon layer, layer upon layer. There are countless spaces hidden, and endless mysteries are hidden inside. And outside the Xuanwang Great World, there are endless nebulae, and each nebula contains hundreds of billions of stars. At this moment, an extremely bright ray of light seemed to flow across the starry sky, pierced through it in an instant, and landed in front of Hong Meng. Then it turned into a snow-white dress, with black hair like a waterfall, like a beautiful woman who has mastered all the graces in the world. Her whole body exudes a dazzling light, which is as dazzling as the scorching sun. The rings of light surrounding her directly penetrated into the depths of distant time and space. She seemed to be close at hand, but she seemed to be in the depths of the vast tens of billions of parallel time and space. Even if you look for it for a lifetime, you can't find it. Now, Linglong Immortal Venerable looked at Hong Meng. She couldn't see Hong Meng's cultivation level, but judging from his figure and temperament, he was definitely not weak. But her Linglong Immortal Venerable is the most powerful person in the Xuanwang Great World. She dares to fight even against the heavenly immortal, let alone Hong Meng. You must know that in this lower realm, there are basically no fairy-level immortal secret realm powerhouses. So, the possibility that Hong Meng is a fairy is not high. Who are you? You are so bold that you dare to intercept the love thread I gave to Fang Han. The Linglong Immortal Venerable hangs in the starry sky, exuding multiple bright and sacred halos, and a waterfall-like blue hair moves without wind in the starry sky. The time around her seemed to be frozen, and a majestic oppressive force emanated from her body, oppressing Hong Meng. However, Hong Meng didn't seem to realize it, and looked up and down the perfect plump and graceful body of Linglong Immortal Venerable. Who am I? Hearing Linglong Shanzun's question, Hong Meng stared at her perfect face unabashedly, and said with a smile, I am a man. Linglong Immortal Venerable was slightly taken aback. She did not expect to get such an answer. Hong Meng stole her love for Fang Han, and now facing her, not only is he not afraid, but he is also in the mood to tease her. If you are not a fool, you are relying on something. She knows that the water in this world is very deep. Not to mention the fairy world she pursues, even the 3,000 worlds including the Xuanwang world, she is not invincible. Maybe some old antiques will be drilled somewhere. Therefore, she did not act rashly, but calculated secretly. A series of mysterious runes flowed out from her fingertips, and finally formed a huge gossip compass above her head. The gossip compass slowly rotated, and the surrounding time and space were distorted, and many hazy fragments of future time and space faintly emerged from the gossip compass. This is how she calculated Hong Meng's fate with Da Luo's supernatural power. However, after a while, Linglong Immortal Venerable frowned. She didn't calculate anything. It seems that Hong Meng does not exist in the world. Everything is blank. However, Hong Meng really stood in front of her. She knew that Hong Meng was definitely not simple. But love is very important to her. She has to get it back. She has reached the peak of the 10th level of immortality in the secret realm of longevity, and she is only one step away from tearing open the gate of the immortal world and ascending to immortality. But there is the last big catastrophe, the catastrophe of love. Originally, she calculated with Da Luo's supernatural power that Fang Han was the one who could help her cope with the catastrophe. So, only then will she give Fang Han her love for thousands of calamities. Your Excellency's love is useless to you. Please return it to me. I owe you a favor. Immortal Master Linglong couldn't see through Hong Meng's depth, nor could she figure out Hong Meng's details. Knowing that Hong Meng was not easy to mess with, she didn't want to be an enemy of Hong Meng, so she backed off. Linglong's words are wrong. What do you mean is useless to me? Am I not a man? Hong Meng said dissatisfied. It seems that your excellency is determined to be my enemy. Immortal Linglong's voice suddenly turned cold. She had already lowered her posture, but Hong Meng didn't know what to do. Do you really think she is easy to bully? Her majestic eyes looked at Hong Meng with terrifying pressure. Countless stars were born and died in her eyes, and the transformation of hundreds of millions of worlds from birth to death was rehearsed. At this moment, her temperament has changed, as if she has no human feelings at all. She is superior, masters the supreme creation, operates the birth and death between the heaven and earth creatures, is in harmony with the heaven, acts on behalf of the sky, and operates the evolution of the universe. All kinds of rules are in one hand. What is being an enemy? Hong Meng smiled, and said, My fair lady, a gentleman is very good, but I know that there are 3 key points for a man to win the favor of a woman. One is big, one is rough, one is hard, the capital needs to be large, the wealth needs to be thick, and the background needs to be strong. Hong Meng looked at Immortal Linglong, and said with a smile, Go ahead, let Linglong see if I have enough money today. As long as the capital is large enough, there will be wealth naturally, and the background is also dispensable. Because it is the background itself. In that case, let me experience your excellency's supernatural powers. Linglong Immortal Venerable knew it would be useless to talk too much, so he immediately took action. Wanlong Realm Refining Great Immortal Art. When she lifted her palm, 5 dragon-like crystal lights shot out from the gap between her 5 fingers. Each crystal light is thousands of feet long, exuding the majesty of cutting the void and reversing time. Around the crystal light, Zen singing appeared one after another, and one world after another seemed to be derived from it. After that, many phantoms of heavenly dragons appeared in the void. These heavenly dragons seemed to be the same as human beings, devoutly believing in Linglong Immortal Venerable, producing incomparably pure wish power, and uttering strange spells with hundreds of millions of voices vibrating at the same time. Linglong Shanzun seems to have raised a world of dragons, subdued them, and prayed for himself. Strips of crystal light swept across the 10 directions and turned into thousands of dragons, wandering around. These dragon-shaped mouths ejected crystal thunder, and when they opened their mouths, big thunderbolts shook one after another, shaking the vast starry sky. This is the Dafa of 10,000 dragons refining the world. In the gate of immortality in the fairy world, when the world first opened, a total of 3,000 ways were spread, and various supreme supernatural powers evolved. Every time you practice 33 kinds of supreme supernatural powers, you can condense it has become a kind of great way. My 10,000 dragons refining realm great immortal art is formed by the condensing of the 33 supreme supernatural powers of the dragon clan. While speaking, Linglong Immortal Venerable grasped it abruptly, and the endless void was broken again and again. Tens of thousands of crystal dragons bit towards Hong Meng. Meng refining. Hong Meng was tall and straight, with a faint smile on his handsome and perfect face, just quietly smiling at Linglong Immortal Venerable, without using any magical powers, as if giving up resistance. Court death. Seeing this, Linglong Shanzun sneered in his heart. However, what she didn't know was that in the void beside her, there were also 8 magnificent women looking at her playfully. Do you think Linglong Immortal Venerable will be tortured mad by my lord, or be beaten into autism? Tu Shan Rongrong squinted his small eyes, with a dark smile on his face, and said lightly. No, at most, I will be made to cry by my lord. The corners of Liang Bing's mouth twitched slightly, thinking of the scene when she saw Hong Meng for the first time and was made to cry by Hong Meng. That was the first time she was made to cry as an adult. Now someone is finally following in her footsteps. She was looking forward to it. Boom boom boom. While Liang Bing and the others were talking, 10,000 crystal dragons bit Hong Meng's body, and there were endless dragon flames. However, what made Linglong dumbfounded was that those crystal dragons bit Hong Meng's body and collapsed in an instant, and the dragon fire fell on Hong Meng's body and went out immediately. Hong Meng stood there with a smile on his face. He didn't use any means, but it seemed that all evils and magics were invincible. What method is this? Linglong Shanzun's eyes were full of doubts. Hong Meng's strength was beyond her expectation again. But the thread of love must be taken back. Linglong Shanzun's graceful and graceful body took a step forward, and the layers of time and space were all shaken at the moment she took a step forward, and countless times were countercurrent and reversed. She made a loud voice. When I have eternal life, all living beings in the billions of worlds will enter the fairyland. The time is like water, and the dead are like this. Boom. The time and space around Hong Meng froze instantly. However, Linglong Immortal Venerable did not stop, but continued to make a louder voice. When I gain eternal life, all the heavens and thousands of billions of dust particles will be at ease when they recite my name, limitless and limitless. Boom. In the dark time and space, a vast wish force like stars and seas rushed down, turning into golden rivers, pouring down and oppressing Hong Meng. Great wishes, 48 supreme wishes. When I have eternal life, all time and space, the past and the future, all kinds, stars and stars are broken into dust, and all living beings, who recite my name in their hearts, will have eternal life. If not, I will not have eternal life. Linglong Immortal Venerable didn't stop, facing the endless time and space, made one big wish after another. Every big wish is extremely grand, shocking the heavens and worlds, all time and space, past, present, and future, with incredible power. When I have eternal life. When I have eternal life. Quote. What should I do if I can't read enough? Shaosun's new book A Golden List of the Great Tao, I. The Supreme Valkyrie was exposed. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second. www.piaocean5.com. Mobile version reading URL. piaocean5.com. When I have eternal life, all evil will eventually be destroyed. When I have eternal life, all karma will be finally liberated. Facing the endless time and space, Linglong Shanzun made one big wish after another. The sound of great ambition shook countless time and space, countless creatures, and the depths of their souls seemed to be catering to the voice of Linglong Immortal Venerable. Shui Yunji, Dagu and others who were not strong enough seemed to have developed admiration for Linglong Immortal Venerable's voice, and involuntarily clasped their hands together in worship. Not only them, but even Zhu Yuyan, Yu Bukchun and other powerhouses were all shaken, as if they had developed a devout belief in Linglong Immortal Venerable. The Great Wish Technique, which ranks third among the 3,000 ways, is quite interesting. Hong Meng stood indifferently, with a smile on his lips. 48 Great Wish Techniques. Hong Meng's Great Wish. Primordial master of the three sovereigns, Taoist Hong Meng's most powerful technique, the Great Wish Art. This Great Wish Technique is composed of 48 kinds of supernatural powers. If they are all practiced and combined together, they will form the Great Wish of Hong Meng. Can surrender all kinds of cause and effect, grievances, demons, gods. If the cultivation base is not enough, he will be converted by Linglong Immortal and worshipped directly. However, for Hong Meng, Linglong Immortal Venerable's Great Wish Technique is obviously useless. He stood there quietly, but seemed to be standing outside endless time and space. Even Linglong Immortal Venerable tried his best, but there was nothing he could do. Linglong Shanzun obviously understood the gap between the two sides at this moment. She was no match for Hong Meng at all. Hong Meng stood there and didn't fight back, she couldn't do anything about it. Once Hong Meng makes a move, she is sure to lose. Your Excellency is a fairy. Linglong Immortal Venerable stopped making moves, looked at the handsome and resolute Hong Meng standing in front of him, who seemed to be in endless time and space, and asked. Breaking through the real fairyland is the heavenly fairyland, the first layer of the fairyland secret realm, which can ascend to the heavenly realm by itself, has the law of heavenly immortals, and has the possibility of refining fairy weapons. No, Hong Meng shook his head. Linglong Shanzun's tender body was startled, and she asked in surprise, are you a god? Heavenly immortals can become immortals by refining their own world into a real universe. They have the laws of immortals and can quickly cultivate low-grade immortal weapons. No, Hong Meng shook his head again. Linglong Immortal Venerable was horrified and said in disbelief, could it be that Senior has already cultivated to become a profound immortal? Her voice couldn't help but slightly changed, showing a lot of respect. Immortals who comprehend Xuanjiuexuan can become Xuanxians, which can be subdivided into two levels, ordinary Xuanxians and half-step Jinxians, and the latter needs to practice the law of Deluo. My realm doesn't matter. When Hong Meng came in front of Linglong Immortal Venerable, a burst of refreshing woman's body fragrance came to his face and penetrated into his nose. He looked at the majestic, dignified, and peerless beauty surrounded by halos of light in front of him, playing with the love thread in his hand, and said, Linglong, the reason why you gave Fang Han the love of all calamities is because you have taken a fancy to his unparalleled luck and promising future. Good. Immortal Venerable Linglong generously admitted. Seeing how powerful Hong Meng is, she was not surprised that Hong Meng would know this. She said directly, thousands of kalpas, it is related to my love catastrophe, and it is also the last catastrophe before I fly to the heaven. Only those who have enough potential, enough luck, and great achievements in the future are eligible to be my victims. Fang Han, I calculated with Da Luo's supernatural powers, the most ideal object to be robbed. So what you need is a potential stock with enough luck, enough potential, and a promising future as the target of robbery. Hong Meng smiled and said, then can you take a look at me? Hong Meng's voice was full of confidence. Linglong Immortal Venerable frowned slightly, and thought to himself, could it be that the other party really has a crush on me? Immediately she used Da Luo's supernatural powers to deduce. Because she had deduced Hong Meng before, it was blank and unable to deduce. Therefore, she could only project her own fate. She calculated what would happen in the future if she wrapped her love thread around Hong Meng's finger and took Hong Meng as the object of the catastrophe. However, the result was beyond her expectation. Although the deduction result is very vague, she still vaguely deduced that if she let the love calamity should fall on Hong Meng, it seems that she can not only successfully ascend to the heavens and become a fairy, but also achieve unimaginable achievements. The result of this calculation made her stunned. Could it be that he is a more suitable target for robbery than Fang Han? Linglong Immortal Venerable is very confident in her calculations with Da Luo's supernatural powers. She confirmed that her calculations were correct, even though the results of the calculations were completely beyond her expectations. Just when Linglong Shanzun was terrified, Hong Meng said, Linglong, you have seen my strength just now, now let you see my luck. Hong Meng smiled slightly, and the Zijin Luck Golden Dragon, who had already been promoted to the peak of God Emperor, manifested. Boom. In an instant, the starry sky trembled, flowers fell from the sky, golden lotuses gushed from the ground, and endless visions appeared. Linglong Immortal Venerable's eyes widened, and even with her disposition, she couldn't help exclaiming at this moment, luck turns into a dragon, the appearance of purple and gold, majestic and thick, unimaginable. Immortal Master Linglong was impacted by the purple gold luck golden dragon at the peak of the Hongmeng God Emperor, and her pretty face suddenly flushed abnormally, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, and her whole body became limp. As soon as Hong Meng stretched out his hand, he hugged the limp and tender body of Linglong Immortal Venerable into his arms, and at the same time, the purple gold luck golden dragon on his body also disappeared. A strong masculine breath rushed over, and Linglong Shanzun's originally flushed cheeks seemed to become even more rosy. Her heart was overwhelmed. Incredible. She had never seen such terrifying and majestic luck. She felt that if the majestic luck exploded, it would instantly annihilate countless worlds, and even immortals would be ants in front of her. Originally, she thought that Fang Han's luck was against the sky. But today she just realized what it means to have someone beyond people and a sky beyond the sky. Not long ago, Tai sect was destroyed by Yuha sect. Of course, it is no longer called Yuha sect, but Hongmeng sect. Linglong Immortal Venerable did not push Hong Meng away, raised his head, and looked at Hong Meng with deep and bright beautiful eyes. With the strength of Yuhuaman, it is impossible to destroy Taiyuan, and it is said that Taihuangtian and other powerhouses were killed by a man named Qishan Dashang. Killed by the strongest of Monkey King. It is said that they all believe in a strong man named Lord of Primordial Mist. You are the legendary Lord of Primordial Mist. Linglong Immortal Venerable stared at Hong Meng with scorching eyes. Good. Hong Meng smiled slightly. It seems that you and I are very destined. You have obtained the inheritance of Taoist Hongmeng in this world, and you are the reincarnation of Taoist Hongmeng's daughter, and my name is Hongmeng. I am the reincarnation of the daughter of Taoist Hongmeng. Linglong Immortal Venerable was slightly surprised, but she was not too surprised. The past and the past follow the clouds and smoke, and she is only Linglong Immortal Venerable now. She was even more curious. Aren't you from our world? The genius remembers the address of this site in a second. www.piaocean5.com. Mobile version reading URL. piaocean5.com. 3000 great worlds, immortal realm, upper realm. And these worlds are created by the gate of eternal life. The gate of eternal life opens up the world, evolves, and destroys. It is an era. And the gate of eternal life only needs to devour the Tao fruit of 3000 epochs to complete the merits and be promoted to a higher realm. Now is the 3000th era. And Fang Han is the spirit of the gate of eternal life. As long as he succeeds, he can get rid of the restrictions of the spirit of the weapon and be promoted to the realm of eternal life. It's no wonder Fang's luck is so cold, it turns out to be the spirit of the gate of eternal life. But the most incredible thing is that there are infinite worlds beyond the world of immortality, and that is the real world of heaven and world. Linglong Shanzun looked at Hong Meng, her beautiful eyes were full of shock. Because Hong Meng didn't hide anything, he directly passed some information about the world of immortality and himself to immortal Linglong, so that immortal Linglong understood the existence of Hong Meng. No wonder Hong Meng's luck is more terrifying than Fang Han, who was reincarnated from the gate of eternal life. Because Hong Meng's physical strength surpassed that of the immortal world. With a wave of your hand, you can open up an infinite world. How can it be that Fang Han is comparable? How about it? I won't suffer from being your culprit, right? Hong Meng looked at Linglong's flawless pretty face and said with a smile. Do I have a choice? Linglong Shanzun rolled his eyes at him. Hong Meng is indeed a better choice than Fang Han. Even if Fang Han is the spirit of the gate of eternal life. It couldn't be compared with Hong Meng either. How to choose, needless to say. Ha ha ha. Hong Meng smiled heartily, bowed his head and kissed Linglong Immortal Zun's delicate and alluring cherry mouth deeply. Congratulations, my lord. At this time, Bibi Dong, Yun Yun, Liang Bing and the others came out from the nearby void, and congratulated Hong Meng and Linglong Immortal Venerable. Through the information that Hong Meng gave her just now, Immortal Linglong knew that among these people, except Yan Shuishan who was from the immortal world, the rest were envoys from other worlds. The two sides got to know each other briefly, and then Hong Meng took them on a tour of mountains and rivers to experience the magnificence of nature, mountains, rivers and rivers. Hong Meng also regarded himself as an ordinary mortal traveling to experience the scenery of the Xuanwang Great World towering snow-capped mountains. Lush forest, mysterious valley, deep caves, the blessed land of Linglong has arrived. During the trip, Hong Meng and his party finally came to Linglong Paradise. I saw countless fairy mountains appearing in front of me, which seemed to be mirages. Linglong blessed land is overseas, and ordinary monks have to fly for several years, and they are not masters of the heaven and human realm. Belly, there are many monsters on the sea, they are not kind. But these are naturally not a problem for Hong Meng. It can be said that there is no place in the world of immortality that Hong Meng cannot go to. Now, there are many monks in front of the mirage. Linglong Immortal Venerable's 4000th birthday. They all came to pay their respects. And those who came to Linglong Blessed Land to pay their respects were either giants from ancient times or young talents who wanted to find opportunities to marry Linglong Blessed Land monks. After all, Linglong Immortal Venerable is the #1 expert in Xuanwang Great World. Being able to establish a relationship with Linglong Foodie will benefit a lot. As this mirage in the Linglong Paradise, it seems to be hidden in a void. If you fly, you will never be able to fly there. It is so close. Bibi Dong and the others looked ahead. The mirage in the sky was the area where Linglong Paradise was located, but it was impossible to fly over it by normal means. This involves the principle of space change. It is the ability that can only be possessed by the third layer of the longevity secret realm. That is to say, in principle, as long as it is not the third level of the secret realm of longevity, it is impossible for a master who has comprehended the mysteries of space to reach Linglong Paradise. But even though this is true in theory, since Linglong Blessed Land has manifested as a mirage, there are obviously loopholes to find. Otherwise, there are so many people who come to pay respects to Linglong Immortal Zun, and they are all turned away, so why pay birthday wishes? The third level of longevity, the ancient giant who has comprehended the secrets of space, is qualified to be the head teacher of the 10 sects of immortality. But Hong Meng ignored those people, and flew directly into Linglong Paradise in the ancient ship with the most precious innate treasure. However, none of those who were still looking for a loophole found Hong Meng's trace. After entering the mirage, Hong Meng saw boundless white clouds floating in the void, and there were seas of clouds everywhere. And between the sea of clouds, there are huge islands, fairy mountains, towering, all kinds of palaces, fairy birds, and spirit beasts are running through the clouds and fog. You can even see strips of golden dragons haunting the sea of clouds. Sometimes it jumps out of the sea of clouds, and sometimes it hides under the sea of clouds. And in the sky, powerful multicolored eagles soared into the sky, making clear whistles that were heard in the 9 heavens. Those multicolored spirit eagles are hybrids of phoenixes and other birds. They are born with copper skin and iron bones, which are extremely beautiful. It can breathe fire and melt rocks. God Master of Secrets, may not be able to clean up. Huge space, rolling clouds, fairy mountains, islands. Jiaolong, colorful spirit eagle. All these constitute the mountain gate of Linglong Paradise. Not bad. Hong Meng looked at the mountain gate and nodded lightly. All these were done by Linglong Immortal Venerable alone. After all, Immortal Master Linglong was only 4,000 years old, and she used to be a disciple of the Tai sect. Because the strong ones of the Tai sect coveted the treasures she had obtained, she betrayed the Tai sect angrily, and created the Linglong Paradise by herself. Therefore, Linglong Paradise does not have any grand elders or backstage, and Linglong Immortal Venerable alone supports the overall situation. This is also the reason why Linglong Immortal Venerable can become a legend in the Xuanwang Great World. And in the middle of the thousands of fairy mountain islands in the Sea of Clouds, Hong Meng saw an incomparably huge fairy mountain from a distance. This mountain presents a 10-directional shape, directly inserted into the void, and the mountain presents a faint golden color, as high as 10,000 zhong, and a person is just a speck of dust in front of this fairy mountain. That is the Sumeru Golden Mountain where Linglong Immortal Venerable lives. The rest of the fairy mountain islands are all islands cultivated by her disciples. It is rumored that this Sumeru Golden Mountain is a peerless Taoist weapon that is close to an immortal weapon. It is extremely powerful. Imagine that Linglong Immortal Venerable once used this Sumeru Golden Mountain to kill a supreme elder of the Tai sect. Knowing monks were talking around, with awe and envy in their eyes. Hong Meng ignored the monks around him, and under the leadership of Immortal Linglong, he directly entered Immortal Linglong's residence. When you come to Linglong Blessed Land, treat yourself as your own home, don't be restrained. Immortal Venerable Linglong looked at Bibadong and the others, and invited the elders of Linglong Paradise to entertain them, arrange a place for them or show them around Linglong Paradise. God, don't you want to visit? Linglong Shanzun looked at Hong Meng and said with a slight smile. She felt uncomfortable calling Hong Meng by his name directly, so she called Hong Meng the God Lord. Supreme Lord of the Gods. The most beautiful scenery is right in front of me, why should I look far away? Hong Meng looked at the graceful and plump perfect body of Linglong Shanzun, laughed heartily, and embraced Linglong Shanzun neatly. Linglong Immortal Venerable smiled sweetly, and instead of pushing Hong Meng away, leaned into Hong Meng's arms, her white lotus root arms wrapped around Hong Meng's neck. Since she chose Hong Meng, this day will come sooner or later. Hong Meng picked up Linglong Immortal Zun's soft and plump exquisite jade body, and placed it directly on her soft bed. Xuanwang World's #1 Master Linglong Immortal Venerable. Hong Meng formally learned her ways from her. While Hong Meng and Linglong Shanzun were exchanging skills, Zhu Jiaofeng came to Linglong Blessed Land in a cold wind. Finally reached. Looking at the mirage ahead, Fang Han had a smile in his eyes. No matter how strong that guy is, he's definitely no match for Linglong Immortal Venerable. Fang Han was a little excited. Since Linglong Immortal has chosen me, he will definitely not give up easily, and when we see her again, he will definitely give me my love. For this birthday celebration, I must perform well and give Immortal Linglong a surprise. Linglong Immortal Venerable is not only peerless and talented, but also the #1 master in the Xuanwang world. On the earth, he is a proper Bai Fu Mei. It is still Bai Fu Mei who started from scratch and started his own business. As long as you have her, you have the whole world. Although Fang Han knew that Linglong Immortal Venerable's 10,000 Tribulations love thread was not so easy to get, and it would definitely be dangerous in the future. But what he is least afraid of is danger. Anyway, we'll talk about it later. Grasp the present, and get the benefits that can be obtained now. The thought of her being able to possess such a beautiful and powerful fairy as Linglong Immortal Venerable made his blood boil. Linglong Immortal Venerable, here I come. Fang Han flew towards Linglong Blessed Land with excitement and excitement. The little test of the mirage did not trouble him. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second. www.piaocean5.com. Mobile version reading URL, piaocean5.com. Linglong Blessed Land. With the arrival of Linglong's birthday, countless powerhouses from Xuanwang World came to celebrate Linglong's birthday, and Linglong's Blessed Land became lively. The strong men who came this time are not only the powerful and young heroes of the major forces in the Xuanwang World, but also forces outside the Xuanwang World. Above the 9 heavens Gangfeng in the Xuanwang Great World, there are some planets in the space thousands of miles away, and there are also some powerful immortal sects on them. Although not as powerful as the 10 sects of immortal Tao in the Xuanwang Great World, there are also ancient giants in the secret realm of longevity. Moreover, the headquarters of the 3 major chambers of commerce, Ludao League, Judingshuan, and Tiandao Pavilion, are also on the stars not far from the Xuanwang Great World. Moreover, the Sanren of the 6 Paths, the Immortal Venerable of the 9 Tripods, and the Dharma King of the Heavenly Tao, these 3 giants also live on planets not far from the Xuanwang Great World, and each person rules 1 or dozens of planets. The method turns the clouds and rains, covering the sky and the sun. The power of the three major chambers of commerce, Ludao League, Judingshuan, and Tiandao Pavilion is not in the slightest under the 10 gates of immortal Dao and the 7 meridians of demonic Dao. This time, the three major chambers of commerce also came to pay respects to Linglong Immortal Venerable. It can be seen that the power of Linglong Immortal Venerable is not only famous in the Xuanwang Great World, but also radiates to the starry sky outside the domain. However, the master here, the number one expert in the Xuanwang Great World, Linglong Immortal Venerable, is experiencing the most important transformation for the first time in his life. Under Hong Meng's full guidance, the bottleneck of the Linglong Immortal Venerable card owner for countless years was finally broken. The endless immortal energy and the law of immortals poured into the body, and Linglong Shanzun began to transform from mortal to immortal. Fairy, Celestial Immortal is the first layer of Immortal Secret Realm. Although it is the first layer of the Immortal Secret Realm, it is completely different from the Longevity Secret Realm. Hong Meng deeply felt the transformation of Linglong Immortal Venerable, and with a thought, he covered up all the visions of Linglong Immortal Venerable. With Hong Meng's current strength, it is easy to cover up mere visions. Even if the Immortal King comes, he can't see the slightest. Covering up the vision, Hong Meng looked at the promoted Linglong Immortal Venerable, and poured all his knowledge into the past without the slightest stinginess, helping Linglong Immortal Venerable realize a higher realm. Really, accompanied by the infusion of Hongmeng knowledge, Linglong Shanzun's spirit trembled, his thinking became active and excited, and his whole person seemed to ascend from a feather, as graceful as a fairy. Her cultivation level improved rapidly, and soon reached a peak. And because Hong Meng spared no effort, he gave him all he could, and his aura of rushing to the top suddenly fell down and returned to the original point. His eyes were clear, holding Linglong Immortal Venerable, watching the other party's cultivation base continue to improve. The mid-stage of the Celestial Immortal. Late Celestial. Celestial Peak. Immortal. The middle stage of the Fairy. In less than an hour, Linglong Immortal Venerable climbed to the peak of Xuanxian, and was only one step away from being promoted to Jingxian. Hong Meng didn't move, quietly feeling the beauty of Linglong Immortal Venerable, looking at her graceful body. The delicate body like creamy jade trembled slightly, pink like clouds, with undulating curves. Pretty face flushed. Very attractive. Suddenly, Linglong Shanzun's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her tightly closed beautiful eyes opened suddenly. The birth and death of countless stars in the eyes, and the changes of hundreds of millions of worlds from birth to death, are all being rehearsed. Her palms are white and long, and each finger seems to have mastered a rule of the Great Way, or space, or time, or 4 seasons, or thunder, or the vitality of the 5 elements, or the soul of life and death. But keep on. All the visions in the eyes of Linglong Shanzun disappeared, replaced by full of shock and joy, as well as endless spring love. She didn't expect it just once. Not only did she break through the celestial immortals, she also surpassed the celestial beings like a broken bamboo, and was promoted to the peak of the Xuanxian. This is not just breaking a barrier. This moment, she realized Hong Meng's strength even more. This moment, not only was she deeply imprinted in the depths of her body, but even in the depths of her soul and heart. This man is really too strong. Linglong, congratulations on breaking through the bottleneck and being promoted to Xuanxian. Hong Meng gently stroked the beauty's smooth jade back, smiled slightly, and congratulated her. Thanks. Linglong Shanzun slightly parted her lips, and her eyes were a little complicated. Originally, she didn't expect to gain any benefits. Since she chose Hong Meng as the target of the robbery, if Hong Meng wanted it, she would give it to him. Unexpectedly, she was infected with Hongmeng's wisdom roots, and then received Hongmeng's knowledge and divine power indoctrination, and her cultivation base gradually increased. You're welcome, you deserve it. Hong Meng smiled, looked at the beautiful woman's rosy face, and said, you have just broken through, and your cultivation has grown too fast, so you need to stabilize it. Linglong Shanzun nodded, agreeing very much. This time her breakthrough was too big, and she really needed to be more stable. Then I will work harder and send you some divine power to help you stabilize your realm. Hong Meng said seriously. Linglong Shanzun's beautiful eyes froze for a moment, and she stared blankly at Hong Meng. But she was stunned, but Hong Meng did not forget to do business. At the beginning, he worked tirelessly to help Linglong Immortal Venerable stabilize his realm. She is ready to let her cultivation reach the peak again. Linglong Immortal Venerable came back to her senses. She was in a good mood and actively cooperated, and her cultivation reached the peak like a rocket. 3 days later, Linglong Shanzun finally stabilized her realm. She came back to her senses, and was shocked. No, I missed my birthday. Thinking of this, Linglong Immortal Venerable gave Hong Meng a resentful look. It's all his fault. It's been such a long time. And it made her lose track of time. Facing the beauty's resentful eyes, Hong Meng smiled indifferently. If you miss it, you will miss it. You just let those people outside wait for a few days. Bastard. Hearing Hong Meng's heartless words, Immortal Linglong gave him a blank look. Don't worry, I changed the flow of time here, it's not too late now. Hong Meng scratched the beauty's upturned nose and said with a smile. Although Linglong Shanzun is the #1 person in the Xuanwang Great World, she is a strange woman. But it was the first time after all. Besides, Hong Meng is too strong. All kinds of supernatural powers come at your fingertips. Such as the eagle's claws of garden. Therefore, Immortal Linglong forgot the time, but Hong Meng did not. With his strength, Immortal Linglong couldn't feel the change of time flow around him. Then you still not up. Immortal Linglong gave Hong Meng a shy look. Hong Meng chuckled and withdrew. Then the two figures disappeared in the main hall bedroom in a flash. When they reappeared, they had already arrived at the center of Linglong Paradise, the top of the radiant Sumeru Golden Mountain. On the top of Mount Sumeru, there is a canopy with thousands of auspicious auras and 10,000 rays of light. On the canopy are written 3 big characters, Bright Peak. Under the canopy, there is a crystal throne. Under the crystal throne, there is a sky dragon that is thousands of feet long. It is a Tianlong, not an ordinary Jiaolong, nor a Qilong, let alone a horned dragon, but a real Tianlong. Cultivated to the secret realm of longevity, a Tianlong comparable to the giants of the ages. Dragons, who have cultivated to the secret realm of longevity, can be called Tianlong. This celestial dragon's eyes are the size of a water tank, and the pupils are all a simple color. The lines are like ink landscape paintings. When the body moves freely, it exudes a powerful dragon power, which cannot be desecrated. Tianlong is a very proud existence, even more arrogant than the ancient giants in the secret realm of longevity. They would rather die than be surrendered. But now, this sky dragon is crawling under the crystal throne, guarding the person on the throne. Hong Meng and Linglong Shanzun sat on the crystal throne. Suddenly, 2 reminders suddenly appeared in Hong Meng's mind. Ding, Xiao Li Fidao joined the chat group. Ding, worship the moon and join the chat group. Quote. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second. www.piaocean5.com. Mobile version reading URL, piaocean5.com. Ding, Xiao Li Fidao joined the chat group. Ding, worship the moon and join the chat group. Oh, 2 newcomers have joined the group. Hong Meng's heart skipped a beat. These 2 are still big celebrities. And there is no need to guess, their identities are clear at a glance. Xiao Li Fei Dao Li Xuan Huan, this is a coffee table, it is full of cups, and he made them all himself. Hong Meng actually didn't like Li Zunwan. In Li Zunwan's eyes, women are like clothes, and brothers are like siblings, so he gave his own clothes to his good brother. Therefore, being Li Zunwan's woman is very sad, but being Li Zunwan's brother is very beautiful. Because Li Zunwan would rather freeze himself than give his brother his clothes to wear. Such a brother, Hong Meng just wanted to say, give me a dozen. As the villain, the lord of worshipping the moon is doomed to tragedy. Hong Meng didn't care about these. Joining the chat group, their fate has changed. It's just that the lord of worshipping the moon and Chonglo should be in the same world, but now it seems that they should be in parallel worlds. Hong Meng thought to himself. But the lord of worshipping the moon will not send me another descendant of Nuwa, will he? Gather all 7 descendants of Nuwa to summon Nuwa. The corners of Hong Meng's mouth raised slightly, as if Yang Jian's world was already preparing to sacrifice Nuwa. Don't think about it anymore. Hong Meng looked at the pig-footed Fang Han in this world. At this moment, Fang Han is just like in the original book, fighting for wealth with the blood dancer of the demon sect. They were presenting gifts to the 3 Linglong blessed land female disciples who greeted them. Shui Wuyong took out more than a dozen low-grade treasures and presented them to the 3 female disciples. He glanced at Fang Han provocatively, thinking that Fang Han was poor and couldn't bring out any decent treasures, and even if he did, he would definitely feel distressed. However, how did he know that Fang Han was a jerk? Great luck. The most indispensable thing is the treasure. Fang Han sneered at Shui Wuyong, and took out hundreds of magic weapons, many of which were high-grade treasures, and let the 3 female disciples choose one. Such a result undoubtedly slapped Wuyong's face with blood. And not only that, Fang Han also directly took out a set of unrivaled treasures and gave them to the 3 female disciples, which made Shui Wuyong's cheeks slap. Hiss. This Fang Han is really rich. He actually took out hundreds of magic treasures in one go, and even gave away peerless treasures. It's like a treasury in the shape of a human being. On the top of the mountain, many elites of the immortal and demon Dao, their eyes were red when they saw the hundreds of magic weapons that Fang Han took out casually. Even some ancient giants are no exception. Even the giants of the ages, except for those with particularly rich net worth, few people can come up with so many magic weapons in one go. As expected of the spirit of the Gate of Eternal Life, this luck is really extraordinary. To be able to possess so many magic weapons, there must be many adventures. Linglong Immortal Venerable looked at Fang Han with calm eyes. Originally, she planned to choose Fang Han as her culprit, but she didn't expect to follow Hong Meng by mistake. Adventures are a must. Pigs like Fang Han can find treasures when they go out. If you pick up a brick, it's a fragment of an ancient artifact. If you pick up a puppy, you're an ancient beast. If you pick up a fox, you're a nine-tailed beast. Tianyu can also become a peerless beauty. Let Zhu Zhao experience the joy of a fox knight. Hong Meng said indifferently. For Fang Han's performance, he was not surprised at all. Those low-level magic weapons were even more rubbish to him. Even immortal artifacts are rubbish in his eyes. The innate spirit treasures in his hands appeared in piles. What is a fox rider? Linglong Shanzun was curious. Hong Meng moved closer to Linglong Immortal Venerable's ear, blowing her hot breath against her cheek. Just like just now, I am the Linglong Knight. Exquisite knight, Linglong Shanzun whispered in her heart, then understood something, and gave Hong Meng a good-looking look. While Immortal Master Linglong was talking with Hong Meng, the surrounding powerhouses celebrating their birthdays also discovered Immortal Master Linglong and Hong Meng. However, they couldn't hear the conversation between the two, and couldn't see the specific appearance of the two. The Linglong Immortal Venerable they saw was like a shadow, and they couldn't see the specific image, but the whole body exuded a dazzling light, which was as dazzling as the scorching sun, and the light was 10,000 zhang. If you concentrate your eyes, you can barely see a circle of light, which penetrates directly into the depths of the distant time and space. There is a female shadow, which seems to be an existence evolved from some kind of dark rules in the world. It seems to be so close at hand, but in fact, the shadow of this woman is hidden deep in the vastness of tens of billions of parallel time and space. Even if you search for it for a lifetime, you will not be able to find it. Although Linglong Shanzun's voice was rough in Hong Meng's arms just now. Shout out loud. But at this moment, she is outside. In the eyes of everyone, she is the sacred and inviolable Linglong Immortal Venerable. Majesty. Mystery. Powerful. Fear. But Hong Meng didn't show anything special. He didn't have the slightest breath all over his body, just like an ordinary person, returning to his innocence. Who is he? Sit next to Linglong Immortal. Could it be Linglong Immortal Venerable? Hong Meng's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's gazes were almost all in unison. Mr. Shui Jing, Sanren of the Six Paths, Immortal Master of the Nine Tripods, King of the Heavenly Tao, and other giants were all staring at Hong Meng intently. No way. Sitting next to today's birthday star, it is impossible not to attract attention. This person is not simple. No matter how you look at it, he looks like an ordinary young man without the slightest cultivation, but can ordinary people sit next to Linglong Immortal Venerable? Obviously impossible. This is a high cultivation level, which has reached the point of returning to the truth. Mr. Shui Jing said in a deep voice, looking back and forth at Hong Meng. Mr. Shu Jing, even you can't see his depth. It seems that the other party is probably at the same level as Linglong Immortal Venerable, or even stronger. Sanren of the Six Paths looked at Hong Meng and said, when did such a strong man appear in our Xuanwang world? Juding Shanzun was a little puzzled. Recently, the world of Xuanwang is not peaceful. Among the 10 sects of immortality, the strongest Tai sect has been wiped out. The newly emerged Hongmeng sect is very powerful. It is said that there are many masters in it. The Hongmeng sect is ambitious, and Immortal Linglong is the #1 person in the Xuanwang world. Many people who came to celebrate their birthday this time wanted to see the attitude of Immortal Linglong. If the Hongmeng sect expands wildly, I think Immortal Linglong will definitely not sit idly by, and neither will everyone. That's right. A strong dragon doesn't overwhelm a local snake. There was a lot of discussion among the strong ones. They are full of worries about the strong rise of Hongmeng sect. You must know that the Tai sect is very powerful. However, when it is said to be extinct, it is extinct. Even the Supreme Unity sect is destroyed. Isn't it easy for the Primordial God sect to destroy any one of them? Which of them can stand it? While many powerful people were discussing, Fang Han was like a victorious rooster, heading towards the top of the mountain with his head held high. Brother Fang Han, that's where you are. After a while, you can go to present the birthday present. A few true female disciples from Linglong Paradise who were in the first and second levels of the mystical ability secret realm flew over and acted as guides. They were very polite and stood next to Fang Han, making Fang Han feel like a big man holding the moon with stars. Junior sisters have worked hard, just take this little thing. When Fang Han saw it, he felt comfortable. He flicked his fingers again and again, and a burst of precious light flew out. There were dozens of middle-grade treasures flying out. These middle-grade treasures are not high-end goods, so they are just for fun. Each of you can choose 10 pieces. When he spoke, his voice was very loud, and when it spread, it immediately stunned many people who came to pay their respects. The people who came to pay homage to the birthday were more or less well-known people, when they were received by the female disciples of Linglong Blessed Land. Some gifts will also be given, which is also an unwritten rule, something to save face. But even the golden elixir masters who came to pay homage this time, the little giants of the ages, would only give some spiritual weapons and elixirs. The ancient giants in the secret realm of longevity will only give some low-grade treasures. There is absolutely no such thing as Fang Han who can get 10 middle-grade treasures in one shot. Compared with this, the giant of the ages is also shabby to death in front of Fang Han. Many people were dissatisfied and looked at Fang Han with unfriendly eyes. But Fang Han didn't care at all. Today he is here to be a pig's foot. He just wants this feeling of being watched by all mothers. I'm finally going to meet Linglong Immortal Venerable. Knowing that Linglong Shanzun had given him love for 10,000 calamities, and after choosing him as the object of calamity, Fang Han also had an idea in his heart. Such Bai Fumei must be accepted. Although Wanji's love thread has been cut off. But he believed that Linglong Immortal Venerable would definitely get it back and give it to him again. After all, the person who should be robbed must not be chosen randomly. Linglong Immortal Venerable will not change people casually. Thinking of this, Fang Han walked towards the location where Linglong Shanzun was with excitement. However, when he saw the handsome figure sitting next to Linglong Immortal Venerable, he was stunned. It's you, Fang Han exclaimed, his eyes turned red instantly, and he gritted his teeth. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second, www.piaoocean5.com. Mobile version reading URL, piaoocean5.com. It's you. Fang Han's eyes were scarlet and he gritted his teeth. It never occurred to him that the man who cut off his love thread was actually beside Linglong Immortal Venerable. Are they already engaged? Think here. Fang Han had the urge to vomit blood. If it wasn't for Hong Meng's interference, he will get the love of Linglong Immortal Venerable, and then the man sitting next to Linglong Shanzun will be him. But now it's all gone. The cooked duck flew off. At this moment, the people around were also shocked. Unexpectedly, Fang Han knew the mysterious young man next to Linglong Immortal Venerable, and judging from their expressions, the two seemed to have some grudges. Immediately, many ancient giants and young talents in the secret realm of longevity came to their spirits. Eating melons is the essence of human beings. It's you. We met again, come to celebrate Linglong's birthday. Hong Meng's eyes fell on Fang Han, and he said calmly. Exquisite. Fang Han was taken aback, shouting so affectionately, they really got together. Blood dripped from Fang Han's heart, and his face was grim. You robber, you stole my chance, and you have the nerve to speak out. Oh, what chance did I steal from you? Hong Meng raised his hand, playing with a black thread on his fingertips, playing with taste. Could it be that you are talking about Linglong's myriad eternal love thread? That's right. Immortal Venerable Linglong gave it to me. Fang Han roared. For you, boy, can you hold it? Hong Meng smiled lightly. The people around seemed to understand a little bit. Looking at Fang Han was like looking at a clown. Isn't this kid dreaming? Because he also wants the love of Linglong Immortal Venerable. What a toad wants to eat swan meat. How could Immortal Master Linglong give him the love thread of myriad calamities to an ant with supernatural powers? I think he's lost his mind and went crazy. He still wants the love of Linglong Immortal Venerable. I'm afraid he's just thinking about farts. Fang Han clenched his fists tightly as he listened to the discussions around him, burning with anger. This is the second time Hua Tiandu has been humiliated. Fang Han, calm down. Calm down. You can't deal with that man, don't be impulsive. Huang Quantu Chi Lingen yelled. In Fang Han's body, he quickly persuaded him. Fang Han stared at Hong Meng as if he hadn't heard of it. In the end, he endured it, turned and left without talking nonsense. But I secretly swear in my heart, 30 years in Hedong, 30 in Hexi, and Huashendu, you just wait for me, and I will refine you all sooner or later. Fang Han laughed in shame and anger, but everyone didn't care. Although Fang Han is a bit talented, in the eyes of these ancient giants, that's all. They were more concerned about Hong Meng. Seeing that Hong Meng has the love of Linglong Immortal Venerable, their previous guess is indeed correct. Hong Meng and Linglong Immortal Venerable are indeed Taoist couples. God Lord, Fang Han must hold a grudge, and I'm afraid he will trouble you in the future. Linglong Shanzun looked at Hong Meng and reminded. Old Devil Fang will take revenge, and it is inevitable to find me for revenge, but it doesn't matter, I want to kill him, I can do it at any time, and I will talk about it when I have fattened up. Hong Meng said indifferently. Linglong Shanzun nodded slightly. She had no doubts about Hong Meng's strength, so she didn't say any more. The birthday banquet continued. Hong Meng ignored it and sank into the chat group. The chat group became lively because of the addition of 2 newcomers. Demon Empress. Welcome, welcome. Sprinkle flowers. Head of Washan. Welcome newcomers. God's dog. Oh, it turned out to be Xiao Li Fidao and the moon worshipper. Xiao Li Fidao. Where is this place? Are you immortals? The lord of worshipping the moon. To be able to quietly invade my primordial spirit, what a powerful method. Sect Master Yunlin. This is the chat group of the heavens. With your cultivation, you can call us immortals, but the first thing you need to know is the greatest and most supreme immortal god in the group, the great lord of primordial mist. Tu Shan's second head. You guys read the documents in the group, and you will understand everything. Xiao Li Fidao. Thank you, immortal, for your guidance. Tu Shan's second in command. At a CCA, Guzi, you know the news about the 2 newcomers, please release it for us to see. Hanging Silk Sleeping Little Dragon Girl. Looking forward. Ding. Shengshan Guzi uploaded a file. Little Li Fidao. Ding. Shengshan Guzi uploaded a file. Legend of Sword 1. Sect Master Yunlin. Hey, Immortal Sword 1, is it possible that the Lord of worshipping the moon and the Demon Lord are in the same world? Yi Tiandi. Even if they are not in the same world, they must be connected. Favorite drink of animal milk. Does the newcomer want to drink animal milk? Demon Queen. Little one, I want to drink animal milk. Devil Queen. Little one, bring some to the Queen. Queen, I will send you your favorite big fat man to warm your bed. Favorite drink of animal milk. Yeah, fat people are the most annoying, I don't want fat people. Demon Queen. Little one, when you grow up, you will know the beauty of fatty, it will make you sink into it, hard to extricate yourself. Yi Tiandi. Demon Queen, don't spoil the little one. The overlord of the world society. Queen of demons, you want to cheat the little animal milk again, she is still a child, Emperor Wangtian, give me some too. Head of Washan. Ding, I like to drink animal milk and sent a group of red envelopes. Ding, Tu Shan's second head grabbed a red envelope. Ding, a descendant of the Dian royal family has grabbed a red envelope. Ding, the Yin Empress of the Demon Gate. Tu Shan's second boss. Thank you, big brother. Descendant of the Dian royal family. Thank you, boss. Quote. Favorite drink of animal milk. Yeah, you're welcome. Hanging Silk Sleeping Little Dragon Girl. Scumbag. Favorite animal milk. Yi Tiandi. What's the situation? Curious. Demon Queen. Hee, the little one did it himself, and this queen even said to send you a fat man. The holy maiden of Wuhun Temple. Sister Long is not scolding the little one, but the rookie Li Fidao. Head of Washan. Shocked. What's so good about Xiao Li Fidao, that he would be a scumbag for Miss Long as soon as he joined the group? Yi Tiandi. Old you have turned bad. Demon Empress. The newcomer is indeed a scumbag. Saintess of Wuhun Temple. Scumbag. Sect Master Yunlin. Scumbag. Empress of Wanyanfeng. Scumbag. At this time, everyone watched the newcomer video posted by Guzi. The lustful immortal of Hama Mountain. Wow, Brother Li, you friend, I have made a deal with Immortal Toad. Yi Tiandi. Tai Dan Shenho. I just like brothers like you. Iron Egg God Hu. The Iron Egg God Hu Zhu, who was about to speak, ignored him and was shot while lying down. No way, whoever told him that he was the man who robbed his brother's fiancée? And Li Zunwan is the man who gave his fiancée copyright to his brother. For the rest of his life, he couldn't avoid the stigma of robbing brothers and women. Xiao Li Flying Knife World. On a wide road, the cold wind is like a knife, the earth is used as a chopping board, and all living beings are regarded as fish and meat. Thousands of miles of flying snow, using the sky as a furnace, melting everything into silver. The snow is coming, and the wind is still uncertain. A carriage comes from the north. The rolling wheels crush the ice and snow on the ground, but they cannot crush the loneliness between heaven and earth. Li Xuan Huan yawned and stretched his long legs as far as possible on the soft mink fur. Although the carriage was very warm and comfortable, the journey was too long and lonely. Not only did he feel tired, but he also felt disgusted. What he hated in his life was loneliness, but he often associated with loneliness. Life is full of contradictions, and no one can do anything about it. Li Zunwan sighed, and took out a wine bottle from a corner. While he was gulping down the wine, he also coughed loudly. The incessant coughing made his pale face glow with a sickly blush, as if the flames in hell are burning his body and soul. When the wine bottle was empty, he picked up a small knife and began to carve a figure. The blade was thin and sharp, and his fingers were long and powerful. It was a portrait of a woman whose contours and lines seemed so soft and graceful under his skillful hand that it seemed alive. He not only gave her moving lines, but also gave her life and soul, because his life and soul have slipped away from the blade. He is no longer young. The corners of his eyes are full of wrinkles, each wrinkle is full of worries and misfortunes in his life, only his eyes are young. These are a pair of strange eyes, which seem to be emerald green, like willow branches blown by the spring breeze, gentle and flexible, and like seawater under the summer sun, full of pleasant vitality. Perhaps it is because of these eyes that he can live to this day. Suddenly, the knife in his hand stopped, and he was startled. Consciousness has come to a place called chat group. Through the files in the chat group, he knew that he had met Shanyuan. But when he saw the document sent by Guzi, he couldn't help but tremble. Cough cough. His heart was ups and downs, and he suddenly coughed and vomited blood. Xian, Li Zunwan whispered. Through Guzi's documents, he knew that his sworn brother Long Xiaoyun was actually a despicable villain. He got acquainted with Long Xiaoyun because Long Xiaoyun saved his life. So they became friends of 8 worshippers. However, the crisis at the beginning was directed and acted by Long Xiaoyun himself. In order to possess Li Zunwan's fiancé copyrightee Lin Xian and his family property, Long Xiaoyun deliberately took advantage of Li Zunwan's affectionate and righteous character. Long Xiaoyun pretended not to know that Lin Xian was Li Zunwan's fiancé copyrightee, and took a chance to tell Li Zunwan about his love for Lin Xian. Li Xuanhuan valued love and righteousness, seeing how he was betrothed to his elder brother, how could he refuse to save him? So he gave up his beloved woman, Lin Xian, to Long Xiaoyun, and also gave Long Xiaoyun his ancestral home, Li Garden, and all his property as a dowry. This moment, Li Zunwan felt that he was an idiot. Xiao Li's flying knife never fails. But he couldn't even keep his own woman, and was plotted against and sent out by himself. What a bastard I am. Scumbag. Li Zunwan looked at the people who scolded him in the chat group. He wasn't angry at all, he just felt that they scolded him too lightly. Long Xiaoyun. Li Zunwan clenched his palms tightly, but before doing so, he still needs to confirm whether the chat group is real or not. Think here. Li Zunwan recited according to the chat group's thoughts. What's wrong, master? Tai Xuanjia, the servant who was driving the carriage, noticed Li Zunwan's abnormality and was puzzled. But seeing Li Xuanhuan praying devoutly, he didn't bother him. And as the prayer ended, Li Xuanhuan consciously saw an unimaginable, indescribable, and unspeakable great God. The Lord of Primordial Mists, the true God. Li Xuanhuan woke up startled, his eyes were full of emotion. Follow closely. He found that his illness was cured, and he would no longer cough up blood in the future, and his martial arts broke through to an unprecedented level. The Lord of Primordial Mist is indeed generous and benevolent. Li Zunwan was amazed. Although he had already heard about the generosity of the Primordial Lord in the group, but personally experienced it, the feeling was completely different. Li Zunwan consciously entered the chat group. Xiao Li Fidao. Thank you seniors for pointing out the maze. I have made a big mistake, and this junior can only try to make up for it. The overlord of the Tianxiahui. This leader supports you. Kill Long Xiaoyun, and take Lin Xian back. Head of Washan. Then what about Long Xiaoyun? The overlord of the world society. That's not easy, just kill him and be reborn with Lin Xian. Head of Washan. Hamo Mountain's lecherous fairy. Actually, this is the best way. Long Xiaoyun is not a good person in the first place, and he has been spoiled. The Lord of Worshipping the Moon. At AE degree a quarter Lu, are you really the most respected building in the devil world in our world? Yi Tiandi. Worshipping the Moon sect lord's team got in, and they got in right away. Demon Zunlu. I don't change my name when I'm sitting here, and I don't change my surname when I sit. It's true for the Zunjulo, but now I'm not the supreme of the demon realm, but the supreme of the 6 realms. Moon worship leader. It seems that we are not in the same world. After reading the files of the chat group, the Lord worshipping the moon also believed in the great Lord of Primordial Mist, and knew everything about the parallel world. The first world of Shanjian where he lives and the third world of Shanjian where Chonglo is located should be parallel worlds, and the time he is in is later. In fact, Qinger knew that he and Chonglo were not in the same world. Because Qinger is the daughter of Zixuan and Xu Chengqing's previous life. But in the world where Chonglo is located, Zixuan was directly sacrificed to the Lord of Primordial Mist, and there was no such thing as Xu Chengqing. Qinger was impossible. But there is one in the world where the moon worshipper is, and it has already explained everything. Descendant of the Dian royal family. Master Baiyu, do you want to sacrifice Zhao Linger, the descendant of Nuwa in your world, as well, just to gather a pair of descendants of Nuwa for my lord? Guzi of Shangshan, I can make a pair with fairy sisters. Tu Shan second in command. This should be at Erlangshan, this one has already sacrificed to Nuwa directly. Good guy, it's interesting to sacrifice Nuwa. In the world of conferred gods, in the Bio Palace on Jinao Island, the leader of Tongtian took a dive to peek at the screen, watching everyone chatting, and the corners of his mouth were playful. Master Tongtian is also very interested in Erlang god Yang Jian offering sacrifices to Nuwa. Although the Nuwa in the prequel world of the Lotus Lantern where Yang Jian is located is not as good as the Nuwa in his world, it seems that he also has quasi-sage cultivation. The quasi-sage's cultivation base is also a big boss in the prehistoric world. In the chat group, Erlang God. Everyone, I'm preparing to sacrifice, and now I happen to broadcast it live for everyone. Moon Worship Leader. I haven't watched the live broadcast yet, but this time I can experience it. Shaoli Fidao. Looking forward. Master Tongtian. Look forward. Shangshan Guzi. Wow, the boss is bubbling. Head of Washan. It turned out to be the boss of Tongtian. Descendant of the Dian royal family. Meet the boss. Demon Queen. Isn't there a Saint NVWA in the world where the Lord Tongtian lives? It's just a sacrifice, let's make a pair for my lord. The leader of Tongtian didn't speak. Through these days of observation, he basically confirmed that the chat group should be real. He now wants to see what will happen to Nuwa in the prequel world of Baolian Lantern after being sacrificed. After reading it, he decides, the Lotus Lantern was passed on to the world. Erlang god Yang Jian stood in front of the majestic and vast altar of the starry sky, next to the envoy Qian Runshui, and behind him were Yao Ji, Jade Emperor and other immortal gods. Yang Jian presided over the sacrifice, and the sacrifices were put on the altar one by one. There are all kinds of supernatural powers, magic treasures and spiritual treasures. There are also the corpses of the Buddhas in the western Lingshan Mountains. There's even Monkey King. But at this moment, Monkey King has not yet been born, and it is still a sacred stone, which was directly moved by Yang Jian from Wagwo Mountain. Then Yang Chan, Hu Mei, 7 fairies and Nu Wa stepped onto the altar. The sacrifice begins. Yang Jian led the crowd to pray world of conferred gods. In Bio Palace, Master Tongtian stared at the live broadcast of the chat group with scorching eyes. It's finally started. Quote. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second. www.piaocean5.com. Mobile version reading URL, piaocean5.com. Ding, a ray of power of faith has been detected, this time it has been multiplied by 1,000,000 times, and you have obtained 1,000,000 strands of power of faith. Ding, your believers sacrificed a large number of immortal secrets to you, and the overall increase was 500 billion times, and you gained the aura of immortal civilization. Ding, your believers sacrifice 5 color stones to you. This time, we have achieved a 10 trillion-fold increase. You have obtained the honorable God Beast Fighting War God Ape. Xuanwang Great World, Linglong Paradise. Hongmeng twitched his mouth slightly when he heard the hint in his mind, interesting. Monkey King was sacrificed before he was born. However, it is good luck to become a respectable beast all at once. Hongmeng couldn't help but think that Sun Wukong had great potential in his heels, but because he was calculated by Buddhism to absorb the acquired energy after birth, polluting the innate body, he was directly crippled. Otherwise, Monkey King is more than just the latter achievement. Ding, your believers sacrificed 3,600 flat peach trees to you. This time, you have gained 10 trillion times the increase, and you have obtained the ultimate innate spiritual root flat peach fruit tree. Ding, I found the best innate spiritual roots of the same kind, which can be integrated and promoted to the top chaotic spiritual roots, Hunyuan Flat Peach Tree. A Hunyuan Flat Peach Tree. There are a total of 3,600 top chaotic spiritual roots. There are 1,200 plants in the front, with small flowers and small fruits, which ripen once in 1,000 years. People who eat them live as long as the sky and the earth, and the sun and the moon live together. There are 1,200 plants in the middle, layered with flowers and sweet fruits, which can be ripened once every 10,000 years. People who eat them transcend the long river of time and are immortal. There are 1,200 plants in the back, purple patterned symbols, ripe once in 100,000 years. People eat it and promote Hunyuan, the emperor of gods. The effect of the top chaos spiritual root has not increased compared to before, but the time to mature has been shortened by 10 times. Hongmeng is not happy or sad. When Monkey King, sacrificed before, the flat peach tree had already been promoted to the root of chaos. There was no qualitative change in this fusion, it was just promoted from ordinary chaotic spiritual root to top chaotic spiritual root, and the effect remained the same, it just shortened the maturity cycle. Not bad though. The maturation cycle is shortened tenfold. In the same period of time, the harvest will be tenfold. Ding, your believers sacrificed ginseng fruit to you. This time, you will get a 10 trillion fold increase. You will get the best innate spiritual root ginseng fruit tree. Ding, I found the best innate spiritual root of the same kind, which can be integrated and promoted to the top chaotic spiritual root Hunyuan ginseng fruit tree. A Hunyuan ginseng fruit tree of the chaotic spiritual root blooms once in 30,000 years, bears fruit once in 30,000 years, and it takes another 300,000 years to ripen, and it takes only 100,000 years to eat. In these 100,000 years, only 30 fruits have been produced, and the appearance of the fruits is similar to that of a child under 3 dynasties, with complete limbs and 5 sense organs. If a person is lucky enough to get the fruit and smell it, he will become an immortal, and if he eats one, he will be able to transcend the long river of time, control the great way, break through the chaos, and become the emperor among gods. Just like flat peach trees, the time to ripen is shortened by 10 times. Hong Meng knew it in his heart. Ding, your believers sacrifice blood to you for the Tathagata and the 3,000 Buddhas, and the overall increase will be 10 trillion times, and you will get 3,000 God-level Buddhas. Ding, your believers offer you blood sacrifices to Zhengti, Jian, Yuanxi, Taishang, and Tongtian, and the overall increase will be 10 trillion times. You will get the ancestor god level Zhengti Avenue, Jian Avenue, Yuanxi Avenue, Taiji Dao, Zushan Sword Dao. 3,000 god level Buddhist ways. 5 ancestral god level avenues. As long as I integrate them and absorb their essence, it will not be a problem to comprehend the god level Hongmeng Avenue. Hong Meng's current real cultivation is only at the God Emperor level, but with the various ancestral God level avenues he controls, he is comparable to the ancestor gods, even powerful ancestor gods. But other people's way is someone else's way after all. If he integrates those ancestor God level avenues, he can become an ancestor god in an instant, but the upper limit is limited there, and his potential is lost. This is also the reason why Hong Meng obviously has several ancestral god-level Dao, but they are only used and comprehended, and have not been integrated to improve their cultivation. Anyway, he doesn't lack strength now. There is no rush at all. Ding, your believers sacrifice to you the Zushan Sword Array, Pengu Banner, Taiji Diagram, and Tiandi Linglong Xuanwang Pagoda. This time, they have gained 10 trillion times the increase. You have obtained the Chaos Supreme Treasure Zushan Sword Formation. You have obtained the Primal Chaos Pengu Banner. You have obtained the Chaos Supreme Treasure Tai Chi Diagram. You have obtained the Chaos Supreme Treasure Heaven and Earth Exquisite Xuanwang Map. It's amazing, my brother, I can even do Chaos Supreme Treasure wholesale now. The joy in Hong Meng's eyes was beyond words. In a high-level world, the harvest is great. It would be really cool if there was a wave of sacrifices in the conferred God world. Ding, your believers offer sacrifices to you, the daughter of great luck, Chang'e, the 7 fairies, Fox Girl, the 3rd princess of the West Sea, Ao Kunxin, and the 4th princess of the East China Sea, Ao Tingxin. Each with 200 powers of luck. This time, we have achieved a 10 trillion fold increase. You got the legendary hero Moon Palace Fairy Chang'e. You get the legendary hero 7 Emotion Fairy Fairy 7 Fairy. You got the legendary hero 9-tailed Sky Fox. Fox Girl. You have obtained the combination of legendary heroes True Dragon Immortal Fairy Ao Kunxin and Ao Tingxin. Yang Jian really sacrificed his future wife, the 3rd princess Shihai. Hong Meng felt emotional in his heart, but he was not surprised. In the original plot, Yang Jian and Ao Kunxin's life after marriage can be described as suffering. Yang Jian, who has seen the future, must not dare to ask for it. The 3 princesses of the West Sea are dragons, the water was too deep for him to grasp. Ding, your believers offer sacrifices to Yang Chan, the daughter of destiny, with 400 powers of luck and lotus lamps, and this time they will gain a multiplier of 1 billion times. You have obtained 40 billion trillion sources of power. You have obtained the treasure of chaos, the lotus lamp. You have obtained the legendary hero San Shengmao Yang Chan. Ding, your believers offer sacrifices to you, Nuwa, the daughter of destiny, with the power of 10,000 luck, red hydrangea, mountain and river map, demon banner, and golden gourd. You get the most precious red hydrangea of chaos, the map of mountains and rivers, the banner of summoning demons, and the golden gourd. You have obtained the legendary hero Wawang Nuwa. A Emperor Wa. Nuwa, the ancestral gods are cultivated, and they are in charge of the ancestral god level avenue of good fortune, with boundless mana and immeasurable supernatural powers. Fuck, sure enough, this is the rich woman. Although Hong Meng had some guesses, when he saw that Nuwa had really become an ancestor god-level hero, his heart couldn't be more excited. Although he has the combat power of an ancestor god and a puppet at the level of an ancestor god, he does not have a real hero at the level of an ancestor god. The strongest ones are Lu Shen and Feng Shi, but they are only gods respecting the 9 heavens, and they are still some distance away from the ancestor gods. Now there is really an ancestor god-level hero. Ding, your believers held a world sacrifice. You have gained a world of luck. This time, we have achieved a 1,000,000,000-fold increase. You have obtained a Zijin luck golden dragon. In the kingdom of God, a purple gold luck dragon flew over and merged with the 9 purple gold luck dragons on Hong Meng's avatar. Boom. As the Zijin luck golden dragon merged, there seemed to be a sound of a bottleneck being broken, and the Zijin luck golden dragon instantly soared, and the vast imperial prestige swept across the kingdom of God. It's my lord. My lord has broken through again. The great lord of primordial. Countless beings in the kingdom of God and the heroes of the Holy Spirit were overjoyed. They kowtowed and kowtowed one after another, praying devoutly with excitement and joy. This moment, Hong Meng's Zijin luck golden dragon broke through again. And it's a huge breakthrough. Breakthrough from God Emperor to God Venerable. This moment, Hong Meng's luck was so majestic and vast that it was hard to imagine. With such a majestic luck, no matter what he does, his wishes will come true, and breakthroughs in cultivation are like eating and drinking. This is the benefit of luck. Instantly, countless inspirations came to my mind, as if I had an epiphany. The current avatar of Hong Meng, who sits in the Tiandao shrine, called Feng Shi, who came up from the perfect world to offer sacrifices and raised chickens, to come with him to the prequel world of the Lotus Lantern. The Lotus Lantern was passed on to the world. The starry sky altar blooms with endless divine light, the holy light shines on the 3 realms and 6 realms, countless creatures bathe in the holy light, and immediately become healthy and all diseases disappear. On the altar, each piece of treasure bloomed with endless light, and the laws of the avenues were intertwined and constantly changing. The acquired magic weapon becomes the innate spirit treasure. The innate spiritual treasure becomes the innate treasure, even the chaotic treasure. Boom. Suddenly, there was a roar from the altar, and the 5-color stone left by Nuwa to mend the sky exploded, and a golden ape jumped out of it. The ape's eyes were full of divine light, and he charged straight at the bullfighting bull. The aura on his body soared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and at the same time, his size continued to grow. In the chat group, Yongjian's live broadcast room suddenly became lively. God's son. Fuck. Brother Monkey is born. Tu Shan's second master. This should be at a diaresis unknown currency copyright a section a pound at ACAC. Is this how you jumped out of the rock? Monkey King. Nonsense. Monkey King and Monkey King looked at the golden monkey with envy in their eyes. He was countless times stronger than them at birth. Even Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven today, is still an ant in front of him. How can this be? In the world of conferred gods, in the Bio Palace on Jinao Island, the leader of Tongtian was staring at the live broadcast room of the chat group. Because of the special function of the live broadcast room, the viewers felt as if they were there, and the leader of Tongtian could feel the horror of the newly born fighting god ape, which far surpassed him. You know he is a saint. In the whole prehistoric world, the only one who can win him steadily is Daozu Hongjun. This moment, the master of Tongtian was envious and jealous. He was transformed by Pangu primordial god, he was at the top of his heels, he had cultivated for countless years, and he was only a great Luo Jingxian when he took shape. And what about the monkey? He stood directly at the end point that he might not be able to reach in his whole life. Not only monkeys, Chang'e, 7 fairies and others also reached his realm at once, and they were saints in the prehistoric world. If it weren't for his determination, he might collapse at this moment. Are saints worthless? Mass production. These people have become so terrifying, so what about Nuwa who is a quasi-sage? Master Tongtian looked at Nuwa, only to see that Nuwa was full of the light of good fortune, like a peerless goddess, and the surrounding Taoism naturally evolved into a big world. Seeing the other party, Master Tongtian seemed to see the Tao, and a feeling of ecstasy rose in his heart. Worship, the urge to get closer. My God, this Nuwa has definitely surpassed Hongjun, the Taoist ancestor, and has reached an unattainable state. It actually makes me feel like seeing her like seeing the Tao. The leader of Tongtian was inexplicably shocked and trembled all over. He is a saint, the existence standing on the ceiling of the prehistoric world. However, this feeling is felt in the face of Nuwa, and the terror of the other party can be imagined. To kill him, I'm afraid one move is enough. Even Hongjun didn't give him this feeling. Terrible. What kind of existence is the primordial lord, so terrifying? This moment, Master Tongtian was completely convinced. Convinced. I used to sit and watch the sky. I didn't know how big the world is. Master Tongtian sighed. Now that it has come to the period of conferring gods, many of his disciples have been promoted to the quasi-sage realm, such as the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Wudang, and the Holy Mother of the Turtle Spirit. Even Yun Xiao is about to be promoted to quasi-sage. If they sacrificed up, wouldn't they also be able to reach the level of Nuwa in the world of Baolian Lantern? If junior sister Nuwa sacrificed herself as a saint, what kind of existence would she become? Suddenly, Master Tongtian thought of Nuwa in his world. Function Nuwa is a big realm stronger than Baolianding Nuwa. If you sacrifice, you might be able to surpass the state of Baolianding Nuwa, right? That kind of realm is beyond his imagination. Give junior sister Nuwa a chance then. Master Tongtian made a decision in his heart. After all, it is a matter of mutual benefit. As the saying goes, you can know a leopard by looking at it. Through the world of Baolian Lantern, one can know that there must be strong people like clouds in the divine kingdom of the Lord of Primordial Mist. Even if the Holy Mother of Jinling, the Holy Mother of Wudang, the Holy Mother of Giling, Sanshao and others sacrifice together, they probably won't have any advantage. And if there are Nuwa offering sacrifices, they can also take care of each other. Even though the Lord of Primordial Mist is unimaginably powerful, he believes that Nuwa, who is in the Saint Realm, can be sacrificed to go up. Even if he cannot become the top powerhouse in the Kingdom of God, he can at least enter the upper middle level after passing through the Lord of Primordial Mist. However, it was not only Tongtian Hierarch who was shocked at this moment, but the moon-worshipping Hierarch who had just entered the chat group was even more excited, his eyes full of fanaticism. Incredible. It's incredible. The Lord of Primordial Mist, that's really great. I must spread the glory of my Lord to the whole world, so that everyone in the world can feel the love of my Lord, and the world will be truly harmonious and friendly. The Lord of worshipping the moon feels that he has faith, has a goal, is full of energy, and has inexhaustible strength all over his body. When he saw the projection of the Lord of Primordial Origin descending on the world of Lotus Lantern, the Lord of worshipping the moon fell to his knees directly, pious and fanatical. Soon, Yang Jian and others received Hong Meng's reward, and the sacrifice ended. This is the end of today's live broadcast. Thank you for watching. Yang Jian directly closed the live broadcast room. Seeing this, the Lord of the Moon worship did not delay, and rushed directly to the island where Zhao Linger was, to get the sacrifice back first. At the same time, World of Conferred Gods, Jinao Island. Bo Palace. Seeing the end of the live broadcast, the Master Tongtian immediately summoned all his disciples. Because of the God-conferred tribulation, almost all the disciples of Zhejiao were on Jinao Island. The disciples soon came to the head of the Tongtian sect, headed by the 4 chief disciples of the inner sect. Taoist Duobao, Our Lady of Golden Spirit, Our Lady of Wudang and Our Lady of Turtle Spirit. Then there are the Wuyun Immortal, the Golden Hoop Immortal and the other 7 immortals who attend to them. Finally, there are the elites among the disciples of the outer sect, such as Zhao Gongming, Yun Xiao, Chongxiao, Bishao, Empress Shiji, the 4 sages of Julong Island, 10 heavenly lords of Jinao Island, Luo Zan, the Lord of Huode, and Lu Yu, the God of Plague. Wait for the strong. Meet the teacher. All the disciples bowed in unison. I called you here today because I have an important announcement. Master Tongtian's deep and majestic eyes swept across, and the disciples of Duobao, Jinling, Wudang and others were curious, not knowing what was going on. Could it be about the conferred God tribulation? This seat has been fortunate to meet a supreme and great powerhouse recently. Wow! The voice of Master Tongtian fell, and all the disciples present widened their eyes in disbelief. Even Daozu Hongjun couldn't be called that by Master Tongtian, right? Fortunate to meet a supreme and great powerhouse. Is it beyond the existence of Taoist ancestors? Does the world still need such a strong man? Even if Pan Ji was resurrected, it would be impossible. This great existence is called the Lord of Primordial Mist. Master Tongtian ignored the astonishment of the disciples, and a golden scripture manifested as soon as he thought about it. It is visual thought. This is the scripture given by the Lord of Primordial Conception. If you pray sincerely, you will be able to understand the great immortal body of the Lord of Primordial Conception, and you will also be able to obtain the divine grace of the Lord of Primordial Conception to improve your cultivation. Master Tongtian said, "Thank you, teacher." Although Duobao and other disciples were puzzled, they did not dare to doubt or refute the words of Master Tongtian. What's more, it is impossible for Master Tongtian to deceive them with such a thing. After you pray, follow this request and build an altar on Jinao Island. Duobao is in charge of this matter, and there must be no mistakes. Master Tongtian passed on the requirements for casting the altar to Taoist Duobao, and ordered, "Teacher, don't worry, the disciple promises to complete the task." Duo Bao promised. It is not difficult for them to build an altar. You pass on this. Thoughts of observation, and all living beings on Janao Island need to recite it. Is teacher. After the confession, Master Tongtian disappeared directly. After he left Janao Island, he went directly to the Wo Palace. And as the leader of Tongtian left Janao Island, Yuan Shi Tianzun, the second sage of the West, Zhenti, who had been paying attention to him, discovered it immediately. The West. Elysium. The red gold light and the pure power of faith complement each other, reflecting the entire pure land of ultimate bliss and even the entire western land. There is a majestic sacred mountain in the center of paradise, on which hundreds of millions of creatures kneel down and kowtow, praying devoutly. On the top of the sacred mountain, there are continuous halls made of pure gold. In the hall, there are countless treasures that are solemn, sacred and inviolable. The most eye-catching thing is the two Taoists sitting in the center, supported by the lotus platform. One person has golden skin and holds a wonderful tree of 7 treasures. One person has a sad expression, as if he is sympathetic to the world and the people, suffering and hatred. They are the 2 saints of the West. Zhenti sages and guide sages. Tongtian left Jinao Island. Where does he want to go? Zhenti's gaze is long, as if penetrating infinite time and space, past, present, and future, everything is evolving in his eyes. It's the Snail Palace. Why did Tongtian go to the Wowang Palace? Do you want to join hands with Nua? At this time, Zhenti and Jayan saw the location where the leader of Tongtian was going, with doubts in their eyes. It stands to reason that Tongtian didn't want to enshrine the gods before and close Janao Island, so he should stay on Janao Island at this moment. Not only Zhenti and Jiang were puzzled, but Yuan Shi Tianzun and Taisheng Laozi, who had been paying attention to the leader of Tongtian, were also puzzled. They didn't understand why Tongtian was looking for Nua. Snail Palace. Located in Chaos Outer Heaven. It is the dojo opened by the sage Nua Empress, forming a world of its own. The mountains are majestic and full of spiritual energy. This is a magnificent blessed land, where auspicious animals appear, spiritual birds fly, clouds and mists are transpiring, and the brilliance is psychedelic. The majestic mountain towers high and exudes precious splendor. There are various elixir growing on it, and there is even a holy elixir that swallows the essence of the sun and the moon, looming in the haze. And in the center of this vast world, there is a huge and majestic palace. This palace is surrounded by auspicious clouds, with thousands of auspicious colors, exuding billions of auspicious lights, reflecting the sky, and it is extremely bright. On the plaque of the palace, there are 3 big characters flying like dragons and phoenixes, Wa Palace. One stroke at a time, Tao rhyme flows, laws are intertwined, and contains supreme mystery. Ordinary immortals will be addicted to it at a glance, and it is difficult to extricate themselves. And on the throne in the central hall of the Wowang Palace, a hazy figure sat on it. Even if it was just sitting there, it seemed like the only one in the world. Surrounded by divine light, she was so suffocatingly beautiful that it made people feel no blasphemy. Her beauty has surpassed people's imagination. She is the only female sage among the 6 sages of the prehistoric period NBWA Empress. Why did Brother Tongtian come to see me? Nua sensed the arrival of Tongtian, and doubts arose in her heart. But whoever comes as a guest. Nua opened the door and let Kaifeng welcome Tongtian in. Junior sister Nua. Senior brother Tongtian. I don't know what to do with a sudden visit. Nua looked at the leader of Tongtian, with fluttering clothes, flying blue hair, surrounded by the law of the Great Way, like the only one in the world from ancient times, holy and graceful, alluring and peerless. However, Master Tongtian doesn't like women, and has no feeling for beauty. A woman will only affect the speed at which he draws his sword. He looked at Nua, and said heartily, Junior sister Nua, it's very disturbing to visit here, but this time, I'm here to give you a chance. Opportunity. Nua was a little curious. I don't know what kind of opportunity the brother is talking about. She is already a sage of the heavens, immortal, untouched by cause and effect, and her combat power may be a little weaker than Tongtian, but what opportunity can Tongtian give her? If there is such a heaven-defying opportunity, can Tongtian use it well? Her relationship with Tongtian is not that good. Even if Tongtian really has a great opportunity that is not needed, he can give him a disciple, and it is absolutely impossible to come to her. Speaking of this opportunity, let me first introduce a supreme and great existence to my junior sister. Speaking of this, Tongtian had awe and yearning in his eyes. It was the first time Nua saw Tongtian showing such an expression. Even facing Dao Zhu Hongjun, it was impossible, immediately. The strong curiosity in her heart was aroused. There are still existences in the world that even the leader of the Tongtian sect is in awe of. This great existence is the Lord of Primordial Mist. The Lord of Primordial Mist is a supreme existence far surpassing the Tao ancestor. I can't describe how strong it is. Let's put it this way. The Lord of Primordial Mist can open up countless prehistoric worlds in just one breath. Master Tongtian thought of Pengu. Pengu tried everything to open up the Great Desolation. But these are nothing in the eyes of the Primordial Master. Senior brother Tongtian is joking with his junior sister. How could there be such an existence in the world? Nuwa wasn't shocked. She just thought that Tongtian lost his mind and went crazy. Even Daozu Hongjun couldn't open up a top-level world like Hongwang. And the Master of Primordial Mist opened up countless breaths. Is it possible? It seems that senior brother Tongtian has gone mad because of the great tribulation of conferring gods. Nuwa secretly guessed in her heart. I know it's hard for junior sister Nuwa to believe. Master Tongtian continued. When I learned of the existence of the Lord of Primordial Origin, I also didn't believe it, but what I said was true. I have some information about the Lord of Primordial Origin here. Junior sister Nuwa will take a look first. Master Tongtian stretched out his finger, and a ray of mysterious light flew out, shooting directly into the center of Nuwa's eyebrows. Nuwa didn't perceive any malice or threat, and let the mysterious light enter her body, and then her primordial spirit obtained countless and vast information. Among them is the viewing thoughts, given by the Lord of Primordial Conception. After reciting it, one can see the eternal and immortal divine body of the Lord of Primordial Conception and gain divine grace. Nuwa glanced at it, but didn't care. This means nothing. If someone reads her name, she will also feel it, and she can even project herself into reality for the other party to see. She continues to watch other messages. What kind of world is this? There is also a Nuwa. Nuwa frowned slightly when she saw the sacrificial scene in the prequel world of the Lotus Lantern. The picture is dominated by the perspective of the leader of Tongtian, and at the same time, she can also feel the aura of quasi-sage on Nuwa Baolianding. Although all saints are ants. But the strength of the quasi-sage is not low. He is also a big boss in the prehistoric world. It's a shame that the dignified quasi-sage was offered as a sacrifice. Nuwa snorted coldly in her heart, feeling ashamed of her. Although the other party is not her. However, to be able to make a quasi-sage a sacrifice, the primordial lord must be a saint-level existence. And it can make Tongtian show awe. It is likely to be comparable to Taoist ancestor Hongjun, or even stronger than Hongjun. Certainly, she didn't believe what Tongtian said before, that countless prehistoric worlds were opened up in the breath. Even if the opponent is stronger than Daozu Hongjun, it is absolutely impossible. Sacrificing so many women, this primordial master doesn't look like a good person at first glance. I'm afraid he is not a peerless monster. Nuwa thought inwardly. Could it be that senior brother Tongtian felt resentment in his heart because of the matter of conferring the gods, and colluded with the demons in the chaos? Back then when Pengu proved the Tao, there were 3,000 chaotic gods and demons blocking the way. There must be some extremely powerful beings in the chaos. Nuwa has no doubts about this. It's just why senior brother Tongtian is looking for me. At this moment, Nuwa thought of the scene of Nuwa offering sacrifices in the Lotus Lantern world just seen, and a ridiculous thought suddenly popped up in her mind. Could it be that brother Tongtian still wants me to sacrifice to the Lord of Primordial Mist like Nuwa in the world of Baolian Lantern? This is absolutely impossible. I am not comparable to the quasi-saint Nuwa in the world of Baolian Lantern. If senior brother Tongtian really wants to sacrifice me to please the Lord of Primordial Mist. Thinking of this, a coldness flashed in Nuwa's heart. Next moment, Nuwa's deep and beautiful eyes suddenly froze, her pupils shrank, her red lips parted slightly, and she exclaimed, "How can it be? How can it be?" Nu Weifeng's eyes widened, her eyes were full of shock, unbelievable. A ray of holy power involuntarily leaked out, the heaven and earth roared, and the terrifying breath swept across the sky and the earth, causing countless creatures in the Wowang Palace to crawl on the ground, panicking in their hearts. Even a powerful aura gushed out of the Snail Palace, causing the surrounding chaotic air to surge like a stormy sea. Kunlun Mountains, Yushu Palace. Yuanshi Tianzun sat on the throne, countless suns, moons and stars flashed in his eyes, and thousands of avenues emerged, muttering to himself, what did Tongtian do in the Snail Palace? To make Junior Nuwa lose her composure. Although he is a saint, he can't see through the scene inside the Snail Palace, he can only see the surroundings of the Snail Palace. Not only Yuanshi Tianzun was puzzled, but the second sage in the west, Zhunti Jian, was also curious and itchy, but Nuwa was also a saint. They also can't calculate, can't see through the Cochlear Palace. He could only watch helplessly. In the Wowang Palace, the reason why Nuwa was so shocked was also simple, because she saw the aura on Nuwa's body soared wildly after the sacrifice. In the blink of an eye, he reached the level of a saint. Certainly, although she was surprised that Nuwa Baolianding became a saint, she was only surprised. After all, Nuwa Baolianding was a quasi-sage. Although it is surprising to break through to become a saint, it is also reasonable. What really shocked her was that after Balyandanganua broke through the saint, her aura did not stop at all, and it still climbed crazily. With the continuous transformation of Balyan Lantern Nua, she sublimated to the extreme. Nua actually felt an extremely dangerous aura in the opponent, and even felt like facing Daozu Hongjun. How can this be? If it was just breaking through from a quasi-sage to a saint, Nua could still understand it, but she couldn't imagine directly soaring from a quasi-sage to the level of Daozu Hongjun. And she didn't see Balyan Lantern Nua using any heaven-defying treasures. Just after being sacrificed, she got a crazy promotion. Not only the Lotus Lantern Nua, but also Chang'e, the 7 fairies, and even the monkey that popped out of the 5-color stone are crazily transforming. Her calm heart has been turned upside down. She watched in shock and numbness. Seeing that the aura of Balyan Lantern Nua continued to soar, she surpassed Daozu Hongjun and reached a level she could not imagine. Seeing the Lotus Lantern Nua, she seemed to see the real avenue of good fortune. This moment, the avenue of creation is like a beautiful woman who has been stripped of her clothes, and it is so unreservedly displayed in front of Nua. Nua actually had a feeling of epiphany. You must know that this is not the first-person perspective of her, but it was passed on to her by the Master Tongtian. If she saw the other party with her own eyes, she would definitely have an epiphany and her cultivation would skyrocket. This is the mighty power of the Lord of Primordial Origin. At this moment, Nua was shocked beyond words. It doesn't seem so unbelievable what the Lord Tongtian said before, that the Lord of Primordial Origin opened up countless prehistoric worlds in his breath. The existence of a quasi-sacred realm suddenly became an existence that surpassed Daozu Hongjun. This method is definitely countless times more difficult than opening up a prehistoric world. You must know that the prehistoric world was only created by Pan Ji Yu. Pangu's strength is estimated to be similar to that of Hongjun now. Brother Tongtian, is this true? Nua still had shock in her eyes, and her majestic phoenix eyes stared at Master Tongtian. Junior sister Nua, do you think I have the ability to fabricate such a lie? Master Tongtian spread his hands, and then said, what's more, there is the viewing thoughts, given by the Lord of Primordial Conception. After you recite it, you will be able to see the immortal body of the Lord of Primordial Conception. It is clear at a glance whether it is true or not. Good. Nua nodded slightly. She didn't shy away from it, and then started to recite directly. As a saint, although Nua was shocked just now, she didn't fully believe it. After all, I didn't see it with my own eyes. Those things might just be illusions. She has to verify it herself. This is her dojo. That is her base camp. There are countless saint-level formations. She is not worried about Tongtian plotting against her with chanting. A strange feeling came to my heart. Can't tell. The way is unknown. Mysterious and mysterious. Nua was not afraid. If the Primordial Lord is really that great and terrifying, it's useless for her to be afraid. In front of the other party, she was as insignificant as an ant. If what Tongtian said was a lie, those just now were all lies. She is also not afraid. Because she has confidence in her own strength. What's more, the sage's primordial spirit entrusts the way of heaven. The flood is immortal. Saints don't die. The Lord of Primordial Origin. Nua felt a little tense in her heart, both looking forward to and apprehensive. Viewing thoughts has only 1,000 words, so I finished reading it quickly. Boom. Before Nua could think about it, it was as if a thunderbolt exploded in her mind, and her consciousness went blank. Follow closely. She found that her surroundings had changed. It was gray. There are no sun, moon and stars. There is no time-space. There are no creatures. There is just chaos. Some are just dead silent. But Nua didn't care about this, because she saw an extremely tall figure in front of her. He stood there quietly. The Taoist rhyme all over the body naturally evolved into an infinite ancient universe, and countless worlds were born, evolved, and destroyed accordingly. Those worlds are not weaker than the prehistoric world. Even stronger than the prehistoric world. G, the meaning of God, refers to the Lord of Primordial Origin, is like the center of the universe. It is like the origin of all creatures, old and great. Eternal and eternal, majestic and holy. It seems to rule everything. Nua looked at it in shock. Like an ant looking up at the sky, her heart was overwhelmed. That is a great existence that cannot be described in any language. Beyond the universe, beyond time and space, beyond the cycle of life and death. Beyond everything. Is this real or an illusion? Nua still had doubts in her heart. After all, as a saint, she was not so easy to fool. This moment, the great existence seemed to lower its eyes and look towards her. That gaze pierced time, as if from the past, present, and future. That gaze pierced the space. It seems to come from the sky, the ground, the front and back. The invisible pressure swept in like a landslide and tsunami, overwhelming and surging. Suddenly, manhwa seemed to carry the universe on her back. Even with her sage cultivation, the pressure is still great. She fell to her knees with a touch. There is a force in the dark that is whipping her soul, whipping her will, telling her to surrender and be in awe. Surrender is the only way to be liberated. Surrender is the only way to be free. Surrender is the only way to transcend. The Lord of Primordial Mist. I want to see if you are really that powerful. Manhwa's eyes narrowed. If the Lord of Primordial Mist is really that powerful, why not sacrifice herself? Immediately, manhwa used her strongest power, and the avenue of good fortune emerged, and the innate treasures such as the map of mountains and rivers, the red hydrangea, etc. emerged. However, boom. At this moment, the world seemed to come alive. manhwa found desperately that the oppression around her had not been weakened because of her resistance, but it had skyrocketed countless times. It was as if her actions offended the great God. This moment, the god seemed to have opened his eyes, the heavens and the earth opened up, the sun and the moon were shining together, dazzling, and the invisible force pressed. Manhwa's head went blank. She felt as if she was facing the entire universe, and the surging power swept like a galaxy, destroying everything. The innate spiritual treasures such as the map of mountains and rivers, red hydrangea, etc. collapsed instantly and turned into powder. And she is just a tiny speck of dust in the universe. Incomparably small. Incomparably fragile. Am I going to die like this? manhwa felt desperate. The invisible force is crushed like a galaxy. Her body seemed to be torn apart. Her soul seemed to be torn apart. Her will seemed to be torn apart. Endless pain swept through every cell and every inch of my soul like a tide. This is a powerful force that she has never felt before. Fear. Destroy. Under this force, she felt that she was going to perish completely, disappear forever, and never have a chance to be reborn. Is this the supreme power far surpassing Dao Zhu Hongjun? Powerful and terrifying. Desperate. It was extremely painful. However, after the destruction, manhwa found that she was not injured. The body has not been torn apart, and the soul is intact. Could it be that everything just now was fake? Is it an illusion? The idea just came up. manhwa once again felt that terror. Feel that pain. Feel the despair. Back and forth thousands of times. manhwa finally couldn't help but collapsed. This moment. She didn't even have the strength to kneel on the ground, her whole body was limp, and she was drenched as if she had been picked up from the water. manhwa pays homage to the great Lord of Primordial Mist. With tears in the corners of her eyes, she said weakly, in awe and respect. She swore that she never wanted to feel that pain and despair again. She gave up all resistance, and accepted the primordial master. In an instant, the pressure around her receded like a tide. Life is like that. Since you can't resist, just lie down and enjoy it. manhwa prayed again. This time, she didn't resist. This time, she was not hostile. A feeling that I have never had before came to my heart, as if returning to the arms of the mother. Warmth. Comfortable. It seems to feel the mystery of the avenue for the first time. Happy, excited. It seems to have regained the original happiness. Empty hearts are filled. Soothes the lonely soul. Happiness. Satisfy. She shed tears again. But this time was different. This time it was tears of happiness and joy, rather than the previous pain and despair. God's power is like a prison. Divine grace is like the sea. Immortal world. Linglong blessed land. manhwa also believes in me. Following manhwa's prayer, Hongmeng felt it immediately. Follow closely. The corner of Hongmeng's mouth reveals a hint of playfulness and joking. This should be the second strong woman who wants to challenge me, right? The last one who did this has already made me cry. Hongmeng thought of Liang Bing. When Liang Bing first entered the group, he didn't believe him, thinking that he was a little hairy god pretending to be a ghost. Result, it goes without saying. Demon Queen. Cried. 3,650 times, worthy of being a saint, that is, full of resilience, only a little less than Tongtian, but far better than Liangbing, Chonglo, Carl and others. Hongmeng thought to himself. Although it is just a confrontation of consciousness, even being brutally killed once does not cause any real harm, but one has to bear the boundless pain of death. Ordinary people can't hold on for 2 times at all, and they just wither. manhwa is very durable at the same time. World of conferred gods. manhwa opened her eyes. She was still on the throne of the snail palace. It's just that her back was already wet with cold sweat, and she was limp on the throne. The gorgeous brilliance flashed across her body, and manhwa instantly restored her previous magnificent, noble and holy appearance, but she said in embarrassment, I made Brother Tongtian laugh. At this moment, Nuwa felt extremely regretful. I knew this was the result. She recites alone so that no one will see her embarrassment. Junior sister Nuwa doesn't need to worry about it. I was not much better than junior sister before, Master Tongtian said with a smile. Naturally, he also recited the concept of meditation, and also challenged it. He was abused tens of thousands of times, and he was tortured to the point of death, and finally he was convinced. When Nuwa heard this, she immediately felt better. She did not doubt the words of Master Tongtian. She knew that with the character of the leader of Tongtian, she would definitely challenge the other party, and it was normal to be abused. Nuwa stopped talking about this embarrassing thing, and asked instead, Senior brother Tongtian, do you want to sacrifice me to the Lord of Primordial Mist today? Nuwa junior sister Mingjian. Tongtian smiled and said, although we, the sages of the Tao of Heaven, seem to be high and high, we are actually subject to the Tao of Heaven. When Nuwa's sister sacrifices to go up, not only can she get rid of the shortcomings of the sages of the Tao of Heaven, but also her cultivation base will skyrocket, but what she has to pay is nothing more. It is nothing more than loyalty to the Lord of Primordial Origin. And it is not shameful to be loyal to the Lord of Primordial Mist, and it is even a great opportunity that countless people can't get. Nuwa nodded slightly. Just like a mortal, if he is given a chance, as long as he is loyal to the immortal, he can immediately become an immortal. What mortal could refuse? But in front of the primordial master, they are actually no different from ordinary people. Brother Tongtian, can my cultivation level skyrocket like that of Nuwa in the world of Baolian Lantern after I sacrifice it? Nuwa asked. This question is the most important. It's what she cares about the most. Junior sister Nuwa, don't worry, the Lord of Primordial Mist is righteous and upright, and everyone who sacrifices to it will receive a gift. With the cultivation base of Nuwa's junior sister, after the sacrifice, she will definitely surpass Nuwa in the world of Baolian Lantern. I can guarantee this. The leader of Tongtian sect bowed. He has seen the sacrifices made by members of the Tiantian chat group. The higher the cultivation base, the higher the luck, and the greater the gift. As a prehistoric sage, Nuwa cultivated luck, needless to say. That's absolutely top-notch. Nuwa who is far beyond the world of Baolian Lantern. Good. Nuwa didn't say much, nodded slightly, and agreed. Such an opportunity. She has to hold on to it. Can only say it smells so good. Chapter 373 Hongmeng Lianbao 2-in-1 5,000 word chapter Jinao Island. Bo Palace. Taoist Duobao, the Holy Mother of Jinling and other disciples prayed according to the visual thoughts given by Master Tongtian, and they looked at each other, and they all saw the horror in each other's eyes. The Lord of Primordial Conception is so great, unimaginable, inconceivable, no wonder the teacher made us believe in the Lord of Primordial Conception. Taoist Duobao sighed with emotion. The power of the Primordial Lord is due to one aspect, and the other is that he really felt the benefits. His cultivation has really improved. You must know that at their level, it will be very difficult to improve their cultivation base by a little bit, even for tens of thousands of years, it will be difficult to improve a little bit. But they just prayed once, and they ascended. This is simply against the sky. The teacher asked us to build an altar, presumably it is to sacrifice to the great Lord of Primordial Origin, we must do it well. The Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit said in a deep voice. Good. We personally supervise. The Holy Mother of Giling, the Holy Mother of Wudang and others nodded one after another, with excitement in their eyes. It is definitely a great opportunity to meet such a great existence as the Lord of Primordial Origin. They absolutely cannot go wrong. They took action one after another. And when they acted, the world of eternal life, the world of Xuanwang. Linglong blessed land. The birthday gift continues, and the rest of you, present the birthday gift. Fang Han left in shame and indignation, and did not affect everyone. The elders of Linglong blessed land continued to speak in a drawn-out voice. It's as if what happened just now never happened. The Shantian demon sect, in accordance with the circumstances of heaven, presents a birthday gift. The elder of the Tai sect, Tang Jingshan has an arm. This is the Tai sect besieging my Shantian demon sect. This elder was beheaded by my sect's demon emperor, the Shantian great emperor. Now dedicated to Linglong Immortal Venerable, I hope Linglong Immortal Venerable will accept it with a smile. Suddenly, a long voice sounded, and Mo Shuai took a crystal coffin in response to Tianqing and stepped forward boldly. In this crystal coffin, there is an arm sealed, which is constantly wriggling and changing. It seems that this arm is still alive, and it will fly out and break through the air at any time, or it seems to be a demon arm, which can transform into a human being. This is an arm that has been cultivated into a master of immortality. If the arm of the elder of the Tai sect is before the Tai sect is destroyed, it will definitely cause a sensation. Because the strength of the Tai sect is terrifying, ordinary people dare not offend the Tai sect at all. To offer an arm means to completely offend the Tai sect, and to show the determination to stand with Linglong Futi. Because Linglong Immortal Venerable has a big enmity with Tai sect. But now, the Tai sect has been destroyed by the Hongmeng sect. Even if there are still some fish that slip through the net, they are just lost dogs, and everyone shouts and beats them. At this moment, offering an arm of an elder of the Supreme Unity sect is nothing. After responding to the situation, young talents such as Xiao Manjin, Red Witch, Wang Lianshan, Xingmi Xi, Zhao Fei, etc. presented their birthday gifts one after another. After everyone finished presenting their gifts, they couldn't help looking at Hong Meng, who was next to Linglong Immortal Venerable. After Fang Han's incident, everyone knew that Hong Meng and Linglong Shanzun were Taoist couples. They were looking forward to what gift Hong Meng would give. After all, it must not be easy for Hong Meng to make Linglong Shanzun fall in love with him. But how exactly, they don't know. Perhaps one can infer one or two from Hong Meng's birthday gift. After all, financial resources are also part of strength. Sensing everyone's gaze, Hong Meng smiled slightly at Linglong. Linglong, I'll give you a star feather coat. While speaking, Hong Meng stretched out his hand to the sky and grabbed it from the air. Rumble. The void trembled, the galaxy swayed, and the endless pulling power spread from Hong Meng's palm, and instantly spread to the endless starry sky outside the Xuanwang Great World. I saw a vast and majestic pulling force, sweeping across the uninhabited stars in an instant, and then these stars flew towards the direction of the Xuanwang Great World. Boom. The sky darkened in an instant, and tens of millions of stars passed through the atmosphere layer of the Xuanwang Great World, came to the sky above the sky, rubbed violently with the atmosphere, and turned into flaming meteors with billowing smoke. Terrifying and destructive fluctuations spread throughout the Xuanwang Great World. Before the tens of thousands of flaming meteors fell down, the terrifying energy storm caused endless huge waves to appear in the entire vast ocean. My God, what's going on? Is the world going to end? Woo, it's over. I'm dead. Mother, I don't want to die. I haven't experienced the smell of a woman yet, woohoo. In an instant, countless creatures in the Xuanwang Great World wailed in pain and fear. Endless brilliant light soared into the sky. Whether it is the 10 sects of the Immortal Way, or the 7 veins of the Demonic Way, or the 5 sects of the Demonic Way, or even other major forces, they have opened up the protective array one after another. One by one, the strong men came to the sky above the sect. Their mighty aura soared into the sky, ready to strike at any time to blow up the falling stars. In the face of these tens of millions of falling flaming stars, even the ancient giants in the secret realm of longevity did not dare to stand up to them. When the flames and stars of this scale fall, the place where they fall will definitely become a dead place, and countless creatures will be extinct. Countless creatures showed fear and despair on their faces. In Linglong Paradise, all the strong men saw Hong Meng grabbing the stars all over the sky as soon as he stretched out his hand. Their eyes widened and their mouths opened wide, almost petrified. Hiss. What a terrifying supernatural power this is. With a single grasp, so many stars can be summoned from the sky. Who can resist this? What realm is he? Has he become a celestial being? No wonder immortal Linglong is willing to be his Taoist partner. It's really amazing. It's just that he said to give Linglong a star feather coat. What is he trying to do? Does he want to destroy Linglong's blessed land? The eyes of countless powerhouses are full of doubts. Could it be that Linglong Immortal Venerable and Hong Meng have fallen out? Or did immortal Linglong not satisfy Hong Meng, causing him to make trouble at her birthday banquet? Now, the entire Linglong blessed land is already in chaos. After all, when the tens of millions of stars fell, the Linglongfu Metro would be wiped out. They will also be buried with them. There is no place to die. The only ones on the scene who could keep calm were Linglong Shanzun, Bibi Dong, Yun Yun and others. Bibi Dong and the others watched Hong Meng make a birthday gift for Linglong Immortal Venerable with his own hands, and they were full of envy. While Hong Meng looked at the chaotic Linglong blessed land, he didn't care, smiled slightly, opened his mouth and vomited, and his breath turned into true fire of samadhi. The real fire of samadhi is like a fire dragon, sweeping up, rushing to the 9 heavens, and the time and space of the entire sky are distorted. The flaming stars that were billowing with thick smoke, when they encountered Hongmeng's special samadhi real fire, their falling tendency stopped suddenly, and then began to condense and become smaller. Under the burning of the samadhi fire, they all became the size of a fist, suspended above the sky, like countless blue orbs. Follow closely. Hong Meng stretched out his hand and pointed, and the runes flew out one by one, submerging into the blue star beads. Immediately, these star beads seemed to come alive, and began to rearrange and connect with each other, forming a star feather coat. This star feather coat is blue, with countless stars shining on it, like a sky full of stars, beautiful and beautiful. In the end, Hong Meng poured a piece of innate immortality into the star feather coat. Boom! Immediately, the stars and feathers bloomed with light that illuminated the heavens, and a terrifying coercion that oppressed the heavens and worlds and suppressed time and space spread, and the surrounding layers of time and space froze. At this moment, in Linglong Paradise, no matter whether it is the giants of the ages or the monks under the giants of the ages, they all feel as small as ants. They looked at the stars Yuya, as if they saw a vast expanse of stars. Countless stars rotated in an orderly manner, exuding a terrifying aura that suppressed the eternal time and space. You must know that with Hong Meng pouring in an indelible aura, this star feather coat has transformed from an acquired spirit treasure to an innate spirit treasure. The power of the innate spirit treasure is beyond their imagination. As the rays of light on the star's feather coats gradually receded, the suffocating fluctuations dissipated, and everyone woke up from the oppressive state covered in cold sweat, as if they were picked up from the water. They looked at the star feather coat in shock, their hearts were overwhelmed. Could this be an immortal artifact? An immortal artifact that surpasses the Tao artifact? Mr. Shui Jing stared intently at the stars Yuya, and said in a trembling voice. I feel that this star feather coat is even more terrifying than the supreme treasure of the Supreme Unity sect, the Eternal Divine Furnace. The Sanrin of Six Paths trembled with disbelief. You must know that the reason why the Tai sect can become the first of the 10 sects of immortality is because of the immortal artifacts such as the Eternal Divine Stove. I also feel that it is more terrifying than the Eternal God Furnace of Tai Yi sect. Immortal Venerable 9 Tripods, Heavenly Tao Dharma King and other powerhouses who have seen the Eternal God Furnace of Tai Yi sect spoke one after another. Hiss. When everyone heard this, there was a roar in their heads, and their entire brains went completely blank. This turned out to be a fairy artifact. Or is it an immortal weapon more powerful than Tai Yi's Eternal God Furnace? How can this be? But Mr. Shujing, Lu Dao Sanren, Juding Immortal Venerable, and Heavenly Tao Dharma King all said this, so they can't be wrong. In front of them, Hong Meng really refined a fairy weapon that was more powerful than the Eternal Divine Furnace. At this moment, even Linglong Immortal Venerable, who had experienced the power of Hong Meng long ago, couldn't help showing a look of emotion on his face. She could feel the power and terror of Xingqian Yuya. Even with her strength, she would be easily crushed under this star feather robe. Hong Meng stretched out his hand, and the starry feather coat fell from the sky, shining with brilliance, and directly draped it on Linglong Immortal Venerable. Immediately, the white clothes surpassed the snow, and the blue hair was like a waterfall. The Linglong Immortal Venerable, who had mastered all the graces in the world, appeared even more holy and beautiful, peerless. This is an innate spiritual treasure, made of tens of millions of stars combined with a ray of indestructible aura. Do you like it or not? Hong Meng looked at Linglong's perfect face and said with a smile. As the saying goes, riches and honor do not return to their hometowns, like walking in brocade clothes at night. Now he has power. Naturally, it is necessary to pretend to be coercive. Pretentious like the wind, always with me. I like it very much, thank you. Although Linglong Shanzun didn't know the difference between Shanti and Lingbao and immortal artifacts, she knew that the star feather clothes was far stronger than ordinary immortal artifacts. Even the Eternal Divine Furnace of Tai sect can't believe compare. Xingqian Yuya is just one of them, and this flat peach. A tempting flat peach appeared in Hong Meng's palm, which was the fruit of the chaotic spiritual root flat peach fruit tree. If you eat it, you will be able to transcend the long river of time and be promoted to the realm of God Emperor, Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Therefore, with the appearance of flat peaches, wisps of fragrance permeated the air. No matter the ancient giants in the secret realm of longevity, or the strong people below the secret realm of longevity, the spirits of the presence were lifted. They stared at the flat peach with burning eyes. Every cell in my body seemed to be hungry and thirsty. They knew that this was definitely a treasure, and they might become immortals if they ate it. Thank you, Lord God. Immortal Linglong took the flat peach and swallowed it in front of Hong Meng. When the flat peach entered the belly, it immediately turned into an incomparably vast and majestic force and rushed towards Linglong Shanzun's internal organs, limbs and bones. At the same time, a mysterious atmosphere enveloped. Linglong Immortal Venerable fell into a sudden enlightenment, his cultivation base began to skyrocket, and a terrifying coercion swept out. All the disciples of Linglong Blessed Land and the strong men who celebrated their birthdays prostrated themselves on the ground, with fear and horror in their eyes. Hiss. Too horrible. What realm has Linglong Immortal Venerable reached? It's definitely not just as simple as a fairy. Mr. Shujing, Lu Dao Sanren, Juding Shanzun, Tiandao Dharma King and other ancient giants were horrified. At this moment, Linglong Shanzun is really too strong. They faced Linglong Immortal Venerable just like a mortal faced them. There was no thought of resistance at all. As the heavenly monarch, a catastrophe. Hong Meng sensed the aura between heaven and earth, no surprises, and watched with great interest. At the same time, he secretly radiated a ray of power to cover up the vision and aura of the catastrophe that Linglong Shanzun was promoted to Tianjin, so that others could not find it, and also prevented the Tianjin catastrophe from affecting and hurting others. In this world, the immortal secret realm is divided into Tianxian, immortal, Xuanxian, Deluojingxian, Zuxian, Yuanxian, Shengxian, Jixian, Tianjin and Shanwang. Tianjin is probably equivalent to the level of the emperor, Hunyuan Jingxian. The aura of Tianjin's catastrophe began to appear and began to permeate, as if the chaos of heaven and earth shattered had come ahead of time. Between heaven and earth, countless rivers of knowledge, ideas, and destiny flow in one after another, revolving endlessly around Linglong. In each era, knowledge and information deposited in the long river of history come rolling in. Linglong is constantly receiving all kinds of knowledge, the breath from the heaven and the earth, even the things beyond the heaven and the earth, beyond the avenue, are rolling in. The world, the universe, felt that she was about to escape from their control. Immediately, God became angry, and streaks of black and yellow air in the sky condensed into blood, which flowed down and turned into blood thunder, bombarding non-stop. In addition, countless tyrannical ghosts and gods, demon heads, ancestor demons, invincible demon kings, and even demon thoughts that do not exist in ancient and modern times, and chaotic ancient demons condensed from the turbid air in the world have also condensed into shapes. Spanning tens of billions of planes as many as the sands of the Ganges River, killing Linglong, one after another got into Linglong's crystal kingdom, burrowing around in her body, trying to pull Linglong down. The world is like a big prison. To be promoted to Tianjin is to completely break the cage and not be bound by the way of heaven. This is not tolerated by the heavens. Therefore, the Tianjin catastrophe is very different from the general catastrophe. It is no longer a thunderbolt, but a variety of causal catastrophes, luck catastrophes, and karma catastrophes. Each of these great catastrophes is a supreme catastrophe, enough to crush a person to death directly, and even a heavenly monarch can hardly bear it. In countless epics, geniuses as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, who hit Tianjin, all died under these calamities. It's a pity that Linglong Immortal Venerable has the power of Pan Peach, the root of chaos, to protect her body. After these calamities, she couldn't get close to her body at all, so she was defeated one after another. Gradually, the auras of many heavenly monarchs appeared on Linglong's body, and the life forms began to undergo qualitative changes. From within her body, streaks of immeasurable divine light shot out, and one could vaguely see that some of the latitude and longitude of heaven and earth began to break in her body. Every person, from birth, is bound by the rules of heaven and earth. His own breath is closely related to the luck of heaven and earth. The fate of the whole person is controlled by heaven and earth, so there will be various causes and effects, fate, feng shui, numerology, divination. Let's talk about these things. But it is different when you become a Tianjin. Cut off all fate, shatter all cause and effect, no matter the situation, fortune-telling, or divination, it will not be useful to Tianjin. This world has nothing to do with her anymore. This is Tianjin. Even if the heavens and the earth are shattered, and the heavens and humans decline 5 times, the heavenly king will not fail. Wow, the catastrophe is getting more and more violent. At the end, time and space shackles, chains, appeared in the robbery cloud. The shackles formed by those robbery clouds represented the bondage of heaven and earth, wrapped around Linglong's body, and bound Linglong. A cage from the sky descended slowly. Many instruments of torture also descended from the sky, including prisons, chains, platforms of punishment, various knives, whips, guns, forks, and hooks. The thoughts of heaven and earth evolved into instruments of torture to kill Linglong. Hong Meng's eyes were burning, and he watched with great interest as Linglong was completely submerged in the torture tools, and her body was bound by the chains evolved from the heavenly tribulation. However, later, she was imprisoned in the cage of heaven, and many instruments of torture were used to punish her. And Linglong has always been a majestic treasure, with clusters of primordial flames emerging from her body, refining all kinds of catastrophes, becoming more and more stable and powerful, and her life form is undergoing final changes. The majestic energy of the Pan Peach, the spiritual root of chaos, continuously lifted her body to drive away the catastrophe and change her life form. Da Luo Tiandao. All of a sudden, Linglong opened her eyes, and all the catastrophe turned into vitality and entered her body, and then the strength of her body swelled, like mushrooms after a rain. At the end, with a flick of her finger, a chessboard with countless lengths and lengths appeared in the air. The chess pieces are like small worlds. The black and white pieces are crisscrossed and distorted. Boundless Dharma Gate. This is the Linglong Tao comprehended by Linglong Immortal Venerable, Linglong chess game, Linglong da luo jia. Every chess piece is a calamity, countless calamities, interlocking, deducing the conflict of yin and yang, can be all-encompassing, refining all things. God, it's done. Thanks. The exquisite and perfect body appeared in front of Hong Meng, looking at Hong Meng with star-like deep and bright eyes, and thanked Hong Meng excitedly. She lowered her head, hugged Hong Meng, and kissed him deeply. Only in this way can she express her inner gratitude and excitement. The surrounding scene changed and turned into an elegant and exquisite bedroom. The next moment, Hong Meng picked up Linglong and walked onto the couch. The bedroom smelled fragrant. 2-in-1 5,000-word chapter. Chapter 374 Emperor-level battlefield Eternal Continent. 2 battlefields. Emperor-level battlefield. 9 Emperor-level dragons pulled the golden chariot and drove slowly in the void. On the golden chariot, a majestic man sat on it, with a leisurely expression, and a pair of bright eyes were like a deep starry sky, with a terrifying magic power to see through people's hearts. It was Hong Meng's past clone. After Hong Meng broke through to the God Emperor, the past clone came to the Emperor-level battlefield. Boom! Suddenly, a very frightening aura erupted from afar, causing the mountains and ravines to move in an instant, and all living beings were terrified, giving birth to endless fear. There are strong men fighting. Hong Meng's heart moved, and the 9 dragons pulled the chariot and rushed towards the direction of the wave. In a moment, Hong Meng saw several terrifying figures fighting fiercely in the void ahead. Take your life. A burly demon emperor with a bull head and a human body holds a blood-dropping demon sword, and draws out a blade light that is tens of thousands of feet long. Wherever it passes, it turns mountains, rivers and the earth into dust. He is like a god of war who came to the world. Surrounded by endless magic light, the breath is terrifying. Next to him are 6 demon emperors with terrifying auras. Each of them has a demon emperor above the 7th heaven, holding various powerful demon soldiers, and is besieging one person. It was a woman. A very heroic woman. A very handsome and beautiful woman. She is tall and has long golden hair, shining like a sun god, dazzling, and even her eyes are golden. A little bit of golden light is intimidating. However, her skin is as white as jade, smooth and delicate, with outstanding temperament, and she exudes golden light all over her body, just like a sun goddess. Her beauty is peerless. At this moment, she was holding a golden battle gun, and she fought fiercely against the 7 Abyssal Plane Devil Emperor squads by herself, without losing the wind in the slightest. She's really a goddess of war. Hong Meng's golden chariot stopped in the void, looking at the battlefield ahead with great interest. The blonde female god of war has been cultivated as the God Emperor Zhuchangtian. She looks extremely talented, has endless potential, and her combat power is far beyond the same level. It is frighteningly high. The blood in her body is golden, and every time the blood flows, the whole body emits fairy light, and every blow is earth-shattering. Although she is a woman, her methods are against the sky, her supernatural powers are astonishing, and her combat power frightens the world. Boom! The blood in her body was like a thunder and tsunami, shaking the surrounding void, showing the strength of her body, like an ancient beast. With a head of golden hair, every swing splits the void, like a beam of the brightest sunlight dancing, and any blow tears the sky and the earth apart. 1 woman and 7 men fought, fighting from the void back to the plain, and then from the plain into the mountains and ravines. Even in the face of the 7 powerful enemies, she did not have the slightest fear. Boom! An hour later, the golden-haired woman's golden pupils suddenly blazed with light, and her snow-white jade-like appearance, which crowned the world, suddenly became murderous. With the golden battle gun in her right hand, she suddenly took out a crystal bottle with her left hand, and with a loud bang, the world exploded. A piece of golden celestial light flew out of the crystal bottle. It was terrifying and lethal. It was so fast that it enveloped all the 7 hostile devil emperors. Bang bang bang. Before the 3 weakest demon emperors could utter a scream in the future, they were completely annihilated and killed. The blonde woman had a spear in one hand and a crystal bottle in the other. She was decisive and fierce, threw the blood mist, and killed the remaining 4 devil emperors. The crystal bottle sprayed golden fairy light, and the lethality was astonishing. Withdraw. The bull-headed devil emperor holding the magic knife saw that the 3 team members were killed instantly. He was shocked and angry in his heart, and took out a pitch-black bead from his palm. There are dark and deep mysterious lines shining on the surface of this bead, exuding a terrifying aura that will destroy the world. This is a special treasure commonly used in the Abyss Plane, the world-exterminating demon thunder bead. It contains a world-destroying magic thunder. Even the masters of the God Emperor Zhuchangtian may be killed by the blast. The bull-headed devil emperor yelled to retreat, and threw the world-extinguishing demon lightning bead at the blonde woman. Seeing this, the blonde woman's face changed slightly, but she was not afraid. A golden palace emerged from her body and enveloped her. Rumble. The world-exterminating demon thunder bead exploded, and the terrifying world-executing thunder annihilated everything, destroyed everything. And the moment the bull-headed devil emperor threw the world-exterminating demon thunder bead, he retreated with the other 3 living devil emperors. Apparently he also knew that although the world-extinguishing demon thunder bead was powerful, it couldn't kill the blonde woman. He sacrificed the world-exterminating demon lightning bead just to buy time to retreat. His judgment was not wrong. The world-extinguishing demon thunder bead couldn't kill the blonde woman, but it managed to block the blonde woman, buying time for them to retreat. However, just when they were about to flee, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Sword. Instantly. It's like the sky is wide open. Endless sword principles surged out of it, and everything in the world trembled and buzzed. Every plant, every tree, every mountain and every stone all become swords, gathering mightily in the void, and in an instant condensed into an extremely bright river of sword energy. The long river of sword energy was shining, surging across hundreds of millions of miles, engulfed in boundless killing intentions, and instantly enveloped the entire void. The sword intent was overwhelming. The void seemed to freeze, and the figures of the 4 demon emperors, including the bull-headed demon emperor who was about to escape, slowly froze. Follow closely. This long river of sword energy burst out with boundless divine light, and the turbulent flood flooded the entire world. In this sword light, there is an endless avenue of sword flickering, and infinite mysterious runes are wrapped around it, outlining and interweaving an extremely profound meaning of the way of the sword. There is a strong destructive aura wrapped in this esoteric art of the sword, as if it can open up the world and cut 3,000 ways. No, the bull-headed devil emperor and the other 4 devil emperors roared in horror, and were instantly submerged by this river of sword energy. The void was riddled with holes, and everything was annihilated. The 4 devil emperors are naturally destroyed in form and spirit. So strong. The blonde woman was holding a long gun, her golden eyes were full of surprise and shock. Even she couldn't kill 4 powerful demon emperors with one move. She looked towards the person who made the shot with her beautiful eyes. In the golden chariot, a young man in golden robe was sitting on it, with a majestic posture, black hair like a waterfall, and an extremely handsome face, perfect like a god. It's him. He has been promoted to God Emperor, but is he so terrifying just after being promoted to God Emperor? The blonde woman's golden pupils shrunk. Although it was the first time she saw this unbelievably handsome young man in front of her, the legend of him had already been heard in her ears. Hong Meng, an unknown person a month ago. But after coming to the battlefield of the 2 worlds, it rises like a comet and shines everywhere. With the cultivation base of the God Emperor, he swept across the Emperor-level battlefield, beheaded countless demon emperors, and killed the demon emperor of the Abyss Plane without daring to enter the Emperor-level battlefield. It is not surprising that the blonde woman is now promoted to God Emperor. But just after being promoted, he has the strength to instantly kill 4 powerful demon emperors, which is simply incredible. She is stronger than God Emperor Zhuchongtian. This talent is too terrifying. You are Hong Meng, the invincible fighter who swept across the imperial battlefield. The blonde woman came to the golden chariot, looked at the extremely handsome man in front of her, with curiosity and a trace of fighting intent in her eyes. Good. Hong Meng nodded. Also looked at each other. My name is Zan Lianzu, and I want to challenge you. Zan Lianzu pointed his spear with high fighting spirit. Although Hong Meng's sword was amazing just now, even if she was not sure to block it, she still wanted to try Hong Meng's depth with her own hands. Not interested in. Hong Meng glanced at her and said calmly. If you beat me, you can be my man. Zan Lianzu held her head high and her chest high, her weapon was pressing, and she spoke loudly. Not interested in. Hong Meng looked Zan Lianzu up and down. He was tall, about 1.85 meters tall, with white skin and uneven bumps. A delicate and pretty face, heroic. The golden eyes are beautiful and intimidating. Especially those long white and greasy legs are particularly eye-catching. Can be called the best. But he is not a licking dog. If you defeat her, you can become her man. It's almost like being his woman. What? Zan Lianzu did not expect Hong Meng to give such an answer. She is a goddess from the goddess of the war god clan. Not only is she extremely talented, she is also beautiful, and her family background is even more extraordinary. The ancestor of her family, God of War, is the man standing at the top of the pyramid in the entire Eternal Continent, an ancestor god-level powerhouse. I don't know how many people in the entire Eternal Continent want to be her man. However, she inherited the character of the God of War clan and only likes the strong. Therefore, among the same rank, those who cannot defeat her are not qualified to be her man. Just now Hong Meng's amazing sword conquered her. Qualified to be her man. But just now it was just a sword, and she still has to test it out by herself. It's beyond your control. Zan Lianzu flicked the golden spear in his hand, and stabbed directly at Hong Meng with an incomparably terrifying edge. It's not a good habit to shoot a man, be careful of getting stabbed. Seeing this, Hong Meng punched out casually. This punch seemed to be slow, and every movement could be seen clearly, but it was actually extremely fast. Break through the time limit. This is what creates the illusion of slowness. Zan Lianzu naturally felt it. She wants to resist. But the next moment, bump. Before she could resist, Hong Meng punched her in the chest. Her body flew out like a kite with a broken string, and smashed heavily into a big mountain. Hiss. It hurts. I really don't know how to pity the fragrance and cherish the jade. Zan Lianzu got up from the rubble, rubbed his swollen chest, but there was a smile on his face, but it's really strong. This is the man I want. Zan Lianzu's eyes were blurred, as if the punch just now didn't hit her chest, but punched into her body, Deep down. Boom. The golden light all over Zan Lianzu's body shook, and the surrounding gravel turned into powder. Her plump and powerful body soared into the sky, holding a long spear, and once again regained the heroic posture of the goddess of war. As the great master of the god emperor Zhuchangtian, in Hongwang, that is the existence of the pinnacle of saints. A little injury is nothing to her at all. It recovered in an instant. What's more, Zan Lianzu is still a goddess of the war god clan, with an abnormal physique, amazing resilience, and extremely strong vitality. In a word, it is endurance. Swish. Her long white and greasy legs took a step forward and disappeared in place in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already arrived on Hong Meng's golden chariot, and sat beside Hong Meng without the slightest politeness. You really don't know how to live or die, you think I dare not kill you? Hong Meng stared at Zan Lianzu with murderous aura in his eyes. Why are you so fierce? Are you still a man? Zan Lianzu and Hong Meng looked at each other without the slightest fear, and said boldly, I am not here to challenge you this time, your strength has conquered me, and I will be your woman. Hong Meng. He didn't expect Zan Lianzu to be so proud. After being punched by him, not only did she not get angry, she even rushed to be his woman. I don't know whether to say that this woman dares to love and hate, or is she stupid and cute? Or maybe this woman was abused. I have many women, you are not afraid that I will throw you away after I finish playing. Hong Meng looked at Zan Lianzu with great interest, playing with taste. TCH, which strong man doesn't have many women? Zan Lianzu curled her lips. Men are all the same. When they see a beautiful woman, they want to have sex. So what if there are so many vulgar fans? Will I be afraid of them? I'd rather be a hero's concubine than a mediocre wife. Those men who only have one woman are incompetent. Such a man is not qualified to be my man. And those women who will be abandoned are also useless. Zan Lianzu spoke proudly, full of strong self-confidence. Woman, you successfully aroused my interest. Hong Meng pinched Zan Lianzu's delicate and fair chin, raised his head slightly, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This woman is quite interesting. Now that it's delivered to your door. If you don't play, you don't play. As soon as he thought about it, the deity who was playing in the world of immortality and him switched instantly. His avatar and his main body can be exchanged seamlessly. Even Zan Lianzu, who was close at hand, did not discover the relationship between Hong Meng's avatar and the main body. This is the strength of the Sanchongjing. HMPH, the man I Zan Lianzu wants can escape from my palm. Zan Lianzu snorted proudly in her heart, hugged Hong Meng directly with her white lotus root arms, and rushed forward. Fuck, it's really wild, Hong Meng complained in his heart, but his whole body became excited. Since this chick likes to go berserk, he is also welcome. Today I have to let her know what it means to be a man. Even if she is a goddess of war, she has to kneel, then. An ultimate battle kicked off. Anyway, this woman asked for it. It doesn't hurt to play badly at the same time. The Abyss Plane received the news that Hong Meng had broken through to the God Emperor and entered the Emperor-level battlefield. Immediately, this news spread like a hurricane to all the Devil Emperors in the Abyss Plane of the Emperor-level battlefield. HMPH, a God Emperor who has just broken through dares to come to the Emperor-level battlefield, he really wants to die. Killing so many demon emperors in the Abyss Plane, this Emperor-level battlefield is his burial place. Watch me kill him. Countless Devil Emperors got the news and started looking for Hong Meng. Hong Meng was invincible in the Emperor-level battlefield, but for the Devil Emperor, even Hong Meng who broke through the God Emperor was nothing to fear. After all, there is a gap in cultivation. However, the Emperor-level battlefield is vast, and it is not easy for them to find Hong Meng. Certainly, there are quite a few Devil Emperors in the Abyss Plane, scattered all over the Emperor-level battlefield, and there is always a lucky one who can meet Hong Meng. This is not just one day after Hong Meng fought fiercely with Zan Lianzu, a 6-member Devil Emperor team encountered Hong Meng. The 9 Emperor-level dragons are Hong Meng's car. Seeing Hong Meng's golden chariot, a black-robed Devil Emperor with pitch-black dragon horns lifted his spirits and said excitedly, "It's really hard to find a place when you step through the iron shoes, and it doesn't take much effort to get it." A demon emperor dressed in pitch-black demon armor, with wings on his back, and holding a demon spear, had a scorching gaze. The demon emperor from the abyss plane said so. Whoever can slay Hong Meng will be rewarded with 2 innate treasures, and can also enter the inheritance tower to choose a demon king's inheritance. This is simply an unparalleled temptation for them. Set up the 9 nether-conferred god formation, don't let him escape. The winged demon emperor pointed his magic spear and ordered, "Good." In an instant, a pitch-black array flew out, covering the sky in a blink of an eye, covering the golden chariot and 9 emperor-level dragons. 6 demon emperors standing in 6 directions respectively, presiding over the 9 nether-conferred god formation. Under the 9 nether-conferred god formation, their strength will be increased. And the enemy will be suppressed. 2 in 1 big chapter. Chapter 375I, Hong Meng, also have a background emperor-level battlefield. The golden chariot pulled by 9 dragons forms a world of its own. At this moment, in an exquisite hall, Hong Meng is holding Zan Lianzu in his arms. His delicate skin feels very good to the touch, as warm as jade, tough and full of elasticity. It has to be said that Zan Lianzu, a woman who is like a goddess of war, gives people a different feeling. It's like really rushing to kill on the battlefield. It's up to you. Blood boils. The torn soft armor around it, as well as the dazzling golden bloodstains scattered all around, especially the white and holy bedding in the middle, were all stained red by the golden blood. It can be seen that the battle is fierce. Following Hong Meng's movements, Zan Lianzu lazily opened his eyes, and there was a bit of laziness and joy in his beautiful eyes. However, Hong Meng could feel that her plump and graceful body was still trembling slightly. "Are you okay?" Hong Meng caressed her smooth and delicate jade back lightly, but he still couldn't help but said with concern, "What can I do? Isn't it just a small tear and bleeding? This small wound is not even a tickle. I am the goddess of the god of war clan, the goddess of war." Zan Lianzu curled her lips, put her arms around Hong Meng's neck, and looked at him with beautiful eyes. "As expected of the man I like, not only is he talented, but also powerful, and also very strong, I am very satisfied." "You are awesome, Hong Meng. Is this injury comparable to your usual injuries?" But he figured it out. This chick is wild. There is no need to worry about it in the future. Anyway, the goddess of war at the peak of the god emperor, no matter what Hong Meng did, she would definitely not die or be seriously injured. There are many women in Hong Meng. But apart from his heroes, there are not many other women. That's Dongwang Yunxi, Nangong Mengyao and Ji Hongxia. Hong Meng looked at Zan Lianzu. Zan Lianzu's face has a sculpture-like 3-dimensional effect, extremely delicate, narrow and long eyes with upturned tails, golden pupils are sharp and deep, full of aggression and aggression. The eyebrows are long and straight, the lips are moist and small, and with the 2 blushes on the cheeks, they are extremely beautiful and delicate. There is also an indescribable heroism and heroism. There are enemies. Suddenly, Zan Lianzu frowned, and her body, limp like mud, in Hong Meng's embrace instantly tensed up, bursting out with a terrifying force. The blurred and beautiful eyes that were originally full of love suddenly became aggressive and sharp. "Hiss. Why are you reacting so loudly? Isn't it the devil boy from the 6 abyssal planes?" Hong Meng's body trembled, and he couldn't help taking a breath. Zan Lianzu's actions simply wanted to ruin the happiness of the heroes of the kingdom of God. Fortunately, Hong Meng is powerful. Despite the wind and rain around him, strangled and crushed, he still stands still, standing upright like a pillar of the sky. "The enemy has already attacked the door, why don't you go out?" Zan Lian took a look at Hong Meng and was about to struggle to get up. 6 demon cubs, why go out? Hong Meng curled his lips. Even if he didn't use the god-level avenue or ancestor god level, his strength was still invincible in the god-emperor realm. "I just taught you the 36 ways to suppress demons and the 72 ways to ward off evil spirits. Now I will show you a fingering technique, and I will pass it on to you later." Hong Meng smiled, held Zan Lianzu with his left arm, and drew out his right hand, pointing to the void outside. At the same time, the 6 abyssal devil emperors outside have already arranged formations, and each stands in its position. They couldn't see what was going on inside the golden chariot, but they knew that Hong Meng was inside. 9 nether-conferred god formation, kill. The 2-winged devil emperor pointed his magic spear, and the other 5 devil emperors shot together. The endless runes lit up in the void, the laws of the Great Way intertwined, and the endless rhyme of the Tao filled every inch of space. In the end, it condensed into a monument of conferring gods as high as 10,000 feet. On the steel of conferred gods, the magic lines shone, with the terrifying aura of suppressing the world and sealing the gods and demons, and then suppressed it against the golden chariot. Ho ho ho. The 9 emperor-level dragons roared in terror under this terrifying divine power, but the space around them was already imprisoned, making it difficult to move. Watching helplessly the huge steel of conferring gods falling from the sky. However, just as the conferred god monument was about to be suppressed, a huge finger condensed in the void. This finger is slender, white, and huge. Every line on it can be clearly seen, and there are some crystal drops of water, exuding endless divine light. Avenues of avenues surround the fingertips, condensing the supreme sharpness, exuding a horrifying aura of terror. Not good. There are strong ones. The winged demon emperor was shocked, and immediately controlled the suppressed conferred god tablet to meet the giant finger that fell from the sky. The giant finger and the conferred god tablet collided without any accident, but to the horror of the Shuangyi demon emperor, the conferred god tablet unleashed by the 6 of them gathered in the 9 nether conferred god formation unexpectedly shattered without even holding a breath, turning into A1/2 powder. The huge fingers broke through the barrier without hindrance, and moved towards the 9 nether conferred god formation presided over by the Shuangyi demon emperor and the other 6 demon emperors. Withdraw. Feeling the boundless mighty power wrapped around his giant fingers, the winged demon emperor made a decisive decision and ordered to retreat. However, just as their bodies were about to move, the surrounding space suddenly froze, and huge fingers fell down. It's over. The winged demon emperor knew that he and others were doomed. Before dying, he passed on the last news. Hong Meng is guarded by strong men, and the entire army of the Twin Wings team. Before all the news about him had spread, the huge fingers had already crashed down, crushing him and the other 5 demon emperors, destroying both body and spirit. So strong. Zan Lianzu's eyes were full of shock, and she immediately looked at Hong Meng with admiration. This is a team of devil emperors from the Abyss Plane. The 2-winged devil emperor headed by him is even more powerful than the devil emperor Zhuchangtian. The 6 of them joined forces and even used the 9 nether conferred god formation, even she might not be able to defeat them. However, it was destroyed by Hong Meng's group of fingers. This strength is simply too strong. Maybe Hong Meng can create another miracle and sweep the emperor-level battlefield like sweeping the emperor-level battlefield. Thinking of Hong Meng sweeping the emperor-level battlefield, Zan Lianzu felt a surge of excitement and a sense of blood boiling. Worthy of being her man. I want. She embraced Hong Meng with both hands, and she was more demanding than ordinary women who had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time. She kissed Hong Meng's neck vigorously and said emotionally. As the goddess of war, she has deep waters and her fighting power is beyond the charts. If it wasn't for Hong Meng's own strength, he would have enough capital. Ordinary people really can't grasp it. Gun. This is the weapon of killing. Hong Meng immediately killed the general without mercy. At the same time, the headquarters of the Abyss Plane on the battlefield of the 2 worlds. What's going on? The squad of the demon emperor with 2 wings was wiped out in an instant. A devil emperor who was following the dynamics of the battlefield between the 2 worlds exclaimed. He is in charge of the emperor-level battlefield among the battlefields of the 2 worlds. Although he cannot see what happened on the battlefield, they have recorded the information of the devil emperor who entered the battlefield. Once a devil emperor falls, he can sense it instantly. And it is unusual for the 6 devil emperors of the 2-winged devil emperor team to fall at the same time. He checked it immediately, and immediately found the message from the demon emperor with 2 wings. Hong Meng is guarded by strong men, and the entire army of the Twin Wings team. When will such a strong man appear on the emperor-level battlefield? Can he kill the 2-winged devil emperor and the 6 devil emperors in an instant? The devil emperor in charge of the emperor-level battlefield was puzzled, so he reported it immediately without delay. To the demon lord, an unknown strongman appeared on the emperor-level battlefield, and killed the 6 demon emperors of the Shuangwing demon emperor's team in an instant. According to the news from the Shuangwing demon emperor, this unknown strongman is by Hong Meng's side. Being able to kill 6 devil emperors in an instant, even with special means, is no small matter. Pass this news to all the devil emperors on the emperor-level battlefield, and tell them to be careful. Hong Meng must die. Ma Zhen opened his eyes. His deep and terrifying pupils gleamed with endless magic, and said in a deep voice. He was not surprised that Hong Meng had a strong person by his side. After all, Hong Meng is so monstrous, he has just broken through to the emperor level, and his strength is not enough, so there must be strong people to protect him. But what about the protection of the strong? Only emperor-level powerhouses are allowed to enter the emperor-level battlefield. No matter how strong it is only at the emperor level. Yes, Master Mazan. The Devil Emperor retreated respectfully, and then spread the news that there was a strong man beside Hongmeng to the Emperor-level battlefield. Emperor-level battlefield. HMPH. I said, how dare this kid come to the Emperor-level battlefield just after breaking through. It turns out that there is a powerful Emperor-level powerhouse by his side, but external force is external force after all. Who can protect the person this Emperor wants to kill? Interesting. This Emperor wants to see what kind of existence the Emperor-level battlefield has come again. Being able to kill 6 Devil Emperors in an instant must be a special treasure. This Emperor wants to see how many special treasures you have. When the Devil Emperor of the Abyss Plane got the news, his expressions were different. The strong ones didn't care too much, while the weak ones formed teams to hunt and kill Hongmeng. After all, Hongmeng made too much noise on the Imperial battlefield. Once Hongmeng is killed, not only will he gain a great reputation, but he will also be rewarded by the demon lords of the Abyssal Plane. No Devil Emperor would want to miss this kind of fame and fortune. While all the Devil Emperors were looking for Hongmeng everywhere, the battle between Hongmeng and the goddess of war Zan Lianzu was fierce. A day later, inside the golden chariot pulled by 9 divine dragons. Among the curtains, 2 figures are embracing each other. Hongmeng hugged Zan Lianzu, who was plump and exquisite, and his mind was a little blank for a while, and he was full of health. He admired Zan Lianzu's appetite. She is worthy of being the goddess of war. If it weren't for his strength, maybe he really lost because he couldn't stand it. Hongmeng caressed Zan Lianzu's fair and firm jade back with his palm, enjoying the aftertaste and tenderness after the war. Zan Lianzu raised her head slightly, her blue hair slipped down, covering the spring in front of her, and there was a soul-stirring affection between her brows. A pair of deep and narrow golden eyes looked at Hongmeng contentedly. The eyes moved slightly, the long and curled eyelashes trembled accordingly, the thin lips moved slightly, and blew at Hongmeng, and when Hongmeng looked over, the corners of his mouth exposed a playful smile. Compared with before, the training snow has changed not small. Really, for a woman, it is very important to break the bottleneck and break through the relationship. What's on your mind? Zan Lianzu looked at Hongmeng with beautiful eyes, and asked a question casually. I was wondering if there are any silly girls like you in this Emperor-level battlefield. Hongmeng looked down at Zan Lianzu's beautiful golden eyes, and said with a smile, wouldn't it be nice to find a few more to play with? What? Didn't I satisfy you? Zan Lianzu curled her lips. Am I not willing to do what you want to do? Don't you know that men are never satisfied? Hongmeng pinched her flushed pretty face, and said with a smile, do you regret it now? I told you that I was a scumbag before, and you pounced on me. I do things against Lianzu and never regret it. Zan Lianzu raised his swan's neck, and said arrogantly, wait until I squeeze you dry, let's see if you still have the energy to find other vixens. Zan Lianzu turned over and stood up, making Hongmeng startled. And this kind of flirting, can only say is expected of Zan Lianzu. The brain circuit is just different. Practice snow. I didn't expect you to be here, I finally found you. At this moment, a cheery and hearty voice came from outside. Zan Lianzu paused, and a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. Damn, this dog skin plaster, why is it sticking again? Your suitor. Hongmeng put his arm around Zan Lianzu's waist and squeezed hard, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous aura. Although he doesn't have any deep friendship with Zan Lianzu, they do have a deep relationship. Now that Zan Lianzu is his woman, he absolutely forbids others to get involved. I have nothing to do with him, it's just that this guy has a thick skin and a dog's nose, so he can't get rid of it no matter how hard he beats. Zan Lianzu said hastily. Maybe she didn't even notice. Her voice was eager, as if she was afraid of being misunderstood by Hongmeng. Lianzu, have you changed your car? These 9 dragons are really powerful and domineering, and they match you, the goddess of war. At this time, the dog skin plaster outside hadn't spotted Hongmeng, and licked Zan Lianzu violently. Lick the dog without a doubt. Mingyan, how many times have I told you that I don't like you? Get out of here. Zan Lianzu shouted. Lianzu, you are still so bold, I like your character. Mingyan was unmoved, with a smile on his face, and said gently, Lianzu, feelings can be cultivated, as long as you communicate with me in depth, you will know that I am good. I have already begged my grandfather to propose marriage to your grandfather, and your grandfather has already agreed. You wanna die. Zan Lianzu was furious and wanted to get up and teach Mingyan a lesson. But Hongmeng stopped it. Hongmeng drew back, and a golden armor automatically appeared on Zan Lianzu's body, wrapping her perfect delicate body and outlining a graceful curve. A set of golden robes also appeared on Hongmeng's body, and with a thought, the two of them came to the throne outside the golden chariot. Lianzu, I. Mingyan was pleasantly surprised, just about to speak, but saw Hong Meng who was holding Zan Lianzu, and he was suddenly taken aback. His goddess was actually held in the arms of another man. Seeing the flush on Zan Lianzu's face that did not subside, based on his experience in Yu Sanchen, he still doesn't understand that his goddess has already been possessed by this man. You wanna die? Mingyan became angry immediately, and he had to ask Hong Meng who he was. An evil third eye appeared between his brows, like a ghostly hell, filled with endless evil aura. Hell-shattering light. A jet-black light burst out. This light is only as thick as a hair, but it has a palpitating aura. You dare. Zan Lianzu was furious. He didn't expect Mingyan to be so tyrannical, and he used the killer without saying a word. The main body of Mingyan belongs to the three-headed dog family of hell. This is his innate supernatural power, and its power is astonishing. Among the god emperors, almost no one can stop it. It's between men, don't move. Hong Meng held down Zan Lianzu who wanted to make a move. Purple rays of light surged in his eyes, and there was a terrifying aura of opening up the world. Hong Meng Taoist eyes. Hong Meng's eyes shone with purple light, and two beams of purple light shot out, colliding with the hell-shattering light from Mingyan's eyes. It's really courting death. How dare you use the pupil technique to confront this emperor? You don't know how high the heavens are. Seeing Hong Meng's attack, Mingyan's eyes were full of sneer. But the next moment, his eyes froze. I saw that the ray of destruction of hell was instantly annihilated under Hong Meng's pupil technique. Two purple lights entered his eyes at once. Ah, Mingyan screamed, and then the whole person started from the head, and every village was annihilated. What? You killed Mingyan? Zan Lianzu was stunned for a while. I didn't expect Hong Meng to be so stubborn. The dark eye was extinguished as soon as he shot. Any questions? Hong Meng's voice was calm, as if he had trampled an ant to death. Although this dark eye is annoying, but the background is not small. The grandfather he just mentioned is the biggest reliance as a strong man who respects the 9 heavens, called Hell, and is said to be the first Hell 3-headed dog in the eternal continent. Zan Lianzu's eyes are dignified, and a strong man who respects the 9 heavens is synonymous with invincibility when the ancestor god is not present. So what if the god respects the 9 heavens? Don't say he is just a grandson. Even if his grandpa came and dared to covet my woman, he would also die. Hong Meng said domineeringly. The voice is full of supreme confidence. Not to mention his own strength, he has several god-respected 9 heaven heroes under his command, and not long ago he also gained an ancestor god-level hero Nua. Even if the ancestor god came, he dared to be tough. Zan Lianzu heard the words, looked at Hong Meng's radiant and confident face. His eyes were blurred, and slowly leaned on Hong Meng's arms, gently stroking Hong Meng's chest with his palm, and said softly, as expected of the man I fought against Lianzu, but if you kill Mingyan, the Mingzu will not let you go. Just say I killed you, understand? Zan Lianzu said. His family has a strong ancestor god who stands at the top of the pyramid of the eternal continent. If there is a powerful god behind Hong Meng, she must know it. But she doesn't know. It shows that there is no powerful deity behind Hong Meng. Are you looking down on your man? Hong Meng pinched her delicate chin, raised it slightly, and said without doubt, don't say such things in the future. I, Hong Meng, haven't fallen to the point where I let a woman take the blame for me. What about hell? If he dares to come, I'll kill him anyway. Good boy, have guts. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded, and laughed angrily. It's true that there are talents from generation to generation. Your name is Hong Meng, right? This seat is hell. An illusory figure condensed in the void in front of Hong Meng. This is a burly man in a black robe with a majestic aura. A pair of eyes were as deep and evil as hell, staring at Hong Meng with boundless killing intent. I am Hong Meng, do you want to kill me for revenge? Hong Meng looked indifferently at hell, but it was just a phantom, not even the strength of a god emperor. He could be annihilated with a single breath. You are in the emperor-level battlefield, and the power of the superior level is not allowed here. I really can't kill you, but you are from Yaoqi, there are still a few women there, right? The cold voice of Hell Prison was icy cold and piercing, full of endless killing intent. He didn't have many direct descendants in the Ming clan, and Mingyan was the most outstanding clan member of this generation, and he was expected to become a god. Now he was actually killed by Hong Meng. That was hatred in his heart. He must cut Hong Meng into pieces, extract his soul, live forever, and endure the torture of hell, so as to relieve the hatred in his heart. What do you want to do? Hong Meng's originally casual eyes suddenly became piercingly cold, making Zan Lianzu in his arms feel a chill. Zan Lianzu knew that Hong Meng was completely enraged under his calm appearance. What are you doing? I will give you an hour to get out and die, otherwise your woman in Yaoqi will suffer for you. Although I have no interest in them, I have hundreds of millions of dog-headed warriors and wolf warriors who like human women the most. A woman at the level of a god emperor should be able to make hundreds of millions of fighters under me play for a long time, right? Jia, you have one last hour left. Laughter rang out from Hell Prison, and the figure gradually faded away. Hong Meng, I will contact my grandfather now. Zan Lianzu said hastily. Her grandfather is also a powerful god who respects the 9 heavens. Only her grandfather can stop hell. No, he's already dead. Hong Meng's voice was cold, and the current avatar sitting in the kingdom of God immediately ordered Nuwa to go to the holy land of Yaoqi. This time, he wants the world to know. He Hong Meng. They are also people with a background. 5,500 words chapter. Chapter 376. Empress Nuwa arrives eternal continent. Zhongzhou. The sacred land of Yaoqi. The clouds are steaming and the rosy clouds are shining, the mountains are beautiful, and the aura is compelling. Looking from a distance, one after another 10,000-meter-long waterfalls hang down from high mountains, the white horses hang upside down like the Milky Way, and the rumbling sound is like 10,000 horses galloping, spectacular and magnificent. Surrounded by towering ancient trees, fragrant medicinal herbs, flying spirit birds, rare beasts, and gurgling divine springs. The vegetation here is highly favored by the essence of the sun and the moon, and even the vegetation is extraordinarily green, as if carved from jasper. It can be called a blessed place in the cave, a pure land outside the world. Among the herbs, there are cobblestone paved paths, winding paths leading to secluded places, passing waterfalls, and winding into the depths of the beautiful fairy mountains. One by one, the disciples of the Yaoqi, shuttling back and forth, are as beautiful as fairies, and finally go away like a gentle wind, gracefully, disappearing in the depths of the picturesque Yaoqi. Boom. Suddenly, a piercing killing intent rushed out from the depths of time and space without any warning, making people feel chilled from head to toe, and trembling uncontrollably. At this time, the disciples of Yaoqi who were walking happily in Yaoqi froze, boundless fear arose in their hearts, and the murderous aura had penetrated into their bones. Plop, plop, accompanied by a shocking murderous intent, countless female disciples from Yaoqi stepped back a few steps and almost sat on the ground. Even many Yaoqi disciples with slightly weaker cultivation bases had tendons in their calves, couldn't stand stably, and fell to the ground. No one laughed, because everyone was enveloped in killing intent, they were covered in cold air, and even their hair stood on end. What happened? What a terrifying killing intent. Even this emperor trembles at this cold and terrifying killing intent. Could it be that there is a god-level power descending? That's the direction of Yaoqi. Could it be that Yaoqi has provoked a god-level power again? Accompanied by the terrifying killing intent, the entire Zhongzhou was boiling, and countless strong men raised their heads in amazement, their eyes full of surprise. A god-level power, that is a supreme figure who is aloof. Even if you look at the mainland, there are very few existences. Each one is the immortal existence of Megatron through the ages. Deep in the holy land of Yaoqi, Dongwang Yunxi suddenly raised her head. She has a beautiful body, graceful, with a peerless appearance. She has the appearance of alluring the city and the country. She has the charm of a witch and the noble temperament of a saint. She is very attractive. In her deep and beautiful eyes, countless laws of the Tao are intertwined, and she suddenly looks at the sky above Yaoqi. Thanks to Hong Meng's help, she has already broken through the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian Zhoujiangtian, God Emperor Zhoujiangtian, and was promoted to Dao Zun, God Zun. Although the incoming person was very strong, she was not afraid. Her figure flashed, and she appeared in the sky above Yaoqi. Her peerless celestial figure stands indifferently, like a snow lotus on the top of Tianshan Mountain, quiet and clean. Even if the visitor is a god-level power, there is no trace of panic, calm and composed. Crack. A hole was opened in the void, revealing a battle spear, and the crazy killing intent surged out like a tsunami, making the world tremble. Rusty spearheads. This is a battle spear. A peerless murderous soldier. Countless people were terrified and extremely depressed. They were all trembling and extremely nervous, and countless people fell limply to the ground with pimples all over their bodies. The spear was as red as blood, covered with rust, and almost decayed, but it was extremely imposing, with a shocking killing intent. The trembling breath and the source of fear all stem from it, and the blood-stained spearhead represents destruction and death. It is not sharp, not shiny, and the years have almost obliterated it, but the killing intent has not diminished. The body will perish, but the endless murderous intent will never fade away, and it contains an aura that makes the world tremble. This is a peerless fierce soldier, he must have killed unimaginable existences. There is a god emperor level powerhouse with a heavy expression and a trembling voice. This spear must have pierced through the body of an unrivaled figure. It may be a god level power. The blood-stained soldier left behind the supreme and brutal killing intent of the shocking blow of the past. Countless strong men gazed through time and space, looking at the sky above Yaoqi. With the appearance of the blood-stained spear, the void collapsed inch by inch, and a tall, pitch-black figure stepped out, directly causing countless stars in the void to shatter, shaking Zhongzhou. What is a god? God supreme. Equivalent to the Taoist of immortal Tao. In Hongwang, it would be Hongjun's level, even infinitely stronger than Hongjun. Hongjun is in harmony with the way of heaven, but is subject to the prehistoric. And the mighty power of the gods belongs to himself, which is far from being comparable to Hongjun. In the distance, I don't know how many stars exploded, like a rain of gorgeous fireworks, very beautiful, but also too terrifying, reaching the extreme. But the price of this splendor was too high, and soon the star field dimmed, and all the stars and the lives on them disappeared. This is the sorrow of the weak. It's the Lord of Hell. My God, it turned out to be the venerable Hell prison. The venerable Hell has come, and the Yaoqi is over. Yeah, offending the venerable Hell, wanting to die is a luxury. Countless experts in Zhongzhou immediately recognized the person coming. God, Tao respect, can be collectively referred to as the Venerable. This is their honorific title, rather than boundaries. Above the Venerable is the Supreme. Supreme is a respectful title for Taoist masters, Shandao, and ancestor gods, Xindao. However, the Supreme Dragon can't see the end, even the Venerable is hard to see, let alone other living beings. Therefore, in the era when the Supreme Being did not appear, the Supreme Being was an invincible existence. And the venerable Hell prison is even more powerful at the pinnacle of the venerable. There was an indifferent laugh, without any emotion, and he didn't know how many billions of souls had died, all of which were not in his heart. He regards all living beings as ants, and the creatures in the world of dust, whether they are mortals or monks, are not even as good as a bug in his eyes, and they will all be trampled into bloody mud with one foot, and they will be killed cleanly. And his indifferent smile and indifferent expression made people feel chills even more. The Hell Supreme is a ruthless person. He has a reputation for viciousness throughout the ages, and his hands are covered with blood. From ancient times to the present, he has killed an unknown number of creatures, at least in units of billions. He was dressed in pitch-black ferocious battle armor, with 2 dog heads with open fangs on his shoulders, and a blood-stained battle spear in his hand. He is the first Hell 3-headed dog in the Eternal Continent, the Lord of Hell. The road he walked was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, piled up by the bones of hundreds of millions of living beings. His heart was as cold as a cold knife, harder than iron and stone, and he would kill thousands of living beings without blinking an eye. When thinking of this question, countless creatures in Zhongzhou continent trembled, and endless fear shrouded their hearts, trembling with fear. Honorable prisoner, what is your purpose in coming to my Yaoqi? Dongwang Yunshi is full of celestial light. Her body is like jade, graceful and luxurious, surrounded by avenues, like an unrivaled empress, her beauty is peerless. Even in the face of the majestic Lord of Hell, he is still neither humble nor overbearing. Mom, I'm so excited. What a beauty. Empress Dongwang is really amazing. She has no fear in the face of the venerable Hell prison. Just this kind of heart and will break the world's men. It's a pity, no matter how strong the heart is, it's useless in the face of absolute strength. That's right, although the Empress Dongwang is powerful, she's still only the Emperor level 9th level heaven, and she's a big difference from the venerable Hell prison. Countless powerhouses were astonished, and felt sorry for Dongwang Yunshi. Empress Dongwang, that's really good. I didn't expect you to have broken through to the Zun level and become a strong Dao Zun level. The piercing voice of the venerable of Hell prison was heard, which immediately shocked countless strong people who were paying attention to this place. What? Empress Dongwang actually broke through Taoist. Empress Dongwang is really amazing. Still called Dongwang Empress. Now I'm going to be called Dongwang Venerable. Pity. Even if Venerable Dongwang has broken through, the gap with Venerable Hell prison is still huge. That's right, the Venerable Hell prison is a terrifying existence at the rank of 9 heavens. Hearing the news of Dongwang Yunshi's breakthrough, countless people beat their chests and felt sorry for Dongwang Yunshi. Breaking through the emperor level and becoming a supreme power, should have enjoyed endless glory and worshipped by all living beings, but he offended the venerable Hell prisoner, and his fate was worrisome. Really, the venerable underworld spoke. His evil and deep little eyes stared at Dongwang Yunshi's plump and graceful body, and his eyes shone brightly. Are you Hongmeng's woman? Good. Dongwang Yunshi didn't shy away from it at all, and directly admitted. It was all thanks to Hongmeng's help that she was able to break through to the Zun class and become a Dao Zun, not to mention that she had given Hongmeng both body and mind, so she was not ashamed to admit it. Woo, my goddess, that kid Hongmeng is a god emperor, but he actually has a venerable woman. I don't know what kind of shit luck he has had. What happened to the God Emperor? Can you sweep the Emperor-level battlefield? Although he is a God Emperor, with his talent, is it difficult to become a god? Isn't your news too outdated? Hong Meng has already broken through to the God Emperor, and now he is on the Emperor-level battlefield. What a monstrosity. You've become a God Emperor so soon. Hearing Dongwang Yunshi's acknowledgement, countless strong men beat their chests and stamped their feet with emotion. The venerable Hell Prison's eyes turned cold, and he said domineeringly, "That little bastard Hong Meng killed my great-grandson. Since you are his woman, then you can pay his debts for her." Venerable Hell Prison licked his lips. Originally, he didn't pay attention to Dongwang Yunshi, but after he arrived, he found that Dongwang Yunshi had broken through the rank of Zun. A respectable woman, even he is tempted. In the future, you will take good care of me and pay off my birth debt. Venerable Hell Prison stretched out his big hand, and grabbed Dongwang Yunshi. If such a Taoist woman bears him a child, the remaining offspring must be extremely talented, and maybe they will be born as God Emperors, just think about it. It's over, my goddess will become the plaything and reproductive tool of the Lord of Hell in the future. Can the venerable underworld be lawless? I heard that the venerable Hell Prison is very perverted, my goddess will live in dirty kill. Just when countless people were mourning for Dongwang Yunshi's pretty face was cold, and she shot with anger, and Dongwang's sword was unsheathed. Clang! A sword pierced through eternity. Like a flying fairy from the sky, it was too gorgeous. The Dongwang sword was so sharp that the person who was shining it couldn't open his eyes. It was extremely terrifying. In the starry sky, galaxies collapsed one after another, and large areas of star fields were extinguished, turning into ashes under the sword of Dongwang. Then it collided with the dog paw of the Lord of Hell. This claw and one sword are the confrontation between the law and the way, the confrontation of personal life will, and the confrontation of invincible beliefs. The confrontation between the venerables was extremely terrifying. Not only the physical body and the primordial spirit, but also all kinds of life experiences and perceptions, all exploded at the first time, shaking the entire void. When, with a loud bang, the most dazzling light burst out from the center of the claw and Dongwang sword, spread in all directions, and swept the sky. Many galaxies were destroyed, and endless big stars became fragments and turned into dust. The heavens, the earth and the universe are roaring, and countless laws are stirring. Countless powerhouses in the entire eternal continent have sensed it. Heartbroken. Tremble with fear. Is this a real battle between the venerables? It's too scary. Throughout the ages, how many times has it happened? Unexpectedly, there will be another great battle in the eternal continent. The world boiled, and the whole world was shocked. Venerable Hell Prison's confrontation with Venerable Dongwang of Taoist Venerable who just broke through, the impact is too great, and the universe trembles. The terrifying innate supreme treasure Dongwang's sword let out a whine and was instantly blown away. Although Dongwang Yunshi is stunning and talented, she has just broken through after all. There is a huge gap between him and the Lord of Underworld who respects the 9 heavens. But Dongwang's sword flew into Dongwang Yunshi's hands, and there was a whine, which dimmed a lot in an instant. Dongwang Yunshi spat out a mouthful of blood, and took a few steps back. Dongwang, you are just a Taoist who has just broken through, and you must be far from this seat. Go with this seat obediently. This seat will definitely love you very much. The venerable underworld prison wounded Dongwang Yunshi with one blow. His eyes were full of complacency. He looked down on Dongwang Yunshi, and said with a grin, "You're dreaming." With a flick of Dongwang Yunshi's hair, the 3,000 blue hairs are like a waterfall, disrupting the change of time. The purple air is pervasive, and the laws of the avenue are intertwined. A good horse doesn't deserve double saddles, and a good girl doesn't serve her second husband. Even if I, Dongwang Yunshi, die, I won't let you, an old dog, succeed. Dongwang Yunshi scolded furiously. Her long hair flew flying, and her fighting spirit was overwhelming. The kind of loyalty and determination that would rather be broken than broken, made countless people's blood boil. But no one dared to stand up and help her. In the absence of the Supreme Being, the Venerable Hell is the ceiling of combat power, and no one wants to offend. Not many people can afford to offend. Toast, don't eat, eat fine wine. The Venerable Underworld was furious. Although he was a 3-headed hell dog, he hated others to call him a dog. This is his reverse scale. 108 ways of torturing Dongwang Yunshi have already appeared in his mind, and he wants to see if Dongwang Yunshi's little mouth is tough or his fists are tough. Boom. In an instant, infinite black light bloomed from the body of the venerable underworld, with thick and long hair scattered all over his head, and his terrifying body seemed to be able to crush the heavens and the world. A breath of terror that frightened the world spread out, sweeping the 9 heavens and 10 places, sweeping across the universe. There is no light, darkness is eternal, and hell is coming. It was as if an ancient incantation was spit out from the mouth of the venerable hell, with a frightening magic power, and countless strong people suddenly felt palpitations and chills. It's the ultimate skill in the domain of the underworld venerable dark hell. It is said that once the dark hell comes out, even the venerable will perish, fall into the boundless hell, and endure the tortures of the world. Life is worse than death. It's over. Once the dark hell comes out, don't say that Venerable Dongwang has just broken through to become Taoist. Even the strongest Taoist of the seventh heaven will not dare to be his edge. In the dark hell, the venerable hell is the ruler, and the Venerable Dongwang can only be slaughtered and manipulated by him. He is tortured and unable to resist. Even if he wants to die, it is difficult. Countless strong men were shocked, with deep fear in their eyes. I saw an indescribably huge dark hell descending, covering the entire sky, and the radius of hundreds of millions of miles suddenly turned into darkness, and countless evil spirits and ghosts wailed and howled. Not good. You must not fall into the dark hell. Dongwang Yunshi felt palpitations. She knew that once she fell into it, she would be finished. At that time, she will have no power to resist, and can only be slaughtered and ravaged by the Lord of Hell. Want to escape? It's too late. Venerable Hell Prison saw Dongwang Yunshi's plan at a glance. His face was full of sarcasm. If he escaped so easily, how could his dark hell have such a reputation? I can't escape. Dongwang Yunshi felt that the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and she felt desperate in her heart. But at this moment, bold, a cold and majestic shout came from a distant time and space, as if echoing in the past, present and future, up and down, left and right, front and back. In an instant, the minds of countless strong men in the eternal continent roared, and suddenly went blank, their bodies trembled, and they prostrated themselves on the ground. Caw caw caw. And with the sound, the frightening dark hell opened cracks, and then exploded with a touch. This is, the venerable hell prison was terrified, his eyes widened. He has no limits adversary. To be able to break his dark hell with a light drink, the strength of this person's cultivation is self-evident. Supreme. The Supreme Being is the supreme existence corresponding to the Taoist Master or the Ancestor God realm. He looks up. I saw a nine-colored glow condensing out, turning into a peerless goddess with a hazy figure. Although she couldn't see the face of the goddess, one could imagine how magnificent and peerless she was. He is the ancestral hero sent by Hong Meng. Empress Nuwa. Suddenly, Nuwa lowered her deep gaze, and her cold voice resounded throughout the world. Do you want me to be your slave as well? Hearing the words, the venerable hell prisoner felt cold all over his body, his legs softened, and he knelt down on the ground with a puff. Sovereign, please forgive me. The villain doesn't know that Venerable Dongwang is a supreme person, so please forgive him. Is the villain willing to be punished? Willing to compensate Venerable Dongwang for the loss? Hiss. The world was dead silent. Only the terrified voice of the underworld venerable reverberated across the world. Countless experts in the eternal continent stared blankly at this scene. Look dull. The mighty and lawless lord of the underworld just now kneels like a dog and begs for mercy. This is supreme. Supreme prestige. Unrivaled. Hiss. Even the supreme ones appeared. Chapter 377 Supreme and Master, Supreme. It turned out to be the arrival of the Supreme. My God, I can actually see the Supreme in my lifetime. Which Supreme is this? Countless powerhouses in the eternal continent were boiling and excited. Usually let alone the Supreme, it is rare to see even the Venerable. The Supreme belongs to that kind of legendary existence. Shenlong sees the beginning but does not see the end. Even the Venerable is very difficult to see the Supreme. The excitement of the crowd can be imagined. When they looked around, they saw a chaotic and hazy peerless figure, surrounded by avenues, and draped in feathers woven into feathers. Standing there, she was like the only one in the world. Everything in the world revolves around her. No one could see her face clearly. No one dared to look directly at her divine body. Accompanied by her appearance, bursts of Taoist sounds resounded between the heaven and the earth, flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses sprung from the earth, and the heavens and the earth congratulated her. Congratulations on her arrival. This it is supreme. City of Eternal Life. Eternal Palace. The Eternal Palace is a great treasure. In the Eternal Palace, huge stars stand in the starry sky. Above the sky, there are billions of auspicious colors. Tao marks manifest from time to time, Tao light keeps flashing, and the auspiciousness is endless. The sacred good fortune is endless, and the most original Tao spirit is extremely rich. Turned into a trickle, flowing in the starry sky. The spring water is ding-dong. There are countless magic medicines, and longevity medicines can be seen everywhere. And above a huge star in the deepest part of it, a hazy and illusory graceful figure suddenly opened its eyes. Her eyes are like a dream, as if there is a long river of time flowing endlessly. She is the master of the Eternal Palace by Heng Supreme. Supreme Baihang is the first candle dragon in the eternal continent to attain the Tao and practice the way of time. It is one of the oldest supremes in the eternal continent. This is why she guards the eternal God city. Her dreamlike beautiful eyes seemed to flow through time, and the endless law of time flickered, and she saw Nua who came to the holy land of Yaoqi at a glance. Not the supreme being of the abyss plane. But not anyone I know either. If it's a new supreme, it's impossible for me not to know. Could it be from another world? But she was not rejected by the eternal continent. Supreme Baihang was puzzled, but he didn't think too much, as long as the opponent was not an enemy of the eternal continent. As for how the opponent broke through, these are not important. Everyone has their own secrets. If she is willing to help resist the demon lord of the abyss plane, then the power of the eternal continent will be strengthened. Thinking of this, Baihang's figure disappeared in the eternal palace. Not only Baihang Supreme, but the ancestor of the god of war clan, Zan Shenwu, that is, Supreme Shenwu, and some other ancient supremes all went towards Nua. The appearance of a supreme being who has never appeared before is a big deal for them. Whether it's getting acquainted or making inquiries, it's very necessary. The sacred land of Yaoqi. Buzz buzz. The space is distorted, and hazy stalwart figures surrounded by chaos emerge, and the heavens are entangled, and the endless sun, moon and stars are all revolving around it. Each one is like the master of one path, the ancestor of gods. With their appearance, time freezes and space freezes. The world roared. Countless strong men stared wide-eyed. The supreme beings, who are usually invisible for endless years, unexpectedly appeared together. Greetings to all the supreme beings. The villain knows his mistake, and the villain is willing to be punished. Please forgive me. Seeing the arrival of the other supreme beings, the venerable Hell Prison was overjoyed, and hurriedly paid his respects, and then continued to intercede with Nua. In his opinion, he is an important force in the eternal continent. The other supremes shouldn't just watch him get killed. After all, he didn't cause any harm. There is room for redemption. I'm going down to Baihang, to meet fellow Taoist. Baihang Zhejun looked at Nua and bowed his hands. The other supremes greeted one after another. Nua. Nua's expression is calm, neither happy nor sad. Her beautiful face seems to have mastered all the grace in the world, holy and out of the world, cool and noble. It turned out to be fellow Taoist Nua. Venerable Baihang nodded slightly, and said, Fellow Taoist Nua, I don't know if you can spare Hell's life and make him compensate, and then send him to the border to resist the abyss plane, so as to forgive his crime and make the best use of it. Quote ? The ancestor of the god of war clan, Supreme Master Shenwu also said, Yes, although this guy's character is not good, but his strength is still good, it is too wasteful to kill him directly. Hearing the supreme being Baihang and Supreme Shenwu pleading for him, Hell Prison was overjoyed. Even though Nua is the supreme, she still has to consider the opinions of other supreme beings, right? It seems that he has no problem keeping his life. This is my lord's will, Hell must die. Nua's faint voice fell, and she stretched out her white jade finger, pointing at the underworld. Supreme help. Hell was terrified and shouted loudly. At the same time, the road of hell emerged in his body, wanting to resist. Ants still steal their lives. Not to mention the venerable underworld. He knew that there was a huge gap between himself and Supreme, but it was impossible for him to sit still and let Supreme kill him. Laugh. However, at this moment, the venerable Hell Prison knew that the gap between him and the Supreme was like a natural moat. Under Nua's finger, the road to hell he mastered was directly suppressed. The terrifying avenue of good fortune descended, obliterating all traces of his past, present, and future, and his infinite time and space. Boom. In an instant, the world roared, blood rained down from the sky, and the whole world was filled with sorrow. My God, did the Lord of Hell die like this? Is this supreme? It's really terrifying. Even if the venerable Hell Prison is almost invincible in the venerable realm, he can't stop the Supreme One's finger, it's so terrifying. The Heavenly Eye Taoist, the 9 profound gods, the Haoshan Taoist and other countless venerables in the eternal continent were inexplicably shocked. As venerables, they stand aloof. Immortal, and the Supremes seldom show up once in countless years, so they are invincible. However today, reality taught them a hard lesson. Even if they are venerables, they cannot do whatever they want. There is also Supreme above. Although the Supreme is rare. But it doesn't exist. Once you offend Supreme, even venerable will die. The Supreme beings such as Baihang Supreme and Shenwu Supreme sighed slightly, but they did not stop them. 1. They don't want to offend a Supreme being for hell. Both of them, the, my lord, that Nua said directly suppressed them. Nua is already the supreme existence of the supreme level. Then what kind of existence should the, my lord, in her mouth be? As the supreme, they know that there is a realm above the supreme. That realm is called Dao Shen. They call the strong man in the Dao God realm the Master. Supreme Master. At this level, no matter whether it is the way of immortality or the way of God, it is called the God of Taoism. Unlike Supreme, the realm of immortality is called Taoist, and the realm of divine way is called Ancestor God. Because it has reached the realm of Taoism, it can be said that everything is unified. As the saying goes, there are 3,000 roads, all of which led to the same goal. No matter if you practice the way of immortality or the way of gods, you will be unified as a god of Taoism at this level. What is Taoism? The god of one way. Dominate one, and be the ruler of the Tao. This is the Tao God. The eternal continent really stands at the tip of the pyramid, overlooking the reincarnation of the era, the supreme taboo of immortality, and invulnerability. Although they are supreme beings, they are completely different realms from masters. The gap is like a moat. Just like the venerable is to the supreme. And behind this supreme being named Nuwa, there is likely to be a supreme ruler behind him. Thinking of this, Supreme Baihang looked at Nuwa with a solemn expression, and said respectfully, "Fellow Taoist Nuwa, I don't know which great master is my master, in your mouth." As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding supreme beings and other supreme beings suddenly looked solemn and pricked up their ears. Chapter 378 Hongmeng's Identity Exposed. Fellow Taoist Nuwa, I don't know which great master is my master, in your mouth. It's over here, goodbye. Nuwa shook her head, turned around and left without saying much. Supreme Lord Baihang, Supreme Divine Martial Arts and others looked at the back of Nuwa's departure, opened their mouths, and finally chose to remain silent. Dominate, unspeakable, unfathomable, undetectable. Farewell. Venerable Baihang nodded slightly to the crowd, his figure gradually faded away and disappeared without a trace. I'm leaving too. Shenwu Supreme turned and left. The other Supremes dispersed one after another. In a blink of an eye, all the Supremes dissipated, but their influence swept the eternal continent like a storm. Especially the Hell Venerable was instantly killed by the Supreme One. It directly shocked countless Venerables. At the same time, the newly promoted Dongwang Venerable was remembered by all the Venerables and Emperor-level powerhouses, and became one of the most unprovoked existences. Because behind Venerable Dongwang stood a Supreme Being. Even the Supreme of the Eternal Continent knew that Dongwang Yunshi might have something to do with the Juggernaut. The Supreme Nuwa said before that she was ordered to come and kill the Venerable Hell. In other words, the Master asked her to save the Venerable Dongwang and kill the Venerable Hell at the same time. It can be inferred from this that Venerable Dongwang is likely to have a relationship with Juggernaut. They guessed right. Venerable Dongwang really has something to do with what they think of as the Master. And the relationship is very deep. What is the relationship between the Supreme and Hongmeng just now? Dongwang Yunshi secretly guessed in her heart. She knew that Hongmeng must have sent someone to save her. At this point, she had no doubts. And just as Dongwang Yunshi was thinking, a series of hazy and majestic figures lingering in chaos approached with dragons and tigers' paces, and the heavens lingered around, and the endless sun, moon and stars all revolved around them. The first person, dressed as a Taoist, has a closed vertical eye between his brows. His eyes are like an infinite universe, with endless avenue runes flashing, as if he can understand everything in the world and see the past and future. Dongwang Yunshi recognized this person at a glance. It was the heavenly eye Taoist she had met with Hongmeng in the Eternal Palace in the Eternal God City before she took Hongmeng to participate in the Demon Slaying Conference. On the left of Tianyan Taoist is Jushuan Shenzun. He is majestic and majestic, surrounded by divine light. Compared with Tianyan Taoist, he is more majestic and domineering. On the right is the crepe myrtle Lord Ho Shendaozhen, who is wearing a Taoist robe of stars, majestic and dignified, and has a mysterious temperament. These three are all venerables she has seen in the Eternal Palace. Then, the Demon Slaying Conference was presided over by the three of them. And she is just one of the many Emperor-level powerhouses, facing the three Lord-level bosses. She can only look up to them with envy. Now she is at the same level as them. Although there may be a gap in strength. But at least one level. And this was all given to her by Hongmeng. Otherwise, it is still unknown whether she can break through to Daozun in this life on her own. In addition to the three venerables of Tianyan Taoist, there are many other venerables coming. But she basically didn't know it. Venerable and Emperor are two levels. Two circles. She just broke through, so naturally she doesn't know her. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Dongwang for becoming a venerable, congratulations. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Dongwang for becoming a venerable, congratulations. Quote. Heavenly Eye Taoist, Jushuan God, Ho Shen Taoist and other venerables congratulated each other with kind smiles on their faces. They didn't appear arrogant just because they were older and stronger than Dongwang Yunshi. On the contrary, they seemed to be flattering. Thank you, fellow Taoists. Please come inside. Dongwang Yunshi nodded slightly. She knew that these people were so polite not because of her strength, but because of her background. Nu Hua made a move just now, shocking everyone at the same time. Aries, Zan Shenwu, the ancestor of the god of war clan, also known as the supreme god of martial arts, had just returned to the clan when he received news from Zan Chenkin. Zan Chenkin is his grandson, and at the same time, he is also a strong man who respects the nine heavens, and his cultivation level is equal to that of the Lord of Hell. He is Zan Lianzu's grandfather. What Mingyan said earlier about proposing marriage to Grandpa Zan Lianzu was referring to Zan Chenkin. Zan Chenkin is tall and burly, with muscles all over his body, with a powerful oppressive aura, like an undefeated god of war. In fact, the temperament of the god of war clan is similar. The next moment, a figure with a temperament similar to Zan Chenkin, but more domineering and majestic, descended. When he appeared, it was like an unshakable mountain standing here, able to support the backbone of the world. It is the supreme god of martial arts, the god of war. Meet Grandpa. Zan Chenkin bowed his hands together, and the sound was like a bell, shaking the sky. What is it? God of war martial words are concise and to the point, without the slightest procrastination. He knew it was not important, and Zan Chenkin would not be in a hurry to find him. Grandpa, I just received the emperor-level battlefield training. The news came from Shui. She said that she had found a man she liked and had already won it. Oh, little Shuier. Little Shuier has become a big girl in no time. I saw her once 100 years ago. She is very good. Although she is a daughter, she has not lost the demeanor of my god of war clan. Women do not give way to men. Zan Shenwu nodded slightly. Who can make Shui fall in love with? If you are a cowardly boy, I will break your leg. Zan Chenkin. If Zan Lianzu finds a bad boy, you hit her, why break my leg? But he didn't dare to argue with God of War. Otherwise, you will really be beaten. Grandpa, just rest assured, Lianzu is influenced by you and has extremely high demands on her future husband. The first point is to defeat her at the same level. Grandpa, you also know that Lianzu is the person with the strongest blood in the younger generation of our God of War clan, and it is rare to have an opponent in the same rank. Before, I was worried that Lianzu couldn't find a man. It happened that the guy from Hell Prison came to find me and said that he, a direct descendant of Mingyan, admired Lianzu very much and proposed marriage to me. I read the other party's news. Although Lianzu's combat power is a little worse than Lianzu's, he is still a leader among his peers, so I agreed. Hearing the words, God of War Wu immediately understood what was going on, and said directly, you mean that the murder in hell just now has something to do with the man Xiao Shuier just found? Grandpa is wise. Zan Chenkin flattered him. Stop flattering and get to the point. God of War martial arts. The man Lian Shui just found is called Hong Meng. This man appeared in the eyes of everyone 3 months ago. At that time, he was only a god king. But he is very popular with women. Both Venerable Dongwang and his sister, the Empress Yaoqi, are his women. Because of jealousy, 2 emperor-level peaks of the Tiger clan died. Of course, this is nothing. Later, Hong Meng reappeared in the emperor-level battlefield. At that time, he had the cultivation of a god emperor, and he swept the entire battlefield by himself. Well, I've heard about it. Countless powerhouses in the abyss now hate him so much. This kid has done a good job and suits my taste. I agree with him and Xiao Shuier. War God Wu laughed. After that, he had some guesses in his mind. Really, Zan Chenkin continued. Not long ago, Hong Meng broke through again. He went to the emperor-level battlefield. I didn't expect that he had just broken through, but his strength was extremely terrifying. Even Lianzu was no match for him, so he directly conquered him. Then Mingyan followed Lianzu and found Hong Meng. Speaking of this, Zan Shenwu basically understood. 2 men and 1 woman. Naturally, we have to fight. No surprises. Mingyan was killed. Then the old guy behind Mingyan, the Venerable Hell Prison, jumped out. The Venerable Hell Prisoner couldn't enter the Emperor-level battlefield, so he had to use the woman next to Hong Meng for surgery. I think that Supreme should have a close relationship with Hong Meng. Zan Chenkin speculated. It's not just Supreme. Hong Meng should have a relationship with a master. God of War's voice is solemn. Master, that is the real supreme taboo existence. Even if he mentions these 2 words, he still feels heavy. What? Master? Zan Chenkin exclaimed, with horror in his eyes. Because God of War is the supreme being, even if there is a supreme being behind Hong Meng, he is still full of confidence when facing Hong Meng. But Master is different. That is the existence of the supreme taboo beyond the supreme. Okay, you just need to know about this matter, and don't spread it outside. War God Wu solemnly exhorted. Regarding the matter of domination, one must be more solemn. Certainly, there is a master behind Hong Meng, and this matter cannot be concealed. Zan Chenkin and the other venerables were not there. They didn't know that Nuwa was leaving under orders, so they didn't know that there was a master. But the other supreme knows. Moreover, Mingyan was killed by Hong Meng, and Hell came to the holy land of Yaoqi for revenge. The Nuwa supreme came here to protect Dongwang Yunshi and kill the Lord of Hell. Anyone with a brain can think that Hong Meng probably knows a master. Grandpa, don't worry, even if you lend me 10 guts, I don't dare to spread the Lord's message at will. Zan Chenkin assured, with some excitement in his eyes. That's the master. Hong Meng is Zan Lianzu's man, which means that they can also have a little relationship with Juggernaut. Lianzu still has eyesight, Zan Chenkin said excitedly. Little Shui has eyesight, but you are blind, it's annoying to watch. Zan Shenwu kicked directly, and Zan Chenkin flew out like a cannonball, smashing dozens of mountains along the way before stopping. Grandpa taught me that. Zan Chenkin got up from the big pit, thinking that he had betrothed Zan Lianzu, but the betrothed person was taken away in a blink of an eye. His eyesight is also dead. He hastily sent a message to Zan Lianzu, explaining what happened here in detail. Certainly, he didn't mention the lordship. Emperor-level battlefield. In the golden chariot pulled by 9 divine dragons, Zan Lianzu froze when he received the news from Zan Chenkin. Shihei looked at Hong Meng in shock. Hong Meng had already said before that she didn't need her help. But she was still worried, so she sent a message to Zan Chenkin, wanting him to keep the holy land of Yaoqi. However, she never expected that Hong Meng really didn't need her help. What's even more frightening is that not only did she not need her help, but she directly killed the venerable Hell prisoner. Behind Hong Meng, there is also Supreme. Or a female Supreme who has never appeared before. No wonder you are so confident, it turns out that there is a Supreme backing you behind. Zan Lianzu looked at Hong Meng with beautiful eyes, and put her slender and powerful white lotus arms around Hong Meng's neck. Good job. After speaking, she kissed Hong Meng deeply. It doesn't hurt anymore. Hong Meng laughed. What's a little injury? Zan Lianzu sneered and didn't care at all. Hong Meng's heart skipped a beat. He likes Zan Lianzu's drive and boldness like a god of war. Even if it hurts, it doesn't hurt. Anyway, fighting spirit is high. The more frustrated, the more courageous. Bloody battle. She is worthy of being the goddess of war. Hong Meng picked her up. At the same time, the supreme beings in the eternal continent also received all kinds of information about the grievances and hatred between Hongmeng, Hell Prison, Mingyan, and Dongwang Yunshi. They dare not look into things about the Lord. But it's not a problem to understand the relationship between Hongmeng and Venerable Hell Prison. After understanding, they all understood that the probability of the legendary ruler being related to Hongmeng was far higher than Dongwang Yunshi. Dongwang Yunshi debuted early, with a clean background. And Hong Meng is a fan. At the same time, the whole incident was actually caused by Hong Meng and Mingyun's competition for women. Hell is also unlucky, a dignified venerable level power, because a younger generation competed with others for a woman, got involved in it, and died. The roots of troubles, nothing more than the case. The supreme being who knew the inside story, as well as many venerables, ordered his disciples or family disciples to refrain from going out and causing trouble. Especially less jealousy with others. If the Zongmin family is implicated, 100 deaths cannot atone for their sins. And when the eternal continent was shaken by the killing of the venerable Hell prisoner by the supreme being, the abyssal plane also got the news. This little bastard Hong Meng really has an extraordinary background, and there is a supreme being behind him. As expected, without a background, how could it be possible to cultivate such a beast as Hong Meng? The death of Hell is a great thing, but I didn't expect to lead to a new supreme. It's not surprising that there is a supreme hidden in the eternal continent. Even if she doesn't appear now, she will appear in the future, but the death of Hell is real. That's right. With the death of Hell, the eternal continent will lose one peak venerable. As for the newly appeared supreme, whether she appears or not, she still exists. Now that she appears in advance, it is a good thing for us to be prepared. Good. Hong Meng is still on the emperor-level battlefield. We must kill him and set back the spirit of the eternal continent. That's right. For the majesty of the abyss, Hong Meng must die. This emperor-level battlefield is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Increase the reward by 10 times, let the devil emperor in the emperor-level battlefield work harder, and make sure to keep this evil beast Hong Meng in the emperor-level battlefield. Okay, under the heavy reward, there must be a brave man. I have countless devil emperors in the abyss plane, but I can't kill a god emperor. Even if there are strong people behind Hong Meng, the limit of the emperor-level battlefield is the emperor-level peak. This time he dead. The powerful demon kings in the Abyss Plane spoke one after another, and then passed the news that the reward for hunting Hongmeng had been increased by 10 times to the demon emperor in the emperor-level battlefield. Instantly, all the devil emperors on the emperor-level battlefield were boiling. The reward for hunting Hongmeng was already high. Now tenfold. It's just crazy. Then, countless devil emperors didn't bother to kill other strong men from the eternal continent, so they dug the ground 3 feet, looking for Hongmeng's traces everywhere. A day later, a team of 10 devil emperors discovered Hongmeng's golden chariot. It's Hongmeng's car. Over there. We sent it. Be careful, don't let him escape. And be careful at the same time. This little bastard, Hongmeng, has just broken through, and his strength is not strong, but there are strong people behind him to protect him. No, this is a treasury of walking. We will never let him escape. Hooray! Shifang prison suppressing formation. Didn't the 10 devil emperors above the 7th heaven hesitate in the slightest? They shot directly, and a formation that was as black as ink and exuded an endless evil aura shrouded it. Endless magic light shone, as if 10 devil prisons were suppressed. The void collapsed and turned into a devil prison. This is the peerless array that the prison squad got from a demon lord at a high price to deal with Hongmeng. Under the demon lord, no one can break through. No matter how evil Hongmeng is, have to be suppressed by them pressure. Chapter 379. Empress Sacrifice in the Golden Chariot. Even if she is the goddess of war, women do not give way to men. But she is also a woman. Women are all emotional, especially at this time, when the emotions are still fading and immersed in it. The atrium is the most fragile and needs comfort from a man. Suddenly, Zan Lianzhu frowned slightly, and a hint of anger appeared on his originally happy and comfortable face. Damn bugs, here they come again. She propped up slightly. Her blue hair slipped down, her flushed cheeks became even more beautiful, her cold voice was full of boundless murderous intent and anger. Since it's a bedbug, it should be crushed to death. Hongmeng smiled lightly, and didn't care. Feeling the suppression of a large formation outside, he withdrew his hand that was holding Zan Lianzhu. With 5 fingers clenched together into a fist, he punched lightly towards the outside. Outside the golden chariot, suppression. The 10 Fang prison suppressing formation was completed, and the 10 demon emperors above the 7th heaven did not hesitate at all, and with boundless power, they suppressed the golden chariot one after another. Like 10 devil prisons, they will crush the eternal blue sky. But at this moment, a fist as crystal clear as jade suddenly emerged from the golden chariot, lengthened in the wind, and turned into a fist as big as a mountain in an instant. This punch seems to be able to suppress the world and break hell. This moment, the fist collided with the Shifang prison suppression formation. There was no earth-shattering roar, and no aftermath that swept across the world. The Shifang prison suppressing formation was like a piece of paper that could be broken with a poke, falling apart. Puff! The 10 devil emperors spat out a mouthful of blood, their eyes filled with horror. The 10-direction prison suppressing formation they acquired at a huge price, gathering the power of the 10 devil emperors, was smashed by a single punch. Who are you? A devil emperor roared, and until now they didn't know what kind of powerful person was behind Hongmeng to protect him. Because everything I've seen is dead. There was no sound from the golden chariot, but another punch came out. This punch comes out. The sky shook. The earth fell. The void was shattered by the shock. This is a punch that contains the power of extreme shock. The terrifying shock force swept through the bodies of the 10 devil emperors. Their indestructible demon emperor's body was directly shattered by this shock force and turned into dust. Desperate. Amazing. In the golden chariot, Zan Lianzhu lay in Hongmeng's arms, her golden eyes blinked slightly, as if filled with deep affection. She looked at Hongmeng's handsome and perfect face, felt the 10 demon emperors who had been obliterated outside, her eyes were full of admiration. What's the name of this punch? It contains the ultimate power of shock. Just a moment ago, it trembled at least trillions of times. Zan Lianzhu looked at Hongmeng's fist like a little girl. Shake the sky, Hongmeng said indifferently. In fact, he just punched at will, but the supernatural powers he possessed were too correct, and his realm was also very high. Every punch and kick contained supreme supernatural powers. Zhenshin, what a name. Zan Lianzhu praised. She likes Hongmeng's arrogance and power. This kind of strength made her weak and satisfied. Make her feel fuller than ever. Now that your identity has been exposed, the Devil Emperor of the Abyss Plane will come to kill you like crazy at all costs. Zan Lianzhu said to Hongmeng based on the words of the 10 Devil Emperors and the news from other people on the Emperor-level battlefield. Come on, come one to kill one, come two to kill one pair. Hongmeng said indifferently. When I stepped into the Emperor-level battlefield, I knew that this road was paved with blood, and only blood can deter the devils in the Abyss Plane. Without bleeding, fight to the death. Hong Meng's words full of blood and fighting spirit are more useful to Zan Lianzu, the goddess of war, than any love words. As expected of me, the man who practiced snow. Zan Lianzu's eyes were blurred. Looking at Hong Mengwei's body, the whole person was infatuated. At the same time, Abyss Plane headquarters, the Devil Emperor, who was in charge of monitoring the dynamics of the battlefields of the two realms, was shocked to see that the soul lamps of the 10 members of the prison squad who had entered the Emperor-level battlefield were all extinguished in an instant. What does this mean? It shows that the prison squad was killed collectively. How can this be? I remember that every member of the prison suppression squad has cultivation bases above the Demon Emperor's 7th heaven, and they have also exchanged for the 10 Fang prison suppression formation. With their strength, even if they are besieged, it is impossible for the entire army to be wiped out at once. The bloodshed Demon Emperor's eyes were full of horror, and he hurriedly checked to see if there was any news about the prison squad, but even if he checked, there was no news. That is to say, the 10 Devil Emperors in the prison squad were instantly killed collectively without even a single piece of news coming out. How is this possible? Only the Venerable can do this, right? Does the Emperor-level battlefield have the power of the Venerable level? The Blood-Blade Demon Emperor didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly reported the news to the Demon Venerable. The Demon Venerable asked the Demon Ancestor, and confirmed that there was no problem in the battlefield between the two worlds, and it was impossible for the power of the Venerable to appear. Could it be that a monster like Hong Meng's previous Emperor-level battlefield appeared on the Emperor-level battlefield? Ma Zhen thought to himself. Previously, Hong Meng swept across the Imperial battlefield by himself, and his combat power was so great that they suffered heavy losses on the Imperial battlefield. There were more than 10,000 Demon Emperors who died in the hands of Hong Meng alone. If there is such a monster in the Emperor-level battlefield, the loss will be unimaginable. Immediately notify all the Devil Emperors on the Emperor-level battlefield and tell them to be careful. A very powerful Emperor-level powerhouse has appeared on the Emperor-level battlefield, and the prison squad has been wiped out. Yes, Demon Lord. The bloodshed Demon Emperor retreated respectfully, and then quickly passed the news to the Demon Emperor on the Emperor-level battlefield. And when the Devil Emperor of the Abyss Plane shook, the heavenly Abyss God City established by the Eternal Continent on the edge of the battlefield between the two worlds also boiled. In the center of Tianyuan Divine City is the Demon Execution Monument. Next to the Demon Slaying Monument, countless strong men from the Eternal Continent watch and admire the strong men on it every day. Now, the most dazzling name on the Demon Slaying tablet is Hong Meng. Hong Meng was at the top of the demon killing list and the Emperor list. Among them, the killing point is a terrifying number of more than 20 billion. The second-ranked Juyao Heavenly Emperor has only 1.5 billion demon killing points. The gap with Hong Meng, unimaginable. Suddenly, when everyone saw Hong Meng's name, the demon killing points instantly increased by 1 billion. Instantly, everyone froze. What is the concept of adding 1 billion at a time? It means that Hong Meng killed 10 Devil Emperors instantly. That is the Devil Emperor. Not piggy puppies. Every Devil Emperor is a terrifying figure who transcends the long river of time, is always with the sky, and coexists with the Tao. They are on the plane of the abyss, and each of them is a giant of Megatron. Now in front of Hong Meng, they were instantly killed, or 10 at a time. I would like to call Hong Meng the strongest. It's so perverted. No wonder even the proud and domineering female war god Zan Lianzu was conquered by him. You said that Hong Meng wouldn't sweep the entire Emperor-level battlefield like he swept the Emperor-level battlefield. Following this trend, I think history will repeat itself. Fuck, how could such a historic moment be without me? I'm going to the Emperor-level battlefield. Go together. Countless Emperor-level powerhouses rushed towards the Emperor-level battlefield with high fighting spirit. Now, in front of the Demon Slayer monument, the second-ranked Emperor Juyao had bitter eyes in his eyes. Looking at Hong Meng's demon killing points of more than 20 billion. He couldn't even get jealous. The gap is too big. He silently walked towards the Emperor-level battlefield. Although he was not as good as Hong Meng's pervert, it was not bad to be able to keep the second place. And when the Devil Emperor of the Abyss Plane and the Emperor-level powerhouse of the Eternal Continent were boiling, Hong Meng was not idle. He is fighting fiercely. The golden blood dyed the spear golden. More sharp and sharp, deminuring at the same time. Draw the world of rivers and lakes. The female Emperor Shui Yunji, who returned from the world of immortality, relied on the power of faith to truly rule the world, ascended the throne and proclaimed herself emperor, and became the real female emperor. She led all civil and military officials to sacrifice to the great lord of Hongmeng. In front of the altar, civil and military officials, with a serious face and excitement in the depths of their eyes. They are all believers of the primordial lord. They have all felt the divine grace of the primordial lord. They know that the Lord of primordial conception is the supreme immortal true God, a real and great existence. With the sacrifice began. One by one, the sacrifices were carried on the altar. There are martial arts cheats. There are rare treasures. The most eye-catching thing is the gorgeous beauties. Ji Rushui, Lu Lingxuan, Shi Yao, Kai Meng, Zan Jingtian. Wonderful, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Eternal continent, emperor level battlefield. Ding, a ray of power of faith has been detected. This time it has been multiplied by a factor of 100,000, and you have obtained 100,000 ray of power of faith. Ding, your believers sacrifice 3 animals, 6 animals and 5 grains to you. This time, you will get a billion-fold increase. You will get a beast. Ding, your believers have sacrificed a large number of martial arts cheats to you, and the overall increase has been multiplied by tens of billions, and you have gained the halo of martial arts civilization. Quote. Empress Shui Yunji. Hong Meng's heart skipped a beat. After his main body left the immortal world last time, the replacement avatar did not stay long before leaving the immortal world. Shui Yunji, Yun Yun, Bibi Dong and others naturally left one after another. Hong Meng was very satisfied with their service during that period of time, and gave each of them a chaotic spiritual root flat peach before leaving. Let their strength skyrocket and their joy be satisfied. Ding, your believers sacrifice to you the daughters of great luck Lu Lingxuan, Kai Meng, Zan Jingtian, Miao Chengxian, Shi Yao, with 10 powers of luck. This time, we have achieved a 20 billion times increase. You get the legendary heroes Kai Meng, Zan Jingtian, Miao Chengxian, and Shi Yao. You have obtained the power of 1 trillion paths of origin. Ding, your believers sacrifice to you Ji Rushui, the daughter of destiny, with 20 powers of luck. This time, we have achieved a 50 billion times increase. You got the legendary hero Ji Rushui. Quote. Hong Meng didn't feel much about the sacrifice of the Empress Shui Yunji. The current avatar in charge of the kingdom of God just sent a hero to pass on the reward. Regarding these, Hong Meng didn't care too much. 9 emperor-level dragons pulled the golden chariot, and drove slowly on the vast emperor-level battlefield, as if traveling. If you add the scene in the car, it seems that Hong Meng didn't come here for training at all, but took a beautiful woman for honeymoon. Boom boom boom. After half an hour of driving on the golden battlefield, there was a sudden violent movement ahead. There is a strong battle. In the golden chariot, Zan Lianzu's pretty face was flushed, and Zan Lianzu's eyes lit up when she felt the movement. The fighting factor in her body was obviously activated again. Hong Meng caressed her smooth jade back, and ordered the driver to pull the car and rush to the battlefield. In the void, there are 7 terrifying demon emperors, each of them is tall and majestic, like several magic mountains, wanting to crush the eternal blue sky. They stood there with a vast aura, and each of them seemed to have gone through countless kalpas, their bodies combined with the heaven and earth, and blended into the Tao. 7 devil emperors, each one is the strongest of the devil emperor 9 heavens. When they gathered together, the earth almost sank, all kinds of visions descended from the sky, and the sky sounded continuously, as if they were singing for them. And surrounded by them was a woman. This is a very beautiful woman, with snow-white skin, flamboyant, graceful body, peerless elegance, but extremely terrifying. Even in the face of the terrifying devil emperor of the 7 devil emperors and the 9 heavens, she was not afraid at all. Kill. With a piercing murderous aura and a cold voice, she looked very cold. She was like a snow lotus on an iceberg, with a cold air rushing towards her face. She held a divine sword in her slender hand, and swung it out, evolving into endless sun, moon and stars. Every star was transformed by sword energy, mighty and mighty, shaking the world. On the sky, the endless sword energy galaxy blooms with infinite light, the red clouds are lingering, the gods are infinite, and the roar of the avenue is endless. However, the 7 devil emperors were also jealous. A demon emperor swung down with a huge axe in his hand, trying to split the galaxy of sword energy in the void, as if opening the sky, all the chaotic energy rushed out. A demon emperor holds a magic spear, and the tip of the spear evolves into evil demon prisons with monstrous demonic energy, stabbing fiercely at the chest of the female emperor holding a long sword. A demon emperor held a magic whip, on which hundreds of millions of unjust souls and fierce ghosts howled and wailed, and there seemed to be hells in it. A demon emperor holds a big knife. The 7 devil emperors showed their magical powers and blasted down at the female emperor. Although the sword chi galaxy was terrifying, it was still not enough to look at in front of the 7 devil emperors. It was annihilated in a blink of an eye. However, this female emperor is also extremely powerful in battle. Not only is she quite beautiful, her body is slender and light, almost as clear as jade, her body is covered in colorful rays of light, her hair is smooth and soft, and she looks like a female war god with every move. Hong Meng recognized the empress. It was the first time he came to the battlefield of the two realms, the Nine Profound Empress, who was the second on the demon killing list that he saw in Tianyuan Divine City. Certainly. Now Empress Jushuan has dropped one place on the demon killing list due to Hongmeng's strong penetration, ranking third. Because Zan Lianzu has just arrived, he hasn't killed a few demon emperors yet. No good rankings for now. Hongmeng sat in the golden chariot, holding Zan Lianzu in one hand, and came to the edge of the battlefield. He did not rush into the battlefield, but quietly watched the battle. 9 Profound Empress and 7 Devil Emperors obviously noticed him too. But seeing that Hongmeng didn't move or run away, they concentrated on suppressing Empress Jushuan. It was obvious that they planned to suppress Empress Jushuan first, and then deal with Hongmeng. That kid is Hongmeng. Let's fight with all our strength. First destroy Empress Jushuan, and then suppress Hongmeng with all our strength. The leader of the Demon Emperor sent a voice transmission to the others. They also obviously recognized Hongmeng. Good. With the strength of the 7 Demon Emperors, the 9 Profound Empress was immediately suppressed and became precarious, ready to be suppressed and fall at any time. Hey, do you need help? Hongmeng shouted at Empress Jushuan. The same people from the Eternal Continent. Naturally, it was impossible for Hongmeng to watch 7 Devil Emperors do whatever they wanted to a female emperor. Still in front of him. This kid is about to make a move. Use his ultimate move to directly kill Hongmeng. Seeing that Hongmeng was about to make a move, the Devil Emperor in the lead became impatient, and sent voice transmission to several other people. Good. No problem. Compared to Empress Jushuan, they were more likely to kill Hongmeng. Chapter 379. Empress Sacrifice in the Golden Chariot. Even if she is the goddess of war, women do not give way to men. But she is also a woman. Women are all emotional, especially at this time, when the emotions are still fading and immersed in it. The atrium is the most fragile and needs comfort from a man. Suddenly, Zan Lianzu frowned slightly, and a hint of anger appeared on his originally happy and comfortable face. Damn bugs, here they come again. She propped up slightly. Her blue hair slipped down, her flushed cheeks became even more beautiful, her cold voice was full of boundless murderous intent and anger. Since it's a bedbug, it should be crushed to death. Hongmeng smiled lightly, and didn't care. Feeling the suppression of a large formation outside, he withdrew his hand that was holding Zan Lianzu. With 5 fingers clenched together into a fist, he punched lightly towards the outside. Outside the golden chariot, suppression. The 10 Fang prison suppressing formation was completed, and the 10 demon emperors above the 7th heaven did not hesitate at all, and with boundless power, they suppressed the golden chariot one after another. Like 10 devil prisons, they will crush the eternal blue sky. But at this moment, a fist as crystal clear as jade suddenly emerged from the golden chariot, lengthened in the wind, and turned into a fist as big as a mountain in an instant. This punch seems to be able to suppress the world and break hell. This moment, the fist collided with the Shifang prison suppression formation. There was no earth-shattering roar, and no aftermath that swept across the world. The Shifang prison suppressing formation was like a piece of paper that could be broken with a poke, falling apart. Puff. The 10 devil emperors spat out a mouthful of blood, their eyes filled with horror. The 10 direction prison suppressing formation they acquired at a huge price, gathering the power of the 10 devil emperors, was smashed by a single punch. Who are you? A devil emperor roared, and until now they didn't know what kind of powerful person was behind Hongmeng to protect him. Because everything I've seen is dead. There was no sound from the golden chariot, but another punch came out. This punch comes out. The sky shook. The earth fell. The void was shattered by the shock. This is a punch that contains the power of extreme shock. The terrifying shock force swept through the bodies of the 10 devil emperors. Their indestructible demon emperor's body was directly shattered by this shock force and turned into dust. Desperate. Amazing. In the golden chariot, Zan Lianzu lay in Hongmeng's arms, her golden eyes blinked slightly, as if filled with deep affection. She looked at Hongmeng's handsome and perfect face, felt the 10 demon emperors who had been obliterated outside, her eyes were full of admiration. What's the name of this punch? It contains the ultimate power of shock. Just a moment ago, it trembled at least trillions of times. Zan Lianzu looked at Hongmeng's fist like a little girl. Shake the sky, Hongmeng said indifferently. In fact, he just punched at will, but the supernatural powers he possessed were too correct, and his realm was also very high. Every punch and kick contained supreme supernatural powers. Genshin, what a name. Zan Lianzu praised. She likes Hongmeng's arrogance and power. This kind of strength made her weak and satisfied. Make her feel fuller than ever. Now that your identity has been exposed, the Devil Emperor of the Abyss Plane will come to kill you like crazy at all costs. Zan Lianzu said to Hong Meng based on the words of the 10 devil emperors and the news from other people on the emperor-level battlefield. Come on, come on, come one to kill one, come two to kill one pair. Hong Meng said indifferently. When I stepped into the emperor-level battlefield, I knew that this road was paved with blood, and only blood can deter the devils in the abyss plane. Without bleeding, fight to the death. Hong Meng's words full of blood and fighting spirit are more useful to Zan Lianzu, the goddess of war, than any love words. As expected of me, the man who practiced snow. Zan Lianzu's eyes were blurred. Looking at Hong Mengwei's body, the whole person was infatuated. At the same time, Abyss Plane headquarters, the Devil Emperor, who was in charge of monitoring the dynamics of the battlefields of the two realms, was shocked to see that the soul lamps of the 10 members of the prison squad who had entered the Emperor-level battlefield were all extinguished in an instant. What does this mean? It shows that the prison squad was killed collectively. How can this be? I remember that every member of the prison suppression squad has cultivation bases above the Demon Emperor's 7th heaven, and they have also exchanged for the 10-Fang prison suppression formation. With their strength, even if they are besieged, it is impossible for the entire army to be wiped out at once. The bloodshed Demon Emperor's eyes were full of horror, and he hurriedly checked to see if there was any news about the prison squad, but even if he checked, there was no news. That is to say, the 10 devil emperors in the prison squad were instantly killed collectively without even a single piece of news coming out. How is this possible? Only the Venerable can do this, right? Does the Emperor-level battlefield have the power of the Venerable level? The Blood-Blade Demon Emperor didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly reported the news to the Demon Venerable. The Demon Venerable asked the Demon Ancestor, and confirmed that there was no problem in the battlefield between the two worlds, and it was impossible for the power of the Venerable to appear. Could it be that a monster like Hong Meng's previous Emperor-level battlefield appeared on the Emperor-level battlefield? Ma Zhen thought to himself. Previously, Hong Meng swept across the Imperial battlefield by himself, and his combat power was so great that they suffered heavy losses on the Imperial battlefield. There were more than 10,000 demon emperors who died in the hands of Hong Meng alone. If there is such a monster in the Emperor-level battlefield, the loss will be unimaginable. Immediately notify all the devil emperors on the Emperor-level battlefield and tell them to be careful. A very powerful Emperor-level powerhouse has appeared on the Emperor-level battlefield, and the prison squad has been wiped out. Yes, Demon Lord. The bloodshed Demon Emperor retreated respectfully, and then quickly passed the news to the Demon Emperor on the Emperor-level battlefield. And when the Devil Emperor of the Abyss Plane shook, the heavenly Abyss God City established by the Eternal Continent on the edge of the battlefield between the two worlds also boiled. In the center of Tianyuan Divine City is the Demon Execution Monument. Next to the Demon Slaying Monument, countless strong men from the Eternal Continent watch and admire the strong men on it every day. Now, the most dazzling name on the Demon Slaying Tablet is Hong Meng. Hong Meng was at the top of the Demon Killing list and the Emperor list. Among them, the killing point is a terrifying number of more than 20 billion. The second-ranked Juyao Heavenly Emperor has only 1.5 billion demon killing points. The gap with Hong Meng, unimaginable. Suddenly, when everyone saw Hong Meng's name, the demon killing points instantly increased by 1 billion. Instantly, everyone froze. What is the concept of adding 1 billion at a time? It means that Hong Meng killed 10 devil emperors instantly. That is the devil emperor. Not piggy puppies. Every devil emperor is a terrifying figure who transcends the long river of time, is always with the sky, and coexists with the Tao. They are on the plane of the abyss, and each of them is a giant of Megatron. Now in front of Hong Meng, they were instantly killed, or 10 at a time. I would like to call Hong Meng the strongest. It's so perverted. No wonder even the proud and domineering female war god Zan Lianzu was conquered by him. You said that Hong Meng wouldn't sweep the entire Emperor-level battlefield like he swept the Emperor-level battlefield. Following this trend, I think history will repeat itself. Fuck, how could such a historic moment be without me? I'm going to the Emperor-level battlefield. Go together. Countless Emperor-level powerhouses rushed towards the Emperor-level battlefield with high fighting spirit. Now, in front of the Demon Slayer monument, the second-ranked Emperor Juyao had bitter eyes in his eyes. Looking at Hong Meng's demon killing points of more than 20 billion. He couldn't even get jealous. The gap is too big. He silently walked towards the Emperor-level battlefield. Although he was not as good as Hong Meng's pervert, it was not bad to be able to keep the second place. And when the Devil Emperor of the Abyss Plane and the Emperor-level powerhouse of the Eternal Continent were boiling, Hong Meng was not idle. He is fighting fiercely. The golden blood dyed the spear golden. More sharp and sharp, deminuring at the same time. Draw the world of rivers and lakes. The female Emperor Shui Yunji, who returned from the world of immortality, relied on the power of faith to truly rule the world, ascended the throne and proclaimed herself emperor, and became the real female emperor. She led all civil and military officials to sacrifice to the great lord of Hongmong. In front of the altar, civil and military officials, with a serious face and excitement in the depths of their eyes. They are all believers of the primordial Lord. They have all felt the divine grace of the primordial Lord. They know that the Lord of primordial conception is the supreme immortal true God, a real and great existence. With the sacrifice began. One by one, the sacrifices were carried on the altar. There are martial arts cheats. There are rare treasures. The most eye-catching thing is the gorgeous beauties. Ji Rushui, Lu Lingxuan, Shi Yao, Kai Meng, Zan Jingtian. Wonderful, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Eternal continent, emperor-level battlefield. Ding, a ray of power of faith has been detected. This time it has been multiplied by a factor of 100,000, and you have obtained 100,000 ray of power of faith. Ding, your believers sacrifice 3 animals, 6 animals and 5 grains to you. This time, you will get a billion-fold increase. You will get a beast. Ding, your believers have sacrificed a large number of martial arts cheats to you, and the overall increase has been multiplied by tens of billions, and you have gained the halo of martial arts civilization. Quote. Empress Shui Yunji. Hong Meng's heart skipped a beat. After his main body left the immortal world last time, the replacement avatar did not stay long before leaving the immortal world. Shui Yunji, Yun Yun, Bibi Dong and others naturally left one after another. Hong Meng was very satisfied with their service during that period of time, and gave each of them a chaotic spiritual root flat peach before leaving. Let their strength skyrocket and their joy be satisfied. Ding, your believers sacrifice to you the daughters of great luck Lu Lingxuan, Kai Meng, Zan Jingtian, Miao Chengxian, Shi Yao, with 10 powers of luck. This time, we have achieved a 20 billion times increase. You get the legendary heroes Kai Meng, Zan Jingtian, Miao Chengxian, and Shi Yao. You have obtained the power of 1 trillion paths of origin. Ding, your believers sacrifice to you Ji Rushui, the daughter of destiny, with 20 powers of luck. This time, we have achieved a 50 billion times increase. You got the legendary hero Ji Rushui. Quote. Hong Meng didn't feel much about the sacrifice of the Empress Shui Yunji. The current avatar in charge of the kingdom of God just sent a hero to pass on the reward. Regarding these, Hong Meng didn't care too much. 9 emperor-level dragons pulled the golden chariot, and drove slowly on the vast emperor-level battlefield, as if traveling. If you add the scene in the car, it seems that Hong Meng didn't come here for training at all, but took a beautiful woman for honeymoon. Boom boom boom. After half an hour of driving on the golden battlefield, there was a sudden violent movement ahead. There is a strong battle. In the golden chariot, Zan Lianzu's pretty face was flushed, and Zan Lianzu's eyes lit up when she felt the movement. The fighting factor in her body was obviously activated again. Hong Meng caressed her smooth jade back, and ordered the driver to pull the car and rush to the battlefield. In the void, there are 7 terrifying demon emperors, each of them is tall and majestic, like several magic mountains, wanting to crush the eternal blue sky. They stood there with a vast aura, and each of them seemed to have gone through countless kalpas, their bodies combined with the heaven and earth, and blended into the Tao. 7 devil emperors. Each one is the strongest of the devil emperor 9 heavens. When they gathered together, the earth almost sank, all kinds of visions descended from the sky, and the sky sounded continuously, as if they were singing for them. And surrounded by them was a woman. This is a very beautiful woman, with snow-white skin, flamboyant, graceful body, peerless elegance, but extremely terrifying. Even in the face of the terrifying devil emperor of the 7 devil emperors and the 9 heavens, she was not afraid at all. Kill. With a piercing murderous aura and a cold voice, she looked very cold. She was like a snow lotus on an iceberg, with a cold air rushing towards her face. She held a divine sword in her slender hand, and swung it out, evolving into endless sun, moon and stars. Every star was transformed by sword energy, mighty, shaking the world. On the sky, the endless sword energy galaxy blooms with infinite light, the red clouds are lingering, the gods are infinite, and the roar of the avenue is endless. However, the 7 devil emperors were also jealous. A demon emperor swung down with a huge axe in his hand, trying to split the galaxy of sword energy in the void, as if opening the sky, all the chaotic energy rushed out. A demon emperor holds a magic spear, and the tip of the spear evolves into evil demon prisons with monstrous demonic energy, stabbing fiercely at the chest of the female emperor holding a long sword. A demon emperor held a magic whip, on which hundreds of millions of unjust souls and fierce ghosts howled and wailed, and there seemed to be hells in it. A demon emperor holds a big knife. The 7 devil emperors showed their magical powers and blasted down at the female emperor. Although the Sword Chi galaxy was terrifying, it was still not enough to look at in front of the 7 devil emperors. It was annihilated in a blink of an eye. However, this female emperor is also extremely powerful in battle. Not only is she quite beautiful, her body is slender and light, almost as clear as jade, her body is covered in colorful rays of light, her hair is smooth and soft, and she looks like a female war god with every move. Hong Meng recognized the empress. It was the first time he came to the battlefield of the two realms, the 9 profound empress who was the second on the demon killing list that he saw in Tianyuan Divine City. Certainly, now Empress Jushuan has dropped 1 place on the demon killing list due to Hong Meng's strong penetration, ranking 3rd. Because Zan Lianzu has just arrived, he hasn't killed a few demon emperors yet. No good rankings for now. Hong Meng sat in the golden chariot, holding Zan Lianzu in one hand, and came to the edge of the battlefield. He did not rush into the battlefield, but quietly watched the battle. 9 profound empress and 7 devil emperors obviously noticed him too. But seeing that Hong Meng didn't move or run away, they concentrated on suppressing Empress Jushuan. It was obvious that they planned to suppress Empress Jushuan first, and then deal with Hong Meng. That kid is Hong Meng. Let's fight with all our strength. First destroy Empress Jushuan, and then suppress Hong Meng with all our strength. The leader of the Demon Emperor sent a voice transmission to the others. They also obviously recognized Hong Meng. Good. With the strength of the 7 demon emperors, the 9 profound empress was immediately suppressed and became precarious, ready to be suppressed and fall at any time. Hey, do you need help? Hong Meng shouted at Empress Jushuan. The same people from the Eternal Continent. Naturally, it was impossible for Hong Meng to watch 7 devil emperors do whatever they wanted to a female emperor. Still in front of him. This kid is about to make a move. Use his ultimate move to directly kill Hong Meng. Seeing that Hong Meng was about to make a move, the Devil Emperor in the lead became impatient, and sent voice transmission to several other people. Good. No problem. Compared to Empress Jushuan, they were more likely to kill Hong Meng. Chapter 380 Destroying the Innate Supreme Treasure, the Great Nirvana Finger. The 7 Devil Emperors of the Juchongtian gave up on the 9 Zan Empress, and unanimously played their prepared trump cards. This is a combination of secret techniques and formations, and a fingering technique that is jointly urged by 7 devil emperors. I saw the 7 devil emperors forming their own seals, and the laws of the Great Way rose from the sky, intertwining and condensing a huge crystal finger in the sky. This finger is as big as a mountain, like a pillar of the sky. There is a palpitating silence lingering above. Even when Empress Jushuan and Zan Lianzu saw this crystal jade finger with an aura of death, they couldn't help but tremble. If they had used this trick from the beginning, I'm afraid I would have fallen. Empress Jushuan stood aside, her towering chest heaving violently, and the blood in her body surging. She was also injured in the battle against the 7 demon emperors just now. Is he Hong Meng who has been in the limelight recently? Can he block the Great Nirvana Finger? 9 profound empress looked at Hong Meng with curiosity. For this Hong Meng who was born out of nowhere, swept the emperor-level battlefield, was promoted to God Emperor, and stirred up the situation in the emperor-level battlefield, she was also like thunder, but today was the first time seeing Hong Meng himself. Kill! The 7 devil emperors shouted sharply, and pointed at Hong Meng with their crystal giant fingers carrying the aura of extinction. It was unstoppable. A giant finger stands high in the sky. That kind of power can tear people's souls apart, making Empress Jushuan feel a terrible sense of suffocation, and she can't breathe at all. Mountain and River Seal. Hong Meng embraced Zan Lianzu's plump and delicate body with one hand, clenched a fist with 5 fingers in one hand, and punched upwards. A terrifying breath gushed out. Above his head, a great mountain appeared across the sky, as if passing through the ancient heaven and earth, coming from shattered time and space. The endless magnificence and atmosphere made people's soul and spirit tremble uncontrollably. Although it was still vague at first, it soon became clear, like a dragon rising from the sea, like a pillar rising from the earth. The big mountain is like the sky. The majestic Gaiyu, standing above Hong Meng, seemed to be carrying the blue sky on his back. At this moment, with Hong Meng as the center, powerful energy fluctuations roared like a great river, rolling out, raging in all directions above his head. The great mountain towered over the sky, with silver waterfalls hanging down, long rivers rushing, ancient trees towering into the sky, birds and beasts flying away, all clearly visible. Town. Hong Meng drank softly, and punched out with a punch, and Deu flew across the sky, like a deep sea coming out of a cage, splitting the sky. The giant finger pressure fell, suppressing the mountain ahead. Shanhayan refers to the Great Nirvana. The two collided, like the sea collapsing and the ground sinking, like the sky falling and the earth falling. The terrifying aura shook in all directions. There are raging waves everywhere, beams of light everywhere, and the power of destruction everywhere. There is no place of peace under this sky. Boom. There was a boundless loud noise, and the sky and the earth were overturned. After the giant finger collided violently with the mountain, the domineering aura swept the sky and the earth, rushing in all directions. The great nirvana finger was crushed by the Shan seal like sand, and then the Shan seal continued to castrate, and it was suppressed on the 7 devil emperors at once. Boom, 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 boom. There were 7 consecutive explosions, like fireworks blooming, and the bodies of the 7 immortal and immortal demon emperor Juchongtian demon emperor, who transcended time and space, unfolded and turned into dust. Their avenues, their consciousness, and everything about them has been suppressed and crushed, no matter the past, present, future, or infinite time and space. All traces are completely obliterated. The 7 demon emperors and the 9 heavenly powerhouses fell. Hiss. Empress Jushuan's delicate, ruddy mouth grew big, and she looked at Hong Mang in shock and disbelief. She knew that Hong Mang was invincible in the imperial battlefield. But now it is an emperor-level battlefield. Unexpectedly, Hong Mang, who had just been promoted to God Emperor, would be so tyrannical. One punch killed the 7 devil emperors. I can't even imagine it. Never before. What kind of monster is this? How could a God Emperor who has just been promoted be so terrifying? Empress Jushuan was full of endless curiosity, as if she had peeled off Hong Mang, and explored and studied it carefully to see what kind of monster it was. As expected of the man I fought against and practiced snow, that's awesome. Zan Lianzu had seen how powerful Hong Mang was, so she wasn't too surprised that Hong Mang killed 7 devil emperors with one punch, but her face was full of pride and pride. Jushuan sees fellow Taoist. Empress 9 Zan wore a black robe fluttering in the wind, graceful and luxurious, with peerless grace, stepping into the sunset, like a dream, came to Hong Mang and bowed gracefully. The momentary elegance and peerless demeanor make people overwhelmed. With curiosity in her beautiful eyes, she looked at Hong Mang up close. A head of black hair is like a waterfall, flying with the wind, hiding her body with a peerless beauty. Just sitting there, he gave people a feeling like a majestic mountain that can lift up the sky, making people feel that everything can withstand it, like an immortal pillar supporting the sky. Fascinating. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your help. If not for the help of fellow Taoist, my life would be in danger today. Empress Jushuan said gratefully, I can't repay you for saving my life. So do you want to promise each other with your body, or do you want to be a cow or a horse in the next life to repay your life-saving grace? Before Empress Jushuan finished speaking, Hong Mang interrupted and said, I'm so handsome, so I should be a cow or a horse in the next life. Quote, quote, question mark, quote. Empress Jushuan was stunned for a moment, then she came to her senses and said with a light smile, fellow Taoist is really funny. Her face was calm, but her heart was overwhelmed by Hong Meng's words of promise with her body, and her heart was in turmoil. She unconsciously looked at Hong Meng, the more handsome he looked. There is such a perfect man in this world. However, she is also a pinnacle female emperor at the emperor level, and she is not as bold as Zan Lianzu, so it is naturally impossible to pounce on her directly. She ignored Hong Meng's words, and said directly, today, I owe a favor to fellow Taoist, and if fellow Taoist needs or orders in the future, I will be willing to die. Anything you need. Looking at Empress Jushuan's graceful body, Hong Meng almost blurted out, but he didn't say it, and said, fellow Taoist is serious, it's just a matter of raising your hands, not to mention killing the devil emperor, everyone is responsible. Fellow Taoist. Empress Jushuan admired, and then said, nowadays, the devil emperors of the abyss plane are frantically looking for fellow Taoists. Although fellow Taoists are good at making good fortune, they are many and powerful. Can you? Welcome. Hong Meng nodded slightly and replied with a smile. He has already taught Zan Lianzu and taught all the accumulated experience and knowledge. He doesn't need to teach Zan Lianzu for the time being, so he is not afraid of being disturbed. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Empress Jushuan was not polite, and went directly to sit next to Hong Meng. The golden chariot is an innate treasure. It can be big or small, let alone 3 people, even 30,000 people can sit on it. HMPH, this vixen must want to steal my man. Zan Lianzu was vigilant and cursed secretly. Hong Meng didn't think much about it. At this moment, his head was empty, like a sage, admiring the scenery of the emperor-level battlefield. 9 dragons pulled the chariot and walked slowly. And when Hong Meng traveled with beauty, the headquarters of the abyss plane was shocked again. Because the Annihilation Squad was wiped out in an instant again. Although there are only 7 members in the Nirvana team, each of them is a Demon Emperor Juchongtian powerhouse, not to mention the big Nirvana finger. However, even so, it was still wiped out in an instant. Not even one escaped. What does this mean? It shows that a monstrous figure appeared on the Emperor-level battlefield. This character is likely to be like Hong Meng in the Imperial battlefield. And this monstrous figure is most likely the strong man who protects Hong Meng. As for the monster being Hong Meng himself, they didn't think much about it at all. Hong Meng had just broken through, and even if his fighting power was against the sky, he couldn't be stronger than the Devil Emperor of Juchongtian. Then, the Demon Lord of the Abyss Plane ordered to notify all the Demon Emperors in the Emperor-level battlefield that once they found Hong Meng's traces, they were not allowed to act without authorization and must notify other Demon Emperors. Then, by means of thunder, Hong Meng and the monster-level powerhouse were killed. Emperor-level battlefield. All the Devil Emperors were overwhelmed by the news. What? The Nirvana team was wiped out in an instant, and no one escaped. How can this be? There won't be any venerable sneaking in. It is impossible to have a venerable. If a venerable comes in, the great supreme majesty will definitely find out. How could there be such a strong man? He must have used some despicable means. The Devil Emperor of the Abyss Plane was boiling, filled with righteous indignation. But everyone is vigilant. Destroying 2 Devil Emperor squads in a row, no matter what method the opponent uses, is enough to show the danger of the opponent. They don't make fun of their own lives. Then, many Devil Emperor squads united one after another. On the other hand, Hong Meng took Zan Lianzu and Empress Jushuan to tour the Emperor-level battlefield, and occasionally met the Devil Emperor of the Abyss Plane, and he pointed them to death. Brother Hong is really powerful. No Devil Emperor can stop Brother Hong with a single finger. Empress Jushuan admired her beautiful eyes, even with a touch of admiration. After a period of communication, they got closer and they stopped calling fellow Taoists, and called Hong Meng Brother Hong directly. Although Hong Meng's age may not even be a fraction of Empress Jushuan's, this has no effect. Whether a man is old or not does not depend on his age. It depends on strength and capital. I don't think there is any Devil Emperor who can stop him from gently pointing, and no woman can stop him from smiling lightly. Zan Lianzu curled her lips, and she was right beside her, watching the couple flirting together. Baby Lianzu is jealous. With a smile in his eyes, Hong Meng sighed. Baby Lianzu is the goddess of war, much stronger than those Devil Emperors. Not only can block me with 1 finger, but even 2, 3 fingers are no problem. Sister Lianzu is so powerful. She can block Brother Hong with 2 or 3 fingers. Empress Nine Zan's beautiful eyes widened. Hong Meng's strength has been proved by the blood of countless Devil Emperors, and can only be described in 1 word. That is terrifying. Even Empress Jushuan, she is the best among her peers, and few people can match her. But she knew very well that she would never be able to stop Hong Meng's finger. She feels Hong Meng 1 finger can instantly kill any emperor below the venerable. Sister Lianzu is worthy of being the arrogance of the God of War clan. She is really amazing. Empress Jushuan admired, even with a trace of admiration. You are a big villain, you know nonsense. A blush appeared on Zan Lianzu's pretty face, and she gave Hong Meng a hard look, then looked at Empress Jushuan, and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense." Looking at Zan Lianzu, whose face was as red as blood, Empress Jushuan suddenly realized that Hong Meng should let Zan Lianzu go, otherwise Zan Lianzu would not be able to block a single finger. No wonder Zan Lianzu was so embarrassed. Think here. Empress Jushuan's heart that had been hit immediately recovered. It seemed that even if Zan Lianzu was stronger than her, she was not much stronger. While Hong Meng was chatting and laughing with the 2 women, in the void interlayer hundreds of miles away from them, a Devil Emperor with 3 eyes was looking at Hong Meng from afar. I found traces of Hong Meng. Besides Hong Meng, there are 2 empresses, one is the Empress Jushuan, and the other is the Empress of the God of War clan. I haven't found any other powerful people. The 3-eyed demon emperor immediately spread the news, and then he continued to follow Hong Meng secretly from a distance. He comprehended the Tao of the void and possessed the magic eyes of the void. Even Zan Lianzu and Empress Jushuan didn't feel being followed at all. However, although the 3-eyed demon emperor was good at hiding and tracking, he couldn't hide it from Hong Meng. Learning to be smart, are you ready to unite? Hong Meng smiled inwardly, did not find out the 3-eyed demon emperor, and let the other party follow. This time, he wants to play big. What's the point of killing 10 or 8 devil emperors at once? If he wants to destroy, he will destroy 180. Why haven't I seen a devil emperor for a long time? After a while, Zan Lianzu was a little strange and said in doubt. Although the emperor-level battlefield is large, there are also many devil emperors. It is impossible not to meet the devil emperor all the time. Maybe they were all scared away by Big Brother Hong, or hugged together to keep warm, so it's normal that they didn't meet the devil emperor. Empress Jushuan smiled slightly. After communicating with her during this time, she found that Hong Meng was not only powerful, but also not airy at all, and his words were very humorous. From time to time, some pornographic jokes appeared, which made her feel ashamed and funny. Very happy. They really huddled together to keep warm. Hong Meng knew that the reason why he didn't meet the Devil Emperor was because those Devil Emperors knew his location and avoided him. And gathered together, when there are enough people, it is time to attack him. If this is the case, once we meet, there will be not 10 or 8 Devil Emperors, but dozens, or even hundreds of Devil Emperors. That's right. They're here. Hong Meng raised his head and said suddenly. What? They're coming. Zan Lianzu and Empress Jushuan were shocked, and their expressions suddenly became solemn. Boom. At this moment, the void disappeared, and an extremely brilliant light rushed out, turning into a copper furnace. The copper furnace was glittering and translucent, rapidly growing in size from 1 inch high, towering into the sky in the blink of an eye, as high as 1,000,000 miles, and the flames soared into the sky. Rumbling, the stove shook, and a tsunami-like sound burst out, so loud that it made people's ears buzz. The lid on the copper stove is shining brightly. Although it is made of copper, it is almost transparent like multicolored glass, and the raging fire inside is clearly visible. Crack. The lid of the copper furnace moved, and the multicolored glazed light shone, and the furnace lid slid open. Suddenly, the flames shot up into the sky, and a blazing colorful fire swept out. The terrifying temperature distorted the void, and the Dao Law was burned out. The copper furnace stood in the air, and on a green peak next to him, a falling waterfall was instantly evaporated, and the mist was misty, rolling in all directions. The scorching heat is creepy, and the distance is so far away that it makes people sweat like rain, and the flesh and blood are about to dry up. Both Zan Lianzu and Empress Jushuan have a feeling that their bodies are about to burn directly. If it was a flame that fell, it would probably turn into fly ash immediately. The copper furnace fell down like a big mountain, and suppressed Hongmeng with the monstrous flames, and the sky was filled with red light. Zan Lianzu and Empress Jushuan felt tremendous pressure. This flame could burn human soul bones, refine human flesh shells, and burn all directions. But when they looked at Hong Meng sitting between them, who was as stable as Mount Tai, calm and composed, their nervous hearts immediately let go. They have a kind of blind self-confidence. As long as there is Hong Meng, even if the sky falls. Hong Meng could also prop up the sky with his shoulders. Without hesitation, Hong Meng pointed to the copper stove. When this finger is like a pillar of the sky, directly on the copper furnace, like a dragon splitting the sky, the sound is long, and the ears of the surrounding emperor-level battlefields are bleeding directly, as if they have been cut by a sharp sword. Countless creatures screamed, covered their ears in pain, and were blown away by invisible sound waves, making people terrified. This copper furnace is a top-notch innate treasure, and it was driven to the extreme by many devil emperors together, and the power it exerted was simply earth-shattering. It is enough to be comparable to a blow from the venerable. However, what was even more shocking was that such a terrifying copper furnace was actually sent flying by Hong Meng's finger. It even left a finger-deep black hole on the copper furnace. Want know that this is a top innate treasure? A hole was poked out by a finger. How can it be? The many demon emperors who activated the copper furnace were dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Hong Meng turned out to be the terrifying strong man who continuously beheaded the devil emperor of their abyss plane. This kid is too terrifying. He was invincible in the emperor's battlefield when he was at the emperor's level. He has just been promoted to the emperor's level, and his combat power is so terrifying. If this continues, he must be our enemy in the abyss plane. We must get rid of him today. Good. We have gathered 1,200 demon emperors this time. Even the lords can fight. Even if Hong Meng is evil, he must die. One by one, the devil emperors opened their mouths, urging the copper furnace to suppress them again. Boom. The flames were like waterfalls, falling down from the copper furnace, rolling towards Hong Meng. The crimson brilliance filled the sky, and the eyes were full of red. The surrounding void, the law, the avenue, all kinds of things were burned out. Endless colorful lihuo, boiling, nothing else between heaven and earth, red light everywhere. Do you really think you can suppress me with a broken furnace? Watch me poke your broken furnace. Hong Meng pointed to the sword, pointed out with one finger, and pointed it on the huge copper furnace. He pointed out millions of fingers in an instant. There are countless sharp finger shadows in the sky. The ear-piercing sound resounded through the sky and the earth, and the flames of the copper furnace overflowed, and the golden light shot into the sky. That kind of terrifying power made Empress Jushuan and Zan Lianzu shudder. When. The rushing sound was like a violent storm, making people's hearts surge. Zan Lianzu and Empress Jushuan clenched their fists tightly, and their whole bodies tensed up. At this moment, Hong Meng finally pointed out. This finger. It seems to have crossed time and space, across the ages, through the long river of time, through the past and present. This finger. Amazing time, flooding the world. Zan Lianzu and Empress Jushuan trembled all over. This finger. It seems that it is not on the copper furnace. Instead, it pierced into their bodies and minds, inscribed deep in their souls. Boom. The sky-shaking loud noise swept the world, and the copper furnace, which was the top innate treasure, exploded directly. Was poked by Hong Meng. A terrifying storm swept all directions, and dozens of demon emperors were directly wiped out in the explosion. Hundreds of devil emperors were injured. All the hidden devil emperors appeared. Each one had horror and disbelief in their eyes. The Lihuo copper furnace, the top congenital treasure, was blown up by Hong Meng with his bare hands. Exclamation mark! It's just unbelievable. So strong. Zan Lianzu stared blankly at Hong Meng, her whole body softened. But when she saw more than 1,000 demon emperors densely packed around her, she was shocked again. There are so many devil emperors. The most frightening thing is that so many demon emperors urged the innate treasures, but they were still blown away by Hong Meng. Chapter 381 Meet the Demon Ancestor. How can it be? This is the innate treasure Li Vulcan furnace, and it was blown up with bare hands. What kind of freak is this? Even the Venerable is difficult to destroy the innate treasure. Does he have the strength comparable to the Venerable? This flesh body is too terrifying. More than 1,000 devil emperors emerged from the void, all with shock in their eyes. They were more or less injured, and looked a little embarrassed. In the golden chariot, Hong Meng was still sitting upright on it, holding Zan Lianzu in his arms, with a calm expression on his face. It seemed that it was not the top innate treasure that was blown up, but broken copper and rotten iron. Now, the power that Zan Lianzu just mentioned had dissipated at some point. Her whole body softened, her beautiful eyes looked at Hong Meng, full of infatuation and admiration. This man is really too strong. Every time he refreshed his 3 views. Originally thought that it was perverted enough for him to crush the devil emperor casually. But now he knows. People are just playing now. They have easily blown up the top innate treasures. What Zan Lianzu admires most is the strong. Looking at Hong Meng now, she felt that she was about to change her lining again. More than just fighting and practicing snow. The Empress Jushuan on the side has become a little fangirl. This moment, she was completely conquered by Hong Meng's strength and heroic demeanor. The finger that blew up the top innate treasure seemed to have pierced into her heart and body instead of Li Vulcan furnace. I will never forget it in this lifetime. That finger. Amazing time. It amazed the world. Immortal at this moment, more than 1,000 devil emperors looked at Hong Meng, but none of them dared to step forward. But this calm was soon broken. A powerful devil emperor with dragon horns on his head and mysterious lines on his face stood up. He is the Dragon Demon Emperor. Devil Emperor 9 Heavens. 1 foot stepped into the venerable realm. It is also a prestigious existence in the Abyss Plane. He once killed 2 devil emperors with 1 move, and he was the top group of devil emperors under the venerable. Let's all go together. No matter how strong he is, there is only one. Could it be that we, more than 1,000 demon emperors, are afraid of him alone? A pitch-black dragon gun appeared in the hands of the Dragon Demon Emperor. The dragon gun was bloody, full of shocking murderous intent. The blood of the unrivaled powerhouse. Even after an infinite number of years, the murderous intent has shocked the world. This embarrassingly is a terrifying innate treasure of killing. The Devil Emperor Zanlong is right. We are all emperors. We have so many devil emperors. Could it be that we are scared off by one emperor? The person who spoke was a burly man with a tiger's head and a man holding 2 axes that seemed to be able to open up the world. Black Tiger Devil Emperor. His strength is equally tyrannical, and his prestige is not weaker than that of the Dragon Devil Emperor. The main body is the Dark Demon Tiger. Physically tyrannical. The power is boundless. Today we are not only fighting for ourselves, but also for the honor of Abyss. If we don't kill Hong Meng, what face do we have to gain a foothold in the world? A shadowy man with a smuggler's head took out a gourd as black as ink, and his cold voice carried an indomitable spirit. The Golden Snake Devil Emperor said so. Damn it. As the Demon Emperor Zanlong, Demon Emperor Black Tiger, and Demon Emperor Golden Snake opened their mouths, all the demon emperors agreed one after another, fighting with high spirits, and took out their magic weapons one after another. The people who came here today are basically the powerhouses above the 7th heaven of the Devil Emperor. Everyone has at least a few top-quality congenital spiritual treasures, and even a congenital supreme treasure. As the treasures emerged one after another, the terrifying aura shook the heavens and the earth. Stir endless wind and clouds. Kill. The next moment, all the devil emperors shot together. More than 1,000 demon emperors shot. The movement was extremely terrifying. Destroy the world. The blood-stained dragon spear pierced by the battle dragon demon emperor pierced through the world, capable of shattering the universe and destroying the world. The Black Tiger Demon Emperor swung his axes, opening up the world. The pitch-black gourd in the hands of the Golden Snake Demon Emperor pointed at Hong Mang, and the infinite devouring power swept out. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth shook violently, and a huge ancient scroll swept across the sky, covering the entire world, and the supreme coercion burst out and covered it downward. It was an ancient scroll, the map of the abyss. The map of the abyss, which contains everything in the world, contains 3,000 worlds, and can suppress and refine everything. It is obviously a terrifying treasure sacrificed by a hidden devil emperor. On the map of the abyss, the supreme coercion permeates, shaking the past, present and future, and all the heavens and worlds are shaking together. In addition to these, there are more than 1,000 pieces of various magic treasures and spirit treasures. Powerful. Under the urging of more than 1,000 devil emperors, so many treasures swept towards them like a vast galaxy, and everything that stood in their way would be destroyed. This level of attack, even the venerable has to stay away. My God, what happened? More than 1,000 demon emperors attacked together. That's Hong Mang. There's also Empress Jushuan and Goddess War. How did the three of them attract so many devil emperors to besiege? It's over. My goddess is dying. The Emperor level 1 powerhouse from the Eternal Continent, who was just attracted by the movement here, was stunned when he saw this scene. More than 1,000 devil emperors shot together, it was so terrifying. What do you know? Do you know why more than 1,000 demon emperors shot together? Do you know how strong the Hongmong God Emperor is? Didn't you see that just now more than 1,000 demon emperors urged the top innate treasures to attack Hongmong God Emperor, but they were stabbed by Hongmong God Emperor with one finger, killing dozens of demon emperors on the spot. I believe God Emperor Hongmong will be able to stop it. An emperor-level powerhouse from the Eternal Continent who arrived early said loudly. Although they were also terrified by the move of more than 1,000 demon emperors, they had a kind of blind confidence in Hong Mang. They believed that Hong Mang would create another miracle. What? Destroy the innate treasure with one finger? Or the top innate treasure? Are you kidding me? Even the venerable can't poke the top innate treasure with one finger. The emperor-level powerhouse who just arrived didn't believe it at all. Because it's simply not possible. It is impossible for an emperor-level powerhouse to be so strong. They have never heard of such a strong emperor class. From ancient times to the present. Nothing. HMPH, you'll find out later. Poke the innate treasure with one finger. Is this true? Emperor Juyao murmured in his heart. He is also a genius of the sky. His combat power is far beyond the same level. When Hong Meng did not show up, he has occupied the first place in the list of demons for a long time, which can be seen. However, he dared not even think about poking the innate treasure with his bare hands. Wang Jian returns to the sect. At this moment, Hong Meng, who had been sitting in the golden chariot, finally moved. His figure soared into the sky, and endless sword energy burst out around him, centered on him. This move was obtained after Fengyan World's hegemony of the blood sacrifice Wuming. After infinite expansion and plug-in expansion, it has changed from a martial arts unique move to a great supernatural power. At this moment, when Hong Mang cast it in shock, the same sword energy shot out from the sky, but the difference was that the power soared countless times. Every sword chi is condensed from Hongmong, a kind of God Emperor's peak avenue. Buzz buzz. Instantly, the sword energy in the vast coastal area burst out with Hongmong as the center, and the void with a radius of billions of trillions of kilometers was instantly shattered. Under the vast ocean of sword energy condensed in this great way, hundreds of demon emperors were completely annihilated without even making a sound. A slightly stronger one can block the first wave of sword energy, but the second wave, the third wave. Under this endless ocean of sword energy, there are more than 1,000 demon emperors, and only a few dozen are left in less than one breath. This naturally includes the Demon Emperor Battle Dragon, Demon Emperor Black Tiger and Demon Emperor Golden Snake. This moment, let alone attacking, they put all kinds of protective treasures on top of their heads, and they were still vomiting blood from the endless sword energy. The light of each Lingbao was dim and crumbling. Caught this moment, cracks appeared in the abyss map that covered the sky and the sun with the terrifying aura just now, and the light dimmed. No, this is a Demon Emperor in human form. Seeing the abyss map split, he was shocked. However, as the abyss map cracked, a loophole appeared in the defense, and the endless sword energy inserted it directly, destroying the Devil Emperor in form and spirit. The surviving demon emperors beside him, including the Dragon Demon Emperor, Black Tiger Demon Emperor, and Golden Snake Demon Emperor, were frightened and wanted to evacuate. But there is no way to evacuate. Once they move, they die immediately. But if they don't act, they won't last long. This moment. Instead they calmed down. They knew they couldn't survive. The Demon Emperor Zanlong began to leave his last words, which were sent back to the headquarters of the Abyss Plane. I am Zonlong, and the plan to attack Hongmeng has failed. It's not that there is a problem with our plan, but that Hongmeng is too monstrous. There are no other strong people around him, but he is an invincible existence. We gathered 1,200 demon emperors and mobilized Li Vulcan's stove to make a sneak attack, and he exploded with one finger, killing or injuring dozens of demon emperors on the spot. Our remaining demon emperors made a move together, using all means. Hongmeng used a move of 10,000 swords to return to the sect, and the endless sword energy burst out, killing hundreds of demon emperors in an instant. The few dozen devil emperors we have left can't last long. This person is too evil. Once he grows up, he will be a disaster on the abyss plane. We must get rid of it at all costs, remember it. As soon as the last words of the demon emperor Zonlong were delivered, his defense was broken through by the sword energy, and in the next moment, he was completely destroyed. Dozens of other surviving devil emperors also followed closely behind. Less than 10 breaths, more than 1,000 demon emperors all fell. The world was dead silent. The hundreds of Eternal Continent Emperor-level powerhouses who gathered around because of the movement just now froze in place as if they had been hit by a freeze spell. His eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. Is this really the God Emperor? When it comes to gods, they will not doubt it. As expected, it's my wife's man. My wife can't stand it anymore. Zan Lianzu's eyes were shining, her heart was surging, and she threw herself into Hongmeng's arms, holding Hongmeng tightly with her white lotus root arms, and kissed him hard. I rely on it, my goddess. This is too explosive. Woo. Countless emperor-level powerhouses around were dumbfounded, and this style of painting changed too quickly. Just now it was the Shira field, but now it has become dog food. You must know that Hongmeng is still standing in the void at this moment. This chick is really wild. Hongmeng picked up Zan Lianzu and stepped out into the golden chariot. Just now, he went on a killing spree and killed 1,200 devil emperors at once, and the terrifying evil spirit, resentment, and fighting wrapped around him. Although he is powerful, these grievances can't do anything to him, and will be wiped out by him after a while, but it also makes him feel a little irritable. After all, these are 1,200 demon emperors. Every devil emperor is comparable to the existence of prehistoric saints. It is equivalent to Hongmeng slaughtering 1,200 saints in less than a minute. If it is an ordinary person, let alone an emperor-level powerhouse, even a venerable person will be corrupted by this terrifying evil spirit and resentment, and become a killing maniac, killing people crazily. Since Zan Lianzu was so excited, it was time for her to help cleanse her own evil spirits. Brother Hong, I love you. Just when Hongmeng was holding Zan Lianzu and was about to enter the deep palace inside, Empress Jushuan looked decisively and hugged Hongmeng. She has to fight for herself. Such a man. She wants to. His Empress Jushuan was not weaker than others in her life. Good. Hongmeng stretched out his hand and picked up Empress Jushuan. It happened that he had too much evil spirit and resentment. Zan Lianzu would definitely not be able to handle it alone. After all, she was also his woman, and Hongmeng didn't want to hurt her. It's just right for Empress Jushuan to join, and she can share some of the burden. Hongmeng carried the two of them and disappeared into the golden chariot in an instant. Ah, my 9 profound empress. What's yours? You're thinking about farting. Woohoo, my 9 profound goddess. The licking dogs of Empress Jushuan around her were in pain. Empress Jushuan was ranked second on the list of extermination demons before, but now she is the third, with both talent and beauty, and legend has a very terrifying and mysterious background. Suitors and dog lickers are naturally like crucian carp crossing the river. However, today, their goddess is gone. Happy. Snap. Gone. All became Hongmeng's happiness. If it wasn't for Hongmeng's terrifying power to kill 1,200 demon emperors, they must have rushed forward to snatch their goddess back. Hongmeng, the emperor realm is invincible. 9 Lights Heavenly Emperor sighed in his heart, turned and left. He knew that he might not be able to surpass Hongmeng in his life. But as long as he takes Hongmeng as his goal and keeps chasing after him, one day, he will achieve achievements beyond his imagination. Seeing that Hongmeng had finished killing the Devil Emperor, everyone embraced the beautiful woman happily, and the strong men who originally wanted to get acquainted with Hongmeng had to leave one after another. Everyone dispersed. Hongmeng didn't care about these. All he wanted to do now was to vent out the evil spirit and resentment accumulated in his body. And when Hongmeng solved his own problems, the headquarters of the Abyss Plane exploded directly. Countless demon emperors and even demon venerables were all erupting. These are 1,200 devil emperors. Not kittens and puppies. It turned out that in less than a minute, all of them were killed. Even the venerable is nothing more than that. Damn it. What kind of freak is this Hongmeng? Is it the reincarnation of some old antique? The Eternal Continent is cheating. They must give us an explanation, or we will start a full-scale war. Yes, we must give an explanation, or we will start a full-scale war. Quote. The strong people in the Abyss Plane were excited. Hong Meng first made a big killing on the Emperor-level battlefield, and now he did a big killing on the Emperor-level battlefield. Although their top battle strength in the Abyss Plane was not affected, the middle level was almost killed. In the future, even if Hong Meng is no longer on the Emperor-level battlefield and the Emperor-level battlefield, their Abyss Plane is completely at a disadvantage in these two battlefields. It's bad for them. Hong Meng must die, or all-out war will begin. At this moment, a majestic and cold voice sounded, and the hearts of many demon venerables trembled, and they quickly knelt down on the ground and said respectfully, "Meet the demon ancestor." And said respectfully, "Meet the demon ancestor." And said respectfully, "Meet the demon ancestor." And said respectfully,